Over 20 years of complexity. It's hard to believe it's been this long. Buying the team back this year was a full circle moment for us. Of course, nothing would be possible without all the players, past and present, who've represented us from the old logo to the new, and maybe back again. Not to mention the ones behind the scenes who've kept the gears turning all these years. But most importantly, I want to say thank you to the fans. We wouldn't be Complexity without you. Thank you for standing by us. We'll continue to stand by you and the North American scene. You'll always be our home.
Hey everyone, welcome back to the NA Revival Series, sponsored by PrizePicks. I am JRT, joined by Cole. We've got the final day of action in any Revival Series for the rest of 2024.
Yeah, it's the final day of action for me as well. I mean, this is going to be the last best of threes of the year, so it's going to be an exciting way to finish off the year throughout a very exciting circuit all the way through so far from the PrizePicks NA Revival Series. We're all the way at number 5 already, so it's definitely been exciting so far. Yeah,
it's going to be a great day, I think, of Counter-Strike as well. We got some really solid teams coming into the semifinals today. Our first matchup is going to be Party Astronauts up against NRG, and NRG have been winning a lot of Revival Series and, of course, Fragadelphia's as well, having just come out as the champions of Frag 18. And you see they're facing off against Timberman, who impressed us immensely yesterday, didn't they, Cole?
They did. I mean, incredible results all the way through. When you look at some of the more confident victories, definitely the consistency that we've seen from some of our invited teams versus some of the open qualifier teams, it's always been a challenge. But I mean, I think Timberman coming through is my biggest surprise. The fashion in which they just destroyed Boss, so a team that's been on the rise recently, was incredible. We saw some small role changes as well that I think we'll continue to see develop in this next best of 3 when maybe we get a little bit more rounds out of the head-to-head there. So it'll be interesting to see how things fare up, but no question I'm excited to see if they can keep up that level of performance here with a team that I imagine they're looking to continue with long-term.
Yeah, and just a correction, guys, to that bracket. It's actually going to be Party Astronauts up against NRG here as our first matchup, and the next one will be Timberman Nouns. But yeah, either way, it is going to be a great one. I'm actually looking forward to this Party Astronauts NRG matchup, and let's just dive right into the PrizePicks analyst segment for both of these teams and talk about the. Oh, wait, we got a correction here. That is
nice.
Maybe some work still needed, Rob, but we'll get it right eventually in here. But yes,
the red text really makes it look like it's there you go. Yeah, the red text over the Nouns logo makes it look like they were trying to exit out like late. So
yeah.
But yeah, these are the matchups here. So definitely excited. You got Timberman versus Nouns, which we highlighted was a little bit of a grudge matchup there in between these two teams. Could potentially be very interesting in that department. And then on the other side of things, you got NRG and Party Astronauts, which should be fun as well.
Yeah, and now we go into the analyst segment here of the PrizePicks and Revival Series. And I mean, look, we have a lot of really strong individuals, I would say, on the Party Astronaut side, most notably Fang. I mean, for me, yesterday, we thought his numbers were high. Actually, they might be a little bit lower today, which is surprising given the performance he put up yesterday. Definitely one of my selections for sure as a player to keep an eye on. And then you have OG Wizard, who was Not as great as we thought he could be yesterday. The last map was fantastic. He was the reason why I think that they're even here today, because without his performances in those 1v2 clutches, they don't get to action into the semifinals.
Yeah, I mean, there's no question. It felt like he was a little bit hot and cold, but the way that he stepped up in, the decider there, it really goes to show this depth that he can deliver as a player. I mean, the capabilities that he has here as a young guy, you start off slow in a series, but you're able to get back into it. Now, ideally, for the side of NRG, or rather the side of Party Astronauts, you'd like to get him going throughout the entire best of three. So it's something to keep an eye out for if he's remaining hot and cold versus this tough competition. But as the laser pointers
There it
kind of
is. I
hinting
was
at
waiting
there,
for it.
the 30 kills is a bit of a surprise. I'd imagine that has to do with the level of competition on the other end of things,
Yeah.
right? This is a whole lot more firepower that you're dealing with today. Here, you're dealing with a full 5-man roster that just swept through Frag 18 bracket, not losing a single map. So the competition's a little bit different today here. Fluffy Aimers are a good team, but now you got players like Hex shooting back at you. You got players that like George shooting back at you. So it's a bit of a different story here.
Yeah, definitely. And I mean, like, I still feel like Fang could contribute a lot. I think even in losing efforts, he's often doing everything he can in terms of fragging to get the job done. So for me, I still think he's one of my picks. But yeah, let's go over to NRG, and everyone here has been solid, to be honest with you. And yesterday was no exception. I think they all have to be to get that clean sweep, as you already talked about, not dropping a single map at Fragadelphia 18 on their way to victory in that tournament. But if you look overall at their stats, like even in terms of rating, they're pretty close together. And I'd say Breeze is always a player that I have my eye on, but at the same time, he's kind of taken a back seat to George and Hex. And George and Hex, George in particular, just dropped into this roster and started playing like he was like and just as incredibly as he did over on Nouns, which is not easy to do. And it's the second time he's done it in a transition situation. So I mean, you always want to see that from a player like George, and I think that it's a good sign as his career progresses, maybe to a higher level, maybe to tier one, that he can contribute at any team at any level that he gets to.
I mean, it's super promising what he's been able to
Yeah,
deliver so far for this squad in a quick transition period. You can see there's so much comfort with how they play off the back of him. He's also setting up his teammates incredibly well in some of these rounds alongside us. So I think he's just an all around amazing adjustment that is going to give that much extra out of some of these extra players here. So, talking about Hex, going to be feel a lot more comfortable. You're watching, Breeze play a lot more comfortable alongside him. So just a great piece to have. Nitro actually on an individual front though, talking about what he did, he got
yeah,
the MVP for Frag 18. He was performing out of his mind, consistently dominating the competition all the way through his best of threes and through the playoffs of Frag 18. So really impressed with what he was able to bring to the table. It'll be interesting to see if he can keep that level up because
yeah.
his individual output was unbelievable. It was like it was at the start when he was first playing on this team, when he was playing a little bit more active roles. He's now kind of taken a bit of a back seat in some of those roles, but he's still pumping out numbers. So really impressed with what he's been able to do on land so far for the NRG.
Yeah, and I also think it's hard to find a weakness right now for NRG either. Like everyone is playing their role beautifully. Even OC, who was struggling a little bit recently, I would say even just a month ago, I felt like he wasn't necessarily contributing as much as he could. And now he's gone from the lowest ranked player to the middle of the pack at 1.17, and he's getting some ridiculously nice op shots. So for me, this is a very nicely put together team. The chemistry is flowing well, and they're winning a lot of North American tournaments as a result. So, I mean, that pretty much sums up both these squads in terms of individuals. Let's take a look at the Veto, because I think we're going to have that coming through in just a moment to talk about the maps that will come in. And honestly, if you look, we're going to get it here. Yeah, Inferno. Wow, Inferno, Dust 2, and Mirage. I would say, even coming into this, I was thinking it doesn't really matter what map you end up on if you're NRG, because their map pool is so very solid. It's a 6 map pool, not a 7 map pool. They get Nuke out of the way every single time, but those 6 maps, I don't think they have any weaknesses against any competition right now.
Yeah, I mean, I guess you could make an argument here that it would make the most sense for them to pick Mirage here, and that would lead to a very comfortable series. But that's going to
Yeah,
be left to a decider, I think, long term. as an option for you. So they pick into Dust 2, which has been a map
Maybe,
that
yeah.
I feel like can create weaknesses. This has been a map in the past, especially if you're talking about, I think most specifically, like in the last 6 months when they've gotten Nitro. Um, they've taken some of their like most frustrating losses on it, and a best of 3 versus Legacy that I believe eliminated them from closed qualifier competition. This is a map that they picked into versus that team, ended up losing that one. So then they were eliminated from RMR, eliminated from like major contention. So that was definitely devastating
Yeah,
for them. But yeah, I think they're looking to build back into this map as well. Because like you said, if they can develop Dust 2, I think that's kind of the last little tool at
it
their
is.
disposal. Because
Yeah.
as players, it seems like they're super confident in their ability to play this map. So if they can get that rolling long term, I definitely think it could be something that they need in their veto to give them some extra power. And that's what I think this team needs to be focused on heading into 2025.
Yeah, no, absolutely. And I think that they took 2 months off from playing Dust 2 at all, right? They played it at Challenger League season 48 and against Nouns. And after that, they didn't play it until Frag. And they won against Stand on Business. And they won yesterday against Make Your Mind. Obviously, teams that they're expected to beat, but still, I think those are solid results. And now they're picking into it, which means, like you said, they're trying to work this into their pool to become a threat across the board on all 6 maps. And I think it's already been pretty successful. And you also look at the other side on the Party Astronauts, 1 and 2. They are not great on Dust 2 either. So I think this is a NRG perhaps exploiting a weakness on Party Astronauts side that they feel is becoming a strength for them. And then Mirage is, it's excellent on the side of NRG. And I don't know. Like this pool is obviously we've seen a lot of Ancient, a lot of Anubis here, North America lately, especially in the PrizePicks and Revival series. But here we're getting Inferno, Dust 2, Mirage. Like this is going back to the classics.
I mean, for me, that has kind of come to my concern here is that we're seeing a lot
Yeah.
of repetition in some of the maps that teams look good
Yeah.
on. So I wanted to see a little bit more development in terms of the veto here. You don't get a lot of best of threes, so we highlighted this a lot, but this is like for revival series, like that's where we see a lot of the best of threes that these teams are
Yeah.
playing, because in ECL you don't get best of threes, you get 2 best of ones, you get 3 bans in those best of ones, so you can get rid of a lot of uncomfortable maps. You don't get a lot of that best of 3 action until playoffs. So I think our map pool has been really reliant on 3 maps. That's Mirage, that's Ancient, that's Anubis. So outside of those maps here, you've got to develop those quite a bit. And
Hmm.
this has been a good opportunity. I think Wildcard have taken a lot of these PrizePicks revival series to heart there, and have been able to develop their map pool. I think that's why we saw a lot more success out of them on an international scale. I think Boss was trying at one point when I was talking with Cryptic, they were trying to develop their map pool here using these best of threes, but it's always interesting to see. Like it does take a big hit when best of threes are a little less commonly played.
For sure. I mean, well, the thing is, though, they did last play in a BO3 in the playoffs of season 48, right? So we do have at least that data available to us. I agree with you, though. It's great to be able to have more BO3s coming through in Philadelphia and PrizePicks Survival Series. All these tournaments coming through will help to at least get these teams more practiced in what is technically the format that they're going to see almost all the time. Like the
Yeah.
BO2 format is exceptionally rare, and I'm actually curious to see if that will change going forward for Challenger League. I know that
Mhm.
I think it's still going to be BO2s going to season 49, but maybe season 50 there'll be some adjustments because like BO2s, MR12 has resulted in, I feel like, a much better format in terms of the amount of time it's taking. So that's why we thought we were moving away from BO1s and BO2s. I hope that in the major we won't have BO1s either. I just want to see all BO3s because I think that'll be even more of a test of the mettle of some of these teams that are going into these tournaments. Anyway, all that being said, my rant is over. We are into this here. NRG up against the Party Astronauts, and the last time they played against each other, 13-4 on Mirage for NRG and 13-4 on Ancient as well. So let's see if that changes here. The only difference in the rosters back then, I believe, is that George wasn't here, and also that Viz was not here. It was Peeping in his place. So let's see if that changes things at all for either side as we go into round number 1.
Talk about yesterday and some of the struggles here that I want to see Party Astronauts get away from, and that's closing out advantageous situations. That would be something that would redeem them from some of the struggles that they had yesterday's performance. But we'll get to see if they can put themselves in those same sort of situations here. Is already Breeze inside the pit, looking so sharp here. Needs some help as this smoke is so well placed, but there's the rotations, and there's a couple of quick kills. Through the smoke, almost another connection rolling through as well, but fast on the retake here, quick as can be. George already scaling into this one, not letting them plant their feet in the post here. It's going to be Infinite, fighting on all fronts here, dancing behind this box and doing well in doing so. Now aimed high at the head of OC rather, needing to find this last headshot. He's still playing behind the pillar, no one charging forward here. OC running out of time, and Infinite will lock down the last headshot. What a pistol round to start things off for PA, and it was Infinite last time who had that massive dual Beretta pistol round to start us off on the series.
It was, yeah. Wow, that actually was pretty nicely done from Infinite. Great movement back and forth using that pillar and box recover. He's getting excited now. Obviously, he should be. Nodding up and down saying, yeah, I did it. Very, oh no, it's beautiful. 1-0 for PA. Honestly, I felt like the spacing was a little bit off for NRG. Probably should have gone for a double peek with the USPs instead of just going one at a time. But it was more like in the moment they weren't able to synchronize well enough in order to challenge him effectively. And wow, I mean, Infinite just pounced on absolutely every single opportunity. Never stopped moving, which is very important in CS2. Alrighty, NRG are going to force up. They've got 5-7s amongst 4 players, and then a Deagle to round it up in OC's hands. Viz just going to spam through the smoke that's tossed by George. George is trying to make his presence feel bigger than it is, because he's the only one here towards this B site. Molotov goes in, George pushed back a little bit, and that's all the party astronauts needed to hear to charge forward and try and take the site away from NRG. Another smoke toss by George, but it's just not enough. I mean, he's got the util, but he gets the frags anyway. 2 for him onto Viz and Ben. Fang manages to get the trade, but that is huge. Hex has already rotated over. These 5-7s can be very lethal.
It's unbelievable from George, man. What a devastating start there. I mean, good news is, though, they still got a post plant. They haven't lost too much. Only a player down here. There's no rifles to recover just yet. They still have this utility, though, for Breeze. Well placed on a Fang, forcing him to jump a little bit. They hear the tick in the Molotov, but there's a crossfire to crack through. Still, though, the kill's rolling in favor. Infinite has to do it again.
Solo.
He has to do it again. Can he close out a clutch? The bomb is taken away here, but he goes for the swing. I think enough time bought off the clock. That OC gets the kill, but without a kit, there will be no defuse. And Party Astronauts, they hang on by a thread there, but they get the round win nonetheless.
Yeah, that's, wow, very, very close. OC with a kit has that round, but because he doesn't, it is going to slip by the wayside. At least he gets an AK out of the round and also forces PA to fully buy up again. But that got way too close for comfort of the Party Astronauts, largely in part thanks to that opening effort there from George, getting those 2 5-7 frags. Pressure was on him, too. It wasn't easy to achieve. He just used the smokes that were thrown very effectively. There's like a little bit of a space between both of them where he's just hugging each smoke, and Party Astronauts overlook it long enough for him to actually almost get an opportunity at 3. George, speaking of which, he is over at Banana, peeks around, almost finishes off Fang, who's down to 4 HP. Have the util here? No, he doesn't. So he can't toss a nade. That's still a very solid start again for NRG. There's the opening frag for OC. The follow-up as well. They can't finish him off. The util sails in support as well. This is beautifully orchestrated by NRG.
Started that fight off by taking a headshot, it looked like, and still standing to tell the tale is impressive. And look at this collapse coming through from Breeze. Is actually OC that gets the kill instead. Just rips that one away here. Fang, a little late lurk in 2 apartments. Got to be careful about his trigger discipline. He would like to get one. But there's a whole cache of weaponry to upgrade on for NRG towards middle that they would like to get their hands on. So, fantastic setup. OC with the rifle work here. Something to be said about his performance here. Looking to level up his game, I think, going to be a key detail. And I think it was Daps in an interview. It might have been Nitro, but one of the bigger goals here for the leadership of NRG is figuring out a way to regain some of the confidence that, you know, OC can have, that he's capable of showing. I think he's lost it, you know, since his time on Liquid. So you would like to see that come back at some point here with this NRG squad, and especially at this like level of play. We've seen in the past what he can do on some of these older teams. So You know, I got high expectations for him, but again, it's all about getting that confidence back.
I think it's there. I mean, it's getting there anyway. It's much better than it was, like I was mentioning before, even a month ago. Like, he's starting to really gain that confidence thanks to some, you know, good support from his teammates as well, both off the server and on, in terms of the util. For him there, he gets 1, 3 supports for 3 and make it a 4-piece. Easy peasy there for NRG as they pick up a second.
That's pretty right there from Threes locking it down. Look at this Galil spray. This is a full, really, investment going through as well. Covering both bases, man. He's got apartments, he's got lane, he's got everything in the palm of his hands. Wow. Maximum comfort. It's a shooting gallery for Breeze. And that's into the full eco now off the back of that force buy that gets sideswiped. NRG showing some of that same strength they did on land here. I mean, the dominant grand finals over Sharks there on land. Good look at best of Breeze all the way through versus tough competition consistently.
I think the Sharks wins being both 2-0 were the biggest surprise for me, because I thought that they would give NRG more trouble than they did. Yes, the first BO3 was close, but the second one was a blowout. I mean, like we were talking about it before the match started in the green room, and it was crazy how effective NRG were in that second matchup. So we'll see, like you said, if that carries over here into the Revival Series up against what is similarly tough competition, both in the Party Astronauts and then one of Nouns or Timberman.
Cool. On the volley. Cost him too much there, Sosi again. That one started off a little bit rocky there, but the spray eventually gets lined up. We'll be able to track it. AK recovered off the Galil, and no big deal. Again, OC starting off this game here 9-2. Well, that's a good way to get confident. He's yet to bring the AWP out, but you know he's going to get it for this gun round here. And again, a confident OC is the last thing you want to see if you're Party Astronauts, who it had a bit of a rocky path to get to this semifinals. I mean, very scary situation on Mirage for them. Almost lost 2-0 to Fluffy Aimers, but they were able to dig deep. They had that OG Wizard late resurgence that they needed. We'll see if he can get off early here on Inferno. There's a nice way to get on the board, though. George just airstruck out of the round. Leveled out by the utility damage early. Some good util sent back their way, but 3 defenders. This is surprising here, and maybe this is what a confident OC can get you. He's holding the entirety of this A side. This is going to be a rude awakening for Party Astronauts heading into the stack. So many more defenders here, but they're still finding a way to get through all of them. OG Wizard leading the charge into this site. And there's still some chances opened up by Nitro with some smoke spam. But a 2v3 is what they have to fight through now.
There's the nade pop, and Nitro's going to continue spamming that smoke. He was just a bit more to the right. He would have had the spam on the bomb planter, too, and that would have been absolutely crazy. But I think he's calling for a retreat. Just saw him communicating with OC, saying, I think it's time to fall back. And that is exactly what's going to happen here. Not too bad in terms of the damage done to OG Wizard and Viz by Nitro and taking them out, but that was walking, like you said, walking into the 4-man stack onto that B site, and the Party Astronauts, particularly OG Wizard, picking them apart as they will find a third. Things not looking too shabby for PA in the early goings here.
Not quite. There's that way they kicked the round off, though. Fantastic little HE, and there's OG Wizard having a lot more impact in the early stages as well, which is a great sign. With the rifle as well, which you'll take with any weapon. If you're able to, get, again, just kick off early here. Not a bad save on the other end of things here, but NRG finding themselves up against some good early protocols at the moment. This banana utility in particular, Party Astronauts showing some good reason, but there you have George and some of his efficiency right there, getting a flashbang to fight for that control, avoiding the nade stack this time around. This time he'll be able to play the round, and he shows up in a big way.
Yeah, that's just what a difference from round to round, right? He takes a little more aggression to those fights and good support from Nitro. And 3 players are just gone, just like that. OC actually picked one up on the other side with the AWP looking down mid. So, OG Wizard and Infinite now have 1 minute and 8 seconds to ponder their fate into this round up against all 5 NRG players. Nitro waiting right around the edge of the smoke. George hiding at second box. And I mean, he's actually boosted on top of them, so this is not going to be pretty for the Party Astronauts if they decide to execute towards B, because they're going to have a lot of angles needing to be cleared and potentially a crossfire set up. I think Nitro's calling for Hex to come over here to get that in play, and that's exactly what's happening here. It's going to be tough for PA to get any space at all.
Trying to fight their way through a stack here, essentially. Get mode on through. 1 kill in. But that's about all that they'll be able to muster up. Here's the nice protocols there in reaction. What a shot from OC, who again is gaining confidence. But that re-aggression towards Banana, just a slight adjustment that they need to get away with here, you know. Switch it up from maybe trying to send George into the early utility in that nade stack. They tried those nades again. This time I think towards sandbags is where they stacked them. But a little late flash re-aggro, and I think that was, you know, plan A for them that they're this time able to get away with.
Looks like it's going to be a window play here from the Party Astronauts. 2 players boosted in silently. Now they're going to make their way into Boiler. Hex waiting for contact towards mid. He's not going to see much unless those Boiler players go in his direction. Well, now he will. There's one player that just moved up. He saw the sliver of a body and throws the Incendiary down. OC, nice. Quick shot coming through. Bree supporting again for the apartments. They can't kill him. Oh my goodness. Nitro and Hex get the last 2, and NRG cruise to a 5th. Now I'm starting to look at the scoreline thinking this feels a lot closer than maybe it should be, or looks a lot closer than it actually is. Because NRG, aside from that one round where the Party Astronauts fragged George and they made their way towards the B side and OG Wizards gets a couple, it really hasn't been close over the last 6.
Yeah, I mean, it's, again, you know, something I'll continue to give Benlead a lot of credit for. The way that they maybe start off these rounds and set themselves up for is very good. You know, that plan A, it feels like when it goes right, it's going to work for you.
Yeah.
But sometimes in these later rounds, as we saw yesterday, that there's some problems that can arise. I again kind of want to see that cleaned up. You know, and 1 day of discussion is not a long time, but I think they know that a lot of those post plants went wrong there, and I think it'll be even more exploited if you're up against a team of NRG's caliber. But this time, again, the only game plan here working right now is Nitro's. That set up towards that A side gives them the advantage, but a nice pick from OG Wizard denies any escape from Hex. And OC has to call in for a little support here now. So rotation comes on through. He's still hyper-focused on this lane side play.
Yeah, that was a little bit too early on the attempted retreat by Hex, right? Just wait for the smoke to bloom and you'll have a much better chance of jumping across. Instead, he tries to jump across as it's blooming, and he was within full visibility of OG Wizard and kind of an easy shot at that stage. So, Party Astronauts, even numbers at 3v3, they slow up the pace. I think they're trying to attract attention towards the B site. Yeah, Fang is going to toss that smoke in, and they're hoping for rotations to come in. NRG, are they biting? No. They're not buying it at all. Infinite moving out from the apartments, making noise now. Now it'll definitely be heard, so the pit player could come out here and do damage, but no, OC actually legs Fang, then gets taken out by Infinite. George looking for a response, won't find it, so the Party Astronauts' patience pays off mightily. Nitro is the last one standing, and given the money situation, he might just decide to send it here and see what he can do.
Might be worth a go here. Definitely seems like we just asked for some of exactly what we just got. But they now have to close the round out. Nitro on a massive timing. You will take the shot eventually, and I think that might be more so keen on recovery here of this AWP. He's hoping for something extra. Knows there's a low HP player in Fang, but not on target with the utility. And he eventually knows that he's pushing his luck a little too much there in terms of an actual round win. Being unlikely there, so grabbing that AWP and falling away. Nice shot from Nitro. not all that unfamiliar with the AWP. And everyone will go down on the side of PA, so not the worst way to lose a round, but there's Party Astronauts, I think, doing exactly what we asked them to here. That's kind of be able to operate in these late round awkward situations here, little 3v3 action, show a little bit of discipline and patience, and it goes a long way here, which I feel like those were the exact rounds that they couldn't get their grasp on yesterday.
Yeah, I think there's still an issue of they are not surviving with many bodies or any bodies in these round victories. So you're seeing the result in their economy. It's hurting pretty badly. And on the other side, Energy has a flush with cash. When they're winning rounds, it's pretty convincing. Oh my goodness, Fang and Viz just eating Util. Fang down to 27 and Viz at 45. They have to fall off here. They've given up on Banana after that barrage of nades and incendiaries. And the Party Astronauts readjusting themselves in towards top mid. Hext waiting over in Cubby. He was there before, so they might be clearing this. Maybe they'll throw a Molotov for it. Already a smoke up. He's got the support of OC this time. They're trying for a slightly different setup. 4-man stack onto A. Only the anchor of George towards the B side. Smoke pop coming through. Oh, the timing just off for OC as the players slip back into mid. There's another smoke pop. Visibility gain, but not a connection. OC will have to fall back and try again.
Ooh, there you go. I mean, giving him a little more space there, but all into the trap setup at the moment. OG Wizard looking to crack on through, and there's a chance for a pose plan at the very least. So something to lean on here for Party Astronauts. Still have to overcome this amount of utility and man deficit that they're currently facing. HE to pop open the smoke, but there's another smoke, so it doesn't really give him much vision. And this is a lot of time that's ticking away here in the meantime. Late activation here. Infinite looking to thread a kill in as he takes his time to strike. Are they watching this? They are. Look at the awareness from George. Now flushed out of position is OG Wizard. Forced to dance inside the flames. And there will be time for a defuse here. Plenty of it. George with the patience on that mid hold. He was covering the flank from Boiler. He knew something was up there. That sort of awareness is one of the biggest assets that you get when you pick up a player like George. He's not going to fall victim to these sneaky plays. That's just so smart, so cerebral from him to cover that side.
Wow. Nicely done for NRG. I agree with you, though. A very intelligent play coming through from George as NRG get their 6th. And, you know, again, the Party Astronauts, while it did get close, I would say, towards the latter part of the round, it still felt like NRG had their number for the majority of it. So let's see if they can get a clean round victory under their belts, because so far it's been very hard fought just to get the 4 that they have here. And right now, they're saving for the last. They go for an eco. 4 Tech 9s, lock, and 3 nades. They're trying for a nade stack down Banana, and it connects on absolutely 0 damage. And the return nade is devastating. Nitro, despite being slightly flashed, is going to get 3, maybe the 4th. There it is. Nitro now on for the anti-eco ace, and he doesn't get it. George stolen away from him with the spam. Nitro's going to have a laugh about that, but they don't care. They got a 7th.
Yeah, and again, there's some of Nitro's good individual form there, keeping that B-side play at bay, making sure that no real damage or nothing scary takes place. Those nade stacks can hurt quite a bit, and then that can set you up for a decent round. So, again, don't mind the idea, don't mind the vision from Binley, but being able to avoid all that here and stay healthy, keep this round nice and clean, which is something obviously highlighted. It's kind of been a problem for the side of Party Astronauts. Look at that. OG Wizard talking quite a bit here in this timeout as well, which I like to see.
Yeah.
They got the whole squad trying to communicate here, getting everyone involved here. I mean, especially when you talk about like key pieces, you would love for your opera to be very vocal on how you maybe want to start off this round. I mean, there is an op in play here. Going for the glass cannon on Inferno feels a little bit risky, but I mean, he has a vision. And then you got Fang, who's talking a lot, and you know, as someone who can get a lot of entries for you, you need him to be very vocal.
Yeah, Fang's been very quiet. I just realized that he's only got 3 frags. That is not the usual output you're going to get from him. Yesterday he was phenomenal, but today, here at least at the beginning of Inferno, in this first half. It's been fairly silent. OG Wizard and Infinite doing the work. NRG are actually looking to make it 8 rounds. Party Astronauts have slowed it down quite a bit. Minute and 7 seconds left on the clock. Now they're going to make a move to go for Arch Control. That smoke, did it just miss? Or is that just for Library? I guess just for Library here. And that's going to come through. It doesn't matter. George gets 2 without any visibility at all except for the bullets that were punching through that smoke. Oh my goodness. PA have got to be reeling. They're trying to readjust and go to this B site, but OC is here waiting. He's got Nitro setting up a crossfire. OC hits the shot, pulls out the Tech 9 to go for a follow-up, and it is all NRG here in this last round. Not a lick of damage taken as they get their 8th.
What a round for George. That just sets the tone early for how things are going to shape up. The B, 2 kills through the smoke. There goes your B trying to wrap in towards that play, and then Nitro jumping up.
Oh my god.
That's unbelievable. I mean, just brutal right there. So again, early beatdown laid down from the side of NRG. And I mean, this is a team that's so incredibly hungry to show what, George is made of here. Show what they can do, especially after that last Revival series where I think they were gunning for the win. They got blocked by Nouns in the finals, and now they're looking for an opportunity again here. A chance to maybe meet up with that team here potentially, depending on how that second semifinal goes. But since then, they just dominated. They ran the bracket in Philadelphia, and it just feels like every day this team gets better and better with George, and that's a scary sign for teams in NA, I think.
Oh, yeah. Not to mention that even before, George joined the roster, NRG were still making the grand finals of the PrizePicks NA Revival Series every single time. They haven't actually missed a single grand final up to this one. If they make it again here, then it'll be 5 in a row. They've won twice. Lost to Wildcard in the first one. Lost to Nouns previously. Now, well, they're looking for a chance to get back to their winning ways. Nice trade happening here for the Party Astronauts off that opening frag, but it's a ton of information gain for NRG, and oh my goodness, they are pinching in from CT. Ben is in a lot of trouble, needs to hit perfect shots, doesn't even get a chance to take one. Hex deletes him. Viz manages to get Breeze, who's lurking towards A, so now they can charge down Banana and try to get back into this site, but it's not going to be easy. OC's just waiting here around the half wall, pops out, great flashbang from Hex in support. It only yields 1 frag though. Another great trade coming through from Viz. Nitro and Hex in a perfect crossfire. This is still going to be difficult for PA to get back into. Hex hiding behind the corner, letting Nitro attract all the attention. Now he's popped out. We'll try to deal out the damage. It's Nitro and Hex both taking care of Fang, and Viz trying to find Nitro, but he can't. He's just dancing around Newbox, and that'll be a 9th for NRG.
Sure, just avoids him to perfection there for so very long. NRG win the second pistol here and put themselves in prime position. And see George with the fiery entries, taking that valuable space here. Post plant set up for success. And they will sure lock down this pistol, and now looking to follow it up by locking down this map. See what they can do up against this force by though. I like the aggression. I think PA are in a spot where they probably need to do, kind of risky things like this. Make sure that the lead doesn't scale too far out of control. Oh, but the tick of the molly right there does not quite help them. Playing dodge flash, but that's Bentley solo on B. And they are not looking to hold anything back. It just seems like they understand this, and with the execution on in, with no resistance felt, they're going to make their move.
Yeah, it's going to be another tough one for the Party Astronauts to get back into. I mean, this is a force buy. So, I mean, they could just call it off once this bomb gets planted with only Fang in a position to strike. He's got to get something if they want to justify going for this. And yeah, they've already given up on the round, which makes sense, right? You go for, you save the guns that you forced up, and you'll have another quote-unquote force buy into the next round without requiring much of an investment. So, NRG pick up a 10th, and they continue cruising here on Inferno.
It's like having 2 force buys for the price of 1. So
yeah.
It's a good idea there. When you realize that the round is a little out of control, those sort of situations, it's a little variation on they're like lean towards the B or the A side, and then you have one player playing towards B, instead of like Binley playing back and recycling those smokes, which is, I mean, we've seen it 1,000 times before. He just runs it down banana there, which is interesting, right? You don't really expect that from your solo B player. You want to maybe kind of puff out your chest and seem like a lot of players, but I think that sort of variation kind of important as well, because when you see a player that's like recycling smokes on banana and just playing back, I think everyone's seen that play. So you're kind of expecting a weaker setup. So Binley maybe hoping that they would think it was a stack. I don't know. It's all a mind game at that point, right? But there's a lot of interesting concepts that teams can throw out towards that B side that we've seen many times before. And just an interesting game plan there. Binley going forward there. He does die quickly, but definitely see the vision he was hoping for.
Smoking the land right in front of George. Molotov toss forward. Party Astronauts have a pretty forward defense here down banana. NRG probably heard that. No, they didn't. George blindsided by Fang. There's a MAC 10 upgrade. It's not the worst case scenario for NRG because all the rifles are still up and available to them. And now they've lost that map control towards banana and are going to have to lean more into the A site. Molotov sails in. Infinite almost gets the frag. Now we'll finish that off. Hex managed to get a response, but it's back and forth here towards A. And that'll only favor the Party Astronauts, who still have 3 members up versus the 2 for NRG. Nitro has to back off. He's way too exposed, but he wants to support OC in his trek down lane. Doesn't have to, though, for OC to get that frag. Now Ben flanking around here from lane. Does he get spotted? Well, he does, but it's not in time for Nitro to survive. It's all down to OC, who's got a 1v2. Trying to clutch this out. He will get a bomb plant, probably. No, he has to pull off of it, and Fang gets the frag. The Party Astronauts do indeed find the win here and get a 5th.
That's the value of holding on to that extra weaponry as well. As I said, you know, you get an extra force buy off the back of it. This time, a force buy that's successful, you're finding a couple of those opening picks and then parlaying that success into a round win. Not allowing for that bomb to go down as well. Even more unpatched. So a massive lifeline. I mean, still a little bit of a recovery effort here, forced from Party Astronauts, but that's one way to start it off. See if you can't manufacture any further success off the back of that round win as well.
Yeah, one key
still
there.
It's a pretty effective buy.
Yeah, oh wow, nice shot from OG Wizard onto Breeze, and then finds Hex afterwards. That's 2 of the rifles gone. And what I was going to say, part of the reason for that success from PA in the previous round was just the aggression they took down banana and the space they had. This time, it's on the opposite side, into the apartments. OG Wizard pushing into the apartments very deep with that AWP and just not expected at all by Hex and Breeze. So taking the risks is absolutely necessary if you're on the Party Astronauts to find success against a squad like NRG. You can't play safe because it's just not going to be enough.
Yeah, I'm right there with you. I think a lot of teams have, at this point, tried, but I don't think this is the same NRG we've been seeing throughout the, second part of the year here. An NRG that's constantly having these up and down results. They have shown some serious regional dominance versus a lot of good teams. So, much different story here today. But a good sign here from them. Is that OG Wizard's playing good, and Fank, who's having a bit of an off map, could be like a sleeping giant as an extra extension of this comeback as well if they are able to pull it off.
19 seconds left, and they're going for it. Nitro gets the hedge onto OG Wizard. Infinite still hiding around pit. I'm pretty certain they're aware of his positioning. There's the Molotov toss form. Excuse me, a flashbang. Not going to clear it just yet. Going into Graveyard. Still Infinite alive here. The snake in the grass, there's no way. They don't know he's here. So Infinite could absolutely strike at a perfect moment once the rest of his team comes in. There's the first one. Now they're aware of him, but, I mean, he's done the damage he has to. Or has he? OC gets 2. George finds the other 2, and then RG somehow pulled that one off despite the fact that Infinite makes it a 4v2, and it looked like they had control of it, but what a recovery
I don't even know how they're able to pull that off.
No,
there.
I
And
know.
just the full flurry of kills while Infinite finds this one inside the pit. It's great. That's where I think this round comes unraveling. How did they recover this so quickly? Tech 9
my
flying out of
God.
apartments for George, and OC covers from the top rope. Oh no. That's the last thing Party Astronauts could afford there.
Oh my goodness.
Jeez.
I can't believe OC gets both, right? In that situation
Yeah.
with so much pressure being put on, you figure, okay, it's a 4v2. There's no way he'll be able to get the double kill. And he gets it. And then, like you said, George is flying out with the Tech 9. Manages to connect on not one, but a second one as well. I'm not even sure if that last one was with the Tech, but either way, you know, it's enough to secure the round, getting all 4 of those frags. And not to mention, OG Wizard had that great opener too. It was a beautiful start to the round, but things faded away in the post line for PA, and unfortunately that's very similar to what we saw yesterday for them. So you talked about it. Now against NRG, that's going to get very punished very quickly, and it absolutely did there.
That shouldn't be that
What a
much more
shame.
amplified here.
Yeah.
When you're up against a team of Energies caliber, and they escaped a lot of those problems with really good setups at the start of these rounds, and OG Wizard delivers that good setup again, but no ability to close that out means right back under the microscope now. And this map. Positioned well, though, in this situation. Extra B defender rotating on over. B default here. A gap in that smoke that George will be able to answer a very quick trade with. He needed that quickness, but they are still running into a pretty heavy stacked bomb site here.
Yeah, this is going to be difficult for NRG to pull off. Ben Lee doesn't get anything, finally gets one, then OG Wizard contributes, but it's still not enough to prevent NRG from getting the control of the site. Viz, the last one standing, now trying to slip through from Banana. NRG could get caught off. Are they watching this? Now they are. Here's the peak. OC secures the round again. A 3K from him this time. 12-5 for NRG, and I think that confidence is flowing for OC.
Yeah, man, he's been doing it with the rifle. He's been doing it with the op here. Just been all over it, on the ball, and starting to show that that confidence is in play here. And reading and looking at that that interview and talking with you know, this squad here, that was one of the kind of necessities here, is to kind of build back a little bit of OC's confidence slowly but surely. I saw it in multiple best of threes. It was a best of 5 actually that they played in the final, where he played a lot better. But I mean, he's just maximum confidence now, and I feel like this is again not something you wanted to play up against here. Is this sort of play at the moment?
Yeah.
Already just a full-fledged team in RG that they've shown us so far, and then now you got to deal with a much more confident OC, which I would say was their one missing piece here, is to get him back to a form in which we know he's capable of being at.
That makes NRG like a truly scary team as well, not only in NA, but beyond it, which we didn't get really to see, unfortunately, this year, because they were trying to build up to this point. But now it feels like going into 2025 that NRG could really make a ton of noise, assuming this form continues, and of course, assuming they win here, which, because Party Astronauts could still come back, even though it doesn't feel extremely likely, given their bye up here, on this map anyway. We'll see. Made it a 4-4 Ben's going to toss the flashbang. A little bit messy on that spray, so he uses most of his magazine. Then George is able to trade him out immediately. So 2v2. NRG going to get in a post-plant situation, and Infinite along with Fang are pressuring from opposite angles. So this will at least create a bit of a crunch onto the site, which could make life difficult for NRG, but it still feels like they've got a firm handle on this.
Post plant's just looking so established at the moment. Time's ticking. So yeah, gotta get moving. And timing has been somewhat hit, but they got no kits here, so it's getting a little too far out of control. They start to speed it up here, going with the slow play. Not gonna cut it. Running into the crosshair of OC as he closes out the map with 23 kills, giving only 5 rounds. You got 3 players on this NRG team nearing 100 ADR. I mean, for Nitro and OC, they both got it. George is not far behind them. it's just incredible because this is exactly what we've been seeing here. This consistency out of so many different players here, anyone available to have this impact. And we see it once again here with so much coming through from all of the individuals here of NRG.
Yeah, that was fantastic, honestly. I mean, there was the pistol round and a couple of rounds after that for Party Astronauts where it was kind of interesting, but outside of that, NRG dominated this map, and I think it's what we expected going into it. Just the way things have gone for them lately, the way Frag went, how George is fitting into this roster, OC's reawakening as part of NRG. It's all happening right here at the NA Revival Series, and I mean, look, we're going on to that next map. I don't necessarily know if things are going to change there because technically that is the map pick for NRG. And we talked about, yes, there's some question marks, right? Dust 2 hasn't been great for NRG. It's always been a bit of a weakness for them. They're reintroducing it into their pool a little bit more, trying to pick into it against opposition. And I think it's a perfect opportunity to practice what they've been, working on that map against the Party Astronaut squad that isn't necessarily strong on the map either. Let's have a look here at the PrizePicks estimated frag total for the Party Astronauts, Cole, and it's not looking great for the Party Astronauts.
Not quite. A little bit far removed here in that department. Surprising to see the struggles that they've been facing in the in some of these matchups, but for me, again, Fang having a very tough map. Never looked like he was mentally out of it. He's always got a good mentality on his shoulders there. I feel like is one of his strong suits, but coming into this one, not being able to really activate as an individual, probably wanting a little more output out of him in terms of the opening success. You do have, though, in other news and better news there, it's OG Wizard, who was looking very comfortable out there. So if that carries over into Dust 2, that could be a lifeline for them.
And then we look at the other side for NRG. I mean, Nitro, George, and OC were phenomenal. Everyone was good. Breeze had his moments too, especially at the beginning of the map. Playing from apartments on balcony, it was ridiculous how much output he was getting. But you see OC, I mean, the kill estimate, feel like it's going to happen here, in my opinion. With 23, he only needs, 9 in that next map in order to secure it. That's not very much. Nitro, he's always been solid for this NRG roster. Yes, I agree with you. He kind of took a back seat for a little bit, but now that everything is kind of established in terms of their protocols, he's starting to step up to the plate again, and it's unbelievable. Like, it's just great to see the evolution of this NRG squad.
Yeah, a lot of motivation, I feel like, as well.
Yeah.
I mean, sometimes I feel like they maybe, especially when I was watching them on LAN, it felt like they were flowing. They got all the way to the grand finals, looking very confident, looking very relaxed. But then you could see how much that win mattered to this team when they got it, when they actually realized, we dominated the competition this hard. It seemed like they were, very relaxed. But I don't think that's the case. I think this is a team that is very motivated, very focused on getting these wins, and I think that's going to carry forward here to this Revival series here where Party Astronauts are up against that tough competition. But again, if there's an opportunity to kind of pluck at some of the weaker points here, I think that can be Dust 2. But obviously that's going to be a bit of a challenge for them.
Yeah, I mean, guys, we're going to hit a break. When we come back, we'll see how much of a challenge Dust 2 is going to be.
Over 20 years of complexity. It's hard to believe it's been this long. Buying the team back this year was a full circle moment for us. Of course, nothing would be possible without all the players, past and present, who've represented us from the old logo to the new, and maybe back again. Not to mention the ones behind the scenes who've kept the gears turning all these years. But most importantly, I want to say thank you to the fans. We wouldn't be Complexity without you. Thank you for standing by us. We'll continue to stand by you and the North American scene. You'll always be our home. Over 20 years of complexity. It's hard to believe it's been this long. Buying the team back this year was a full circle moment for us. Of course, nothing would be possible without all the players, past and present, who've represented us from the old logo to the new, and maybe back again. Not to mention the ones behind the scenes who've kept the gears turning all these years. But most importantly, I want to say thank you to the fans. We wouldn't be Complexity without you. Thank you for standing by us. We'll continue to stand by you and the North American scene. You'll always be our home.
It's the PrizePicks Anti-Revival Series number 5, guys. We're back here for map number 2 between the Party Astronauts and NRG. And NRG just looked so good on map 1. 13-5 victory on Inferno, which was actually the Party Astronauts pick. And now we go to Dust 2, where NRG have been testing themselves quite a few times, trying to find their form on what will be a 6th map in their pool that could be very solid.
Yeah, I mean, again, this is going to be something that NRG are still looking to develop. They've had some tough losses in the past with Nitro so far, but I think it's going to be something that they can work through here in this best of 3 with how good they've been looking all the way through in these, consistent wins that they have been developing. So I am interested to see, this is a tough Dust 2 team. I think that OG Wizard has some really high ceilings on this map, so I want to see what he can bring to the table, but so far, I think NRG are just looking to contain control right now, and they've been doing a great job with that.
We're jumping right into it here, not wasting any time. Getting map number 2 underway. OG Wizard already engaging here in towards dark. So far, no frags or damage to speak of here in the early parts of this first round. And NRG are going to take control of long, which isn't really being contested by PA. They're kind of spread out across every single angle on the map. Oh no, Infinite decides to push at the wrong time. OC waiting to punish and gets it. That'll give the 5v4 edge to NRG. Ben Leeds managed to connect for some damage, but the same is being returned to him. And more now as he drops to dirt from that shot from Breeze. OG Wizard looking to reclaim that space, but he's just spotted trying to jump up to boost on Cat. And well, it looks like he's going to try and readjust here and wait for reinforcements to arrive.
Bit of an awkward double up here, holding off towards the long side. You can see they want to mess with Fang's aim. Gets away on the reload here. You do have OC waiting a late flank. You're running low on ammo, and eventually gets run down in the pose plant. Still distracts a lot of attention, and those long-range duels allow Viz to scale on up towards the catwalk. So it is a tough fight ahead here, and Hex, who looks to get loud in the server, will line up multiple headshots to close it out and secure the round for NRG. A little bit of scare put into the mix there, but the job going to be sealed in.
Honestly, that was pretty good from Viz. A couple of nice ones. Like you said, a lot of energy and bullets being expended there by NRG to try and deal with Fang, who couldn't seem to find the headshots in that situation. But it opens up the space for Viz to come through and get a couple and make it interesting. But Hex was having absolutely none of it at all. A 2K from him made it look easy. So NRG again off to nice little start here. Fang gonna get that push out of into the upper tunnels, or tried to anyway, before the Molotov landed at his feet. OC already, he's already at car and gets headshotted by Ben. There's 3 players here. Breeze trying to respond and does. They need to be careful. Pushing the smoke is Ben, and it's back and forth we go here until it finally settles down a little bit. Breeze going to grab the AK off the ground. He needs to get the bomb as well. Looking to isolate some fights, but all three Party Astronaut players are here, and Energy have to commit because they need to get that bomb. Breeze gets domed, but he survives up against Fang, and he goes around that corner to try and get a follow-up, but he can't. Down to a 2v2. Party Astronauts trying to get upgrades, and there's OG Wizard using his long arms to grab the AK off the ground. Nitro connects, can't get the frag. It's all down to George, who I think might have been heard by OG Wizard. He was trying to come in support from CT, but now he doesn't have a long player to rely on. He did, however, manage to get the bomb.
I think he heard footsteps, but I think he thinks it's Catwalk where the footsteps are coming from. Actually,
he's trying to go B.
I mean, has a clear path now. So George can go ahead and dip on out here. Managed to get into this B bomb site. As every second ticks away, though, you think the rotation's going to start to come on through. And as you can see, clearing top of mid, Viz starting to speed up a little bit. The bomb plant will even further that extension. We'll see what George can do. Tucking himself in towards this car angle. At the point of no return with this position, but we'll see what he can bring to the table. One player incredibly low, no kit, so that timer is going to be of essence here. He steps up just in time, but he can't track OG Wizard. Too much motion coming through from Viz. And he gets the job done for a big response here from Party Astronauts, something that they desperately needed to get off on the right foot.
I was actually expecting a little more patience from George in the car position, right? Because he probably doesn't expect that much util to be available from the Party Astronauts since this was a force buy for them, so you don't really have to worry about the incendiaries, which makes car even stronger. But he decides to pop up as he hears the footsteps instead of letting the Party Astronauts, you know, try and hunt him down and then have a bit of an advantage potentially. So yeah, you're gonna see it here. I think he just heard that jump and the footsteps as well, and it doesn't pan out for him at all. So Party Astronauts win their force buy, and wouldn't you know it, Energy are gonna go for a force buy of their own. George has the AK, 4 pistols around it, and they're gonna take early space into the tunnels.
I mean, definitely a tough decision, but George trusting in his aim so much is understandable there. Just can't get away with anything but giving the hero AK in the next to try and work with whatever he can open up for the team. We'll see if that's faith well placed here in this go around. Much slower approach to this round. Last time we saw just OC flying into the action there as soon as possible. This time, a more measured approach as Party Astronauts figure out a way to punish the hyper aggression.
If this is a fake to be, it's really effective, especially considering the Party Astronauts have 3 players in that direction. Usually you have the mid player a little more available to have a peek and get information, but now with Fang so far back onto scaffolding, they're going to have no idea this is coming in. OG Wizard hits a ripper of a shot onto Hex, though. That'll help settle things down, but it will not be able to deny a bomb plant. Nitro's making sure of that. He gets one almost the second as well. OG Wizard lucky to be alive, and there indeed is that plant. George has the AK, which can be very potent, and Breeze very close here. They're going to overlook him. He gets into the smoke, but Fang actually, I think it was through the smoke as well, or around the edge of it, going to get him back. George gets the 2K, though, with the AK, and we're down to a 1v1. Oh, my goodness. I can't believe George pulls that off, and now he's going to try and secure the clutch up against the Wizard, the OG Wizard. Taps the bomb, and I think it's over. Yeah, he doesn't have time. So George is going to win this one off of time. OG Wizard can't get it done. And George, will he get the frag? No, but the bomb's going to take care of business, perhaps even on both of them. Nope, George gets away in time. So OG Wizard is gone, and NRG win their force buy to make it 2-1.
Oh, man. And there's that quick redemption from George there, giving him an opportunity
This
to
was
work
crazy.
with. Look at this as well. Straight through the smoke. It's a trade back and forth, but Breeze getting one while blind through the smoke is so massive. Round defining. And no chance to work throughout that situation for OG Wizard.
You know, oftentimes, Cole, like the comms can get messy in that situation if you're the party astronauts. But Fang, it was very clear. Like there's someone behind us. He turns around, he takes care of those, and it could have got even more dangerous. Anyway, we're going into the B side here with the NRG folks, and there's going to be Hex getting an opener after Viz finds one as well. OG Wizard trying to find a connection, something damage, but I mean the B side's been effectively taken.
Struggling to land anything now that the utility is put into play. They were able to get that down before. So now this is where things become so much more difficult. It's a nice flank from Fang, but there's also flanking players coming through, and this actually forces Finley forward instead of holding back. Fang now in a clutch situation here. Put this one to the point of no return there. That Molly does not allow for any escape. Fang does give it a pretty hefty go, but not going to happen. And NRG finally forcing party astronauts with a win like this to kind of wave the white flag and probably call this one a day here in terms of the force by wars.
Yeah,
back and forth.
You got to stop here because maybe if NRG survives only one player, you can be like, send it again. But even then, it's still a risk because then you're getting into dangerous territory of never actually having a proper buy-up until it's too late. So party astronauts, oh my goodness. Gonna try and settle things down here with a stack towards the A site, but OC gets absolutely everyone. Maybe the ace for OC. It is! All 5 going OC's way. 4-1 for NRG. Oftentimes you get overwhelmed by those pistols in that situation, but OC is just on the money today.
Yeah, OC just taking the modern age Opper in CS2 role there and just using the rifle,
Yes.
it seems. And he's been doing so fantastic with it all day. I mean, he just hasn't really been missing a beat so far. Been incredibly impressed with his rifle work here. And that is definitely something you'll be happy to lean on here, no matter what the case is for NRG.
I mean, OC was doing it before CS2, right? I think he was one of the first who was very, well, at least in North America, that was very able and willing to go to that rifle very frequently. Him and Safe, I think, were very dynamic in that regard, way back in the day when it was extra salt for OC and Safe on Pain. Anyway, back into this round. 1:21 on the clock. Fang, thing movement, it doesn't work. Hex gets both of them. They were trying to go for a flank there, and it just does not happen at all. 5v3 in favor of NRG.
Just more advantages. Going right into the default to your head first. There's so much control that you now have here. Lower as well. It is watched by George just at the right time, though. A difference maker there. That HE's a little too deep as well. There's still 2 defenders ready to go, though. And it doesn't matter. Breeze got them both. Oh
That's
my
crazy.
God. He got the player on catwalk behind him. That is unreasonable. And NRG continuing with this dominance and performance here. They just seem unstoppable.
Oh, man, I mean, I like the idea there for the party astronauts trying to slip into that smoke and then come around the edge of it to get a flank, but it's just too aware. Yeah, that's beautiful. Too much awareness there, and Breeze with a little flick of the wrist. Spray control coming through, and NRG get a 5th. There's nothing really for the party astronauts that they can celebrate just yet. It's continued on the same way as it did on Inferno, with NRG looking comfortable, confident, and fragging out. George, spam there. Oh, Fang actually gets one, but OC very quick to respond. Infinite's in a great spot to punish as well. Gets one, but only one. There's lots of damage being done, and yeah, this could very well shift in the party astronaut's favor, but unfortunately for Viz, he doesn't get the second, and that leaves OG Wizard on an island with only a USP, and OC's waiting for him to cross into his crosshairs, and that will do it. 6-1 for NRG as they take the anti-eco.
Got some important trades there that were necessary to be found. In a position to do some good damage, but getting cut off there eventually. Rally strikes there, and it's forced to lock in there for NRG in the late round. Won't let too much slide out of control. There's OC starting it off well. I mean, right onto OG Wizard. to kick off this round. And the last thing you want as you get guns back out again is to have to deal with a 4v5.
Yeah, and right out of the gate, right? as soon as they start to go for a fight, there's OC getting an immediate frag. He's up to 11. I mean, I think he's already hit his check mark. We might have missed that, but absolutely, OC getting the PrizePicks check mark here. 8th round of play. Already a 5v3. Viz, ooh, spotted. Yeah. Infinite. Could get it on a flank here. He does, and Viz is the one to take care of business. So good coordination there from the party astronauts to get 1, but they still have 4 more to take care of. And, well, that's not a great start to it. Viz immediately gets dropped down to dirt as soon as he pokes his head around Cat. Infinite and Fang might just call this off. I don't really see a world where they're able to get much done, and they need to keep their guns in play because their economy is just that poor. And you look on the other side, you got 2 players at above 10K for NRG, so they can absolutely hunt. And I feel like they're kind of postured to get a move on here as the bomb is going to be imminently detonating. And these players are not safe for PA.
Not safe at all. They're getting boxed in now. Infinite getting chased down. Does step out, but the trade is instant. You don't get to breathe at all. They check the corner there, Breeze. Unbelievable diligence being done by him. Nothing held on to either, so worst case scenario there, only a single kill given, and in return 2 taken back there for party astronauts. And again, I was a little concerned with this map pick, but you know, win rate wise, I think they've been putting a lot of improvements that aren't going to show up in the win rate during some of the time off that they've had. And there you have it, as you mentioned, OC with the PrizePicks check mark for more than 31.5. Great look rolling through here for him. Guy's been playing incredible. This is definitely a confident OC that NRG we're hoping to see today.
Absolutely. Well, time for the party astronauts to make some noise. Need to see something. Maybe it won't be in this round, but certainly the follow-up when they got a full buyout back in their hands. NRG at mid-control. Couple of players stacked up on Cat here for the party astronauts with a 3rd watching from the distance. Good flashbang toss. They get 1. Can they get the 2nd as well? If you get George, there's a chance. They do find OC and George. Great nade toss. Infinite getting hexed. This is not the round we expected party astronauts to pull off, but they might be able to do it here. Nitro, the last one standing, does not have bomb control. Tosses the nade in. It'll do some damage to Fang. Makes him a softer target. Nitro, oh, doesn't flick down in time, and Fang is the one to get the 2K. Finally, the party astronauts get themselves back on the board with a 2nd round.
Been having to do it on these lesser weaponry investments as well to get the job done. Couple of force buys being closed out, picking up those rifles and doing some excellent work with it. So fantastic look in the like half buy in those tough economy situations. They just got to turn it into rounds converted when the guns are out. It's going to be the bigger point. See what they're able to do here. Looking to show no respect, running through the smoke, the utility, the flashes are well strung together, but there's so many defenders. The flashes continue to be putting pressure on them though.
Wow.
It's so many flashes, they cannot see a thing. The trades are effective and the B site cracked open in a 2v2. In a 2v2 on the B side, you'll take that any day of the week here. We know how hard it is to crack through this side of the map.
Yeah, and party astronauts still can't decide where they want to go. They're slowly approaching in from the tunnels, but every step they take is going to be in times ticking off that bomb. And Bree still has the Molotov to use. It's the last piece. Oh, he throws it in the wrong direction. Unbeknownst to him, PA is actually coming from tunnels. That could have been the difference maker. Now he spots them, so he can communicate that to Nitro. It should still be fine, and it absolutely is. Nitro getting Ben, and now OG Wizard finding one. OG Wizard, no! Nitro will close in on him. And even if he gets that, I don't think he has time to get the defusal, as NRG find themselves in 8th. And that's going to be a little problematic for the economy of the Party Astronauts. Right here, I mean, Viz staying alive throughout all that chaos and getting 2 is actually pretty impressive with the util barrage that was coming in from the NRG side. And, I mean, flashbangs everywhere. But at the end of it, like you mentioned, when you get control of the B site, even with an even number situation, it's still exceptionally difficult for the CTs to get back in.
That's everything you can ask for. The game plan going right for the side of NRG, showing what they have on that B side. Execute after a round that kind of goes in the wrong direction, and then being able to bounce back like that, using effective utility, being able to bring out like a nice little pocket B execute strat. They're showing a little bit of depth now at this point with how good those flashes are. You know, that's something they've been working on for quite some time here. Ready to put it on display, but again, these half-buy rounds have been decent for PA. It's been how they've gotten on the board so far for their 2 rounds. Those MP9s with the lesser weaponry, they managed to make it work. Infinite will follow up in that department.
Oh, I like the idea there from the Party Astronauts. Flashbang thrown, Fang tries to come around, but the flash did nothing. Viz manages to still get a frag, but Ben Leet disappearing here makes it another 2v2 scenario. Problem is for NRG this time is they actually lost the bomb towards mid, so advantage PA. Hex swinging around. Ooh, doesn't spot the timing there on the player top mid, but they're playing pretty effectively to maybe take this top mid fight. No, Infinite gets the headshot onto Hex, and I think Viz spotted out George. He absolutely did. George still gets 1. George makes it down to a 1v1. Infinite is a headshot away from losing the round. There's the smoke toss from George. 20 seconds left. He goes to the op instead. Makes sense. He hit 1 shot there, and it's done. Infinite doesn't have to challenge here. He'll still spam some shots through the smoke. And again, as you mentioned, Cole, Party Astronauts winning these scrappy buy-ups. It's their 3rd on the board.
They gotta make do with what they can, especially with Ben Leet finding that impact with the MP9, and then this extra dink on a George ends up mattering a lot. You know, he's forced to play in a bit of an uncomfortable clutch with only 12 HP, so a lot of impact there from Ben Leet trying to get these guys back into shape. On an individual front, some nice holding coming through as well in the clutch. But again, as soon as you get in the right direction, it's OC finds another pick on the cross, and Hex will follow it up, and it's a 5v3, so the struggle to string rounds together seems to continue.
Ay. They cannot get 2 in a row, Cole. Molotov gonna get tossed by NRG. Look, it's not over yet. I shouldn't talk that way, but it feels like it, and now even more so. Nitro gonna get that headshot onto Viz through the smoke. Hexed. I mean, it's just, yeah, they're falling apart, and that'll do it. Hex finds the last one on to Ben Leet. It is all roses for NRG as they take a 9-3 lead into the second half.
Yeah, kind of feeling like 1 step forward on those half buys and then 2 steps back in the next start of the rounds. And that's maybe a credit to the NRG game plan. Obviously, you know, a credit to OC for every round lost, besides, I guess, that B execute round. In the very next, he got a pick on the cross. So that's obviously like a huge luxury to have in your department, is to be able to have those opening picks that aren't often given. But, oh my god!
What?
Oh my god, he's jump spotting. He thought he was safe. That's so that they don't push lower, don't push up middle, and he ends up dying for it. Playing the safe game here. But you can't play safe up against George's aim.
No.
He's too precise here.
No.
He steps in for 3 kills. His teammate flies through the smoke and flanking up middle. There's not a chance in this world. There's no room to breathe here for the astronauts.
Dude, this is the George difference right here. I mean, it's unbelievable how much he's impacted this roster in his brief time part of it. And right there, I mean, beautiful setup, by the way, from the flashbang. We can't take anything away from that, but he has the finishing touch on every single frag. And then the reinforcements arrive, collapsing on the last 2 Party Astronauts. And it's going to be 10-3. No bomb plant. No force buy. meaning that unless things go absolutely perfectly for PA, this is going to be an 11th on the board for NRG, and they'll be 2 rounds away from securing this series.
Be another best of 3 series versus tough competition where they just don't miss a beat, don't lose a map. And that would be a lot of series in a row for them here, stretching from that frag 18 victory on land, transferring it into online results here. But I guess, again, no guarantees getting past this round here. These have been a silver lining in Dust 2 for them. And a 5v4 post plant operated here. There's a interesting position towards long right now. A late lurk looking to activate, but I think Fang's really got to press the trigger on this one here because, yeah, his teammate, they're all falling. Fang gonna look to late activate here, but with a Glock and long here, maybe the last weapon you would like for the job. It will be leveled out.
Nitro gets the M4 off the ground. That'll do it. I mean, a bomb plant's not that bad for PA given the circumstances. They didn't invest into the rounds, and there's $600 that'll be added to their bank accounts, so that's great news. But outside of that, it's still 11-3. Like you can't ignore that.
I think for us here with the lifelines at this point here, I think the pop shot there rolling off there from OG Wizard, giving him a little bit of revenge for what he and his teammates took in that first half. But there's a whole lot more shell to get off to put down George here. He's still sticking around here, still tanking.
Four players for PA charging up towards Cat. Feels like A will be their final destination. They do have the lurk of Viz in upper tunnels. He's done a decent job of at least keeping 2 energy players on B. And the A hold is largely reliant on what OC can do here, who's been excellent with the rifle. 54 seconds left. Here comes the smoke.
It's challenging as well to hold off this A side with the rifle, so this is going to be a tough task here for some of the A side defenders, but we'll see if they're up to it here. As OC says, absolutely, I don't need an op to help out on this A side defense. I can keep up with the rifle. Your 2 picks before the trades eventually do come through. Benleet and Fang fighting their way on into this bomb site, so some relief offered up by Party Astronauts here in a crucial fashion. 3v3 now to operate in, and a real chance to make this round work. So rotates have to come through CT spawn instead of catwalk. The bomb planted for catwalk as well, so some good positions to find yourself in.
It's a nice smoke from George. And he gets the headshot onto OG Wizard. Here they come. NRG trying to storm through this site and secure the 12th round. Ben Lead swinging around. Can't do anything. Fang looking to refight from Cat, but it's too late. The bomb's going to get defused here. And George gets the headshot through the smoke as Fang was trying to do the same onto the bomb diffuser. 12-3. Beautiful retake from NRG. And a bit of a problem in the util there for the Party Astronauts. They threw a Molotov into CT, but it nicked the edge of the smoke and didn't bloom, allowing George to get through completely nonplussed, right? So he gets in there, gets the headshot, and also throws a perfect smoke to kind of force PA past that choke point at Cat. Really well done, and he gets a well-deserved PrizePicks checkmark for more than 31.5 frags. They got 9 opportunities to close this one out.
Gosh, that's a prime example of what can go right, will go right for NRG as well. So good in the late rounds. More challenges here for the opposite end of things, and there's an opening pick to start things off for George. Just got the PrizePicks check mark and looking to extend it to a 2-0 and another grand final for this NRG squad. OC finally missing with the AWP though. Bit of a tough shot ahead, but shake that one off there. set their focus on this A-side defense, in which this catwalk scale feels a little underwhelming without utility. We'll see if they can fire it up with the firepower there. Viz says absolutely,
no!
But Nitro lines up a multi there. The collateral A1S headshot helps out big time. Great flash setup as well inside the window for the kills. They can't see a thing, and George will capitalize every step of the way. It's the new guy for NRG getting the job done and sealing the deal.
5th straight grand final berth for NRG in the NA Revival series. Wow, that is unbelievable, and in dominant fashion to boot. 13-5 on Inferno, 13-3 on Dust 2, where it felt like even when the party astronauts did something right by getting the bomb planted or cracking through in an unexpected fashion, NRG were right there to just break them apart, take them apart. Everything was fantastic for them. I don't know, Cole. I mean, it feels like right now NRG are the team to beat in North America as a whole.
I think so. I mean, that's what things have continued to look like here. And as we've highlighted, as every win and as every deep run comes through from this NRG squad, it's more and more convincing that, we're going to have to see some of these other teams, especially in this offseason, put some work in to try and get back into that form there. And if you're NRG, you're going to be sitting pretty knowing that you have the best availability to be putting in that work. Because we know if you're an M80 or a wild card here, some of those players on player break, it's tough to get those reps in. So, I mean, I'm just so impressed with what NRG's been putting together here. And I think the George move obviously was a slam dunk from how they've looked before to how they look now.
Absolutely. And I mean, Automatic wasn't necessarily playing like super poorly, and I felt like he was aware of the fact he needed to improve his game, but they saw the opportunity to get George, and I mean, like you said, I think that was a brilliant move. Great scouting again. I mean, not that he was a player that was sitting in the shadows. He was definitely making a name for himself. It's just a great pickup in general there for NRG. We're looking at the numbers here. Party astronauts, unfortunately for them, no one hitting that PrizePicks frag estimate. Even Fang had a tough day. After yesterday, I thought he would be able to put up the numbers against NRG, but I mean, it wasn't just him that was struggling. The whole squad couldn't really get it together, and NRG are just that good right now. I think it's as simple as that.
I'm right there with you. I think it is as simple as that we're seeing so much strength come through from this NRG squad. As we could take a look, and the new guy on the block there for George, reaching the PrizePicks estimated kills total. I think actually Nitro in that last round.
Yeah, he got it. Yeah,
the last round there, that collateral headshot that he got, put him over the line there, and got him to the PrizePicks estimated kill total. So credit to him. I mean, Hex had a much better Dust too, but there's nothing to complain about when you look at the top of your score line and see the victory. So just full team effort. This is one of the strong signs that I've talked about for NRG, but it feels like roll for roll here. This roster continues to put out great players, and that's been the difference maker, I think, for this team in a big way.
all the cogs fitting together nicely here for NRG. And well, we're going to take a quick break, guys. NRG, of course, are going to head into that grand final. Party astronauts are gone. Before we do, we want to say some thank yous, of course. And one of those belong to PrizePicks for sponsoring the NA Revival series. Thank you so much to them. They are offering that the best of North American Counter-Strike players are competing right now, and you can win real money while watching them play. Join PrizePicks to get in on the action. It is super easy to get started. All you have to do is select 2 or more players and choose more or less on their stat projections to build your lineup. Then sit back and watch your lineup stats rack up. For a limited time, click the link on the panel below or use code REVIVAL when making an account and playing a $5 lineup to receive $50 whether you win or lose. It's a guaranteed win for all new PrizePicks users. Thank you again to PrizePicks for partnering with Complexity and Mythic League to host the NA Revival Series. The PrizePicks NA Revival Series is also partnered with Mythic League. Players are always asking for a premier solo queue matchmaking experience without cheaters, and Mythic League has been providing this for over 6 years and is now free to play for FACEIT ranks 1 to 5 in the Silver Division. All players are required to have and use their microphone. The support staff is always available to help out in Discord for live matches, and Smurf accounts, they're gone swiftly. Additionally, there is $5,000 in monthly prizes available for subscribers throughout all divisions. Give Mythic League a try today and use code ML50 for 50% off your first subscription of 1, 3, or 6 months, guys. We are now going to hit that break. When we come back, we'll have the second series between the Timbermen and Nouns.
Over 20 years of complexity. It's hard to believe it's been this long. Buying the team back this year was a full circle moment for us. Of course, nothing would be possible without all the players, past and present, who've represented us from the old logo to the new, and maybe back again. Not to mention the ones behind the scenes who've kept the gears turning all these years. But most importantly, I want to say thank you to the fans. We wouldn't be Complexity without you. Thank you for standing by us. We'll continue to stand by you and the North American scene. You'll always be our home.
to another flow. Get it poppin', put it.
Over 20 years of complexity. It's hard to believe it's been this long. Buying the team back this year was a full circle moment for us. Of course, nothing would be possible without all the players, past and present, who've represented us from the old logo to the new, and maybe back again. Not to mention the ones behind the scenes who've kept the gears turning all these years. But most importantly, I want to say thank you to the fans. We wouldn't be Complexity without you. Thank you for standing by us. We'll continue to stand by you and the North American scene. You'll always be our home.
We're back here with the PrizePicks NA Revival Series number 5. The final semifinal matchup is coming at you. It'll be between Nouns and Timbermen. And man, both teams were pretty dominant yesterday, but Timbermen were on another level up against Boss. Although Boss were a little hindered by the fact that Fruit Cup was having a ton of computer issues, still, it was crazy how well Timbermen played.
Yeah, they sure did take every advantage that they could in that kind of frustrating field that Boss were laying in. But there's no question the competition, I think, not going to be as easy to blow over today for Timberman. I hope to get a couple of those like role questions that we were asking answered here as well with some more rounds for both halves, potentially with a little bit more back and forth in this best of 3. But, again, you're looking at two teams with some history here, with some grudges that are being held here. So no matter what the case is here, when Timberman and Nouns play up against each other, it's going to be electric.
Yeah, we're going to check out the bracket here again. And as you guys just saw, NRG taking care of business against the Party Astronauts, kind of in similar fashion to the way Timbermen dealt with Boss yesterday. And that leads them to a grand final berth. And now we decide who will face off against them. Are we going to get a rematch, potentially, of NA Revival Series number 4, where Nouns actually took the crown from NRG? Or can the Timbermen make their first ever grand final here at a Revival Series? And honestly, it feels like the latter could happen with the way the Timbermen are playing right now.
Yeah, I mean, semifinals has been the end of their campaign and so many in the past as
Yeah.
well. They're so good at getting past these first rounds. The semis is where the competition gets a little more stiff. And despite all of the trials and tribulations this roster's gone under over the last couple of months, what we just saw yesterday, it feels like maybe the turning of the corner here for a team that's going to look to be on the up and up as opposed to dealing with these constant gut punches of roster changes of like people leaving the team here, this core that's been together for so long, finally getting those adjustments. So I
Yeah.
do think this is a golden opportunity, especially with Carson looking as good as he did yesterday, for him to even further say, hey, this is a matchup that I want to prove that Nouns made a
Yes.
mistake here, right? That's the key detail here. So a lot of
Absolutely.
motivation for Carson in this matchup as well.
Let's jump into that. With that, let's jump into the Prize Picks analyst segment, guys, and talk more about this noun squad. Obviously, Carson was cut from the team. Peeping and Nix are the newest additions, and I mean, they've been incredible, right? Both these guys have been leading the squad in terms of their rating. I think they're sitting around 1.26 or in the 1.2 area on both sides. So for me, immediately, those two are my picks as players that could stand out and make a big difference here.
Yeah, I mean, there's no question about it there. I mean, I think that Peeping obviously is a player that we've seen step into this. I think more and more trust is given to this guy with every team that he joins. He's finding himself in more important positions. And as that continues forward here, it's always interesting to see how he's going to fare up. But every step of the way, he's been passing the test. But on the other side of things, the other new guy here, Nick X, who I think is very much the report, like kind of surprised me in the way that he's been able to perform on a consistent basis here so far for Nouns. I thought this guy was going to be, maybe a short-term trial. Let's give him an opportunity here to show what he's made of. That last revival series was the prime example of why you trust in
Yeah.
some of this younger talent, because he led them to a victory there in terms of the individual performance. Just in those late stage game moments there, he just consistently was popping off there. And I did not expect that at all from a player as inexperienced as Nick X is at this level of competition. He ended shortly behind Junior, who was also playing very good, but he had a 1.33 rating in a revival series number 4. So that just goes to show that this guy could be the man for Nouns that they're hoping that he can be.
Yeah, did he make a point, by the way, about being called Nix or Nick X? I just want to check because I'm actually curious if he has a
The I
preference.
I called him Nick X when he was on a roster with
Okay.
another player called Nix. I think that was the old lag
Ah,
roster. So
yes, I
he had
remember
a
now.
teammate called Nix, and he wanted to be called Nick X. So that was the reason. I'm not sure if that was just because of the teammate that he had in particular, if that's more
Okay.
of a
You know
long-term
what?
thing. But yeah,
I'm sorry, Nick. I'm sorry. I'm going with Knicks, man. Like it's just
that's fine.
that's
That's
just
fine.
gonna flow. I apologize to him, but that's just the way it's gonna go for us here. That said, Junior, you mentioned him on the tail end there. I think Junior is such a strong player. He's been one of the most consistent players on the roster, always available for that AW with that AWP. A solid pick as well. I would say to have those 29.5 frags over the first two maps. Let's switch gears now and talk about the Timbermen. Man, Carson yesterday was on an absolute ripper of a map and series. Like it was unbelievable. When I talk about map, because Mirage was ridiculous, and then Ancient, he continued his hot form. Dare as well, very solid. Dia had an incredible series. I think like every single one of them came together in a way that we just did not expect at all, because there'd been question marks around Dia before, Carson as well, but they swapped positions for Carson. I think that's the big thing we noticed yesterday, is that he wasn't playing Palace when they went to CT side Mirage. It felt like he was taking more initial engagements. He was in his comfort zone, and it showed.
Yeah, and this is a big difference between having to play the A anchor role there and having to lock down that position versus Carson and Connector on Mirage. That's a
Yeah.
completely different story. We did get to see much of that story play out because they won so fast, but the idea was there, right? And I think we saw the results of that effectiveness. So for me, it's definitely going to continue to keep a close eye, as I do think Nouns is going to be putting up more of a fight up against this Timberman roster. So those role changes and that performance is going to come a lot more into question here. And the fact that anyone yesterday on the side of Timberman, despite how strong they were able to win, was able to pass the expectations from PrizePicks, is it just goes to show how promising of a performance. Because what did they only play, like 28 rounds in total
Yeah.
in that best of 3? So uh, the fact that they played so little rounds and had so much impact is incredible.
It really is. And I mean, with all that being said, let's jump into the veto and see what maps we're going to get here in this series. All right. Anubis picked by Timberman. I understand that being one of the less played maps for Nouns, that they go into it, even though they've only won once there. And that was against Limitless. They did compete well against NRG, so that's a good sign against a team that is comfortable on Anubis and went to overtime, losing 12-16. But it's an interesting pick. And then we go on to Nuke for Nouns, which also interesting because that's a strong point for the Timbermen. And then you end up on Mirage, the decider, which both teams have proven to be very potent on. This is a very interesting veto.
Yeah, yeah. I mean, honestly, I'm a little bit surprised with some of the picks, especially that Anubis pick. I
Yeah.
think what we're gonna see out of Timberman, I think, long term, because obviously, Mirage is coming in this decider. That's a guarantee. But um, barring that, you might see Timberman take some different directions in the veto here long term. I can imagine, given the fact that we are seeing this team go through some maybe different visions. Right, you have Carson in this roster now. I think he can give a lot of game plans, a lot of ideas that maybe Timberman weren't super comfortable on in the past. So yeah, a little bit surprising you to see some of the maps come out there, but I definitely think if you're Nouns, you're happy that you're waiting in the wing as Mirage, and you're happy that you get to kind of pick into Nuke here as well, and maybe even still like a T side start of Anubis. Like that's going to be a massive asset to a team that wins 60% of their rounds on the T side of Anubis. So that's another thing to keep a close eye on for, is that they have that luxury with the fact that Timmerman have picked it into them.
Yeah, it's going to
Well, they
be
picked CT side, I believe, so,
yeah.
at least from the graphic.
Nouns pick CT. I think it's correct. Yeah, it looks like they want to start CT side, which is interesting. I guess they want to start on their weaker side, see what they can do, and then go over to the opposing side, and hopefully, for their sake anyway, they'll be able to perform well. That's a strategy that isn't often employed, where you see the teams going to their weaker side to try and see what happens. But yeah, this is what Nouns are going to try to pull off. So we'll see how it plays out for them. I think it's a situation where if you do really well on CT side, you're like, oh man, this is fantastic. We go with a ton of confidence to our T side. We know we're great. And if you're Nouns anyway, and we'll see how that pans out. Either way, yeah, it feels like it's hard to say who will get an advantage off of this veto because both teams have had their successes on each and every one of these maps. And you might look at the Timberman stats and say, oh, those are a little bit rough. And they are, honestly, given the struggles that the Timbermen had when trying to find their new core and then going back and forth between different rosters. But now, like based on yesterday, everything's really settled in nicely. So I'm curious to see what they're going to bring to the table on Anubis in particular.
Yeah, I mean, that's again kind of stepping into unknown territory for this team here, trusting in the vision that's being created here with the new roles. And this is a roster again that we saw a little bit disappointing in that last sequence in the PrizePicks NA Revival Series number 4 had a bit of struggle. You could very clearly see that the roles weren't laid out. They didn't have that defined. But there's been quite a bit of time, a couple weeks in between those two best of threes here that they played out versus Boss and versus Party Astronauts, who eventually eliminated them. And I think you're seeing a very clear disruption here in that best of 3 in those results. A lot of improvement identified from this team that needed to show a little bit more efficiency as they seem to be kind of struggling a little bit in that sense. I'm sorry, they actually NRG eliminated them, but
Yes.
yeah, that was just a small correction.
That's all good. Yeah, so we're still waiting here, guys. I think we'll be in soon. We just have some production stuff to take care of, getting those cams on the HUD and making sure that everything is good to go in that regard. But yeah, I mean, I'm very excited to see this one. Like I said before, I think it's the first time when I've seen a very real possibility of the Timbermen making it to the grand final with how well they played yesterday, assuming, it's a big assumption, that they'll play as well as they did up against the Boss squad. But it's an entirely different beast when you're going up against Nouns, right? And one thing that's interesting is pretty much every single team that competed here in the Revival Series was at Fragadelphia 18, except for Timberman. And I talked about this yesterday. Maybe they were just trying to keep them trying to lay low, trying to keep their practice regimen under wraps, and then just explode out of the gate in the NA Revival Series. And that is exactly what we got. We'll see if, again, that happens again here today. Just checking on the updates here, Cole. And yeah, okay, we actually have another note. I think that's regarding the CT side start. So we're not sure if Nouns have actually selected CT side as their starting point. But I mean, either way, I don't know if it's going to make that much of a difference.
Yeah. I mean, I think if you're a team, you're probably wanting to start off on that T side. That's typically how things go. Especially if you watch what Timmerman did, yesterday. I think the last thing you want to do is give them a favorable side to start things off and get another monster half, because that's what they were able to do yesterday multiple times versus Boss. Situations that were past the point of recovery for the Boss camp there, and never really got in the right foot. But for me, like you said, I think Timmerman, especially watching them, I think there was a local frag that was played out in Philly for me. Watching them play there, They kind of got a like hodgepodge of players. They went underneath the Timberman banner, but still looked like, things were a little bit complicated. They ended up losing to Fisher College, which is currently a main team. They got a bunch of
Yeah, it was weird.
advanced and ECL players. I mean, I would say all of them are ECL players essentially. So it's not all that surprising, but that hodgepodge definitely felt a lot of frustration. You could see that in the
Yeah.
server. So with the situation with Shane, I think maybe taking the small step back in terms of like full focus on Counter Strike, as you mentioned yesterday, more focus on job or whatever. It is interesting. You kind of want to avoid those situations where you're playing with stand-ins. You don't want to just go into an event and get whatever five you can build together to see what you can do. Like you said, I think it's much more important to actually be able to develop and then come into another event where you're going to be at full strength, where you're going to have all of your roster ready to play, like Timberman come to in this event with, and be able to play out with those guys here, be able to play with your full squad because they looked so much better than they did at that land. They looked so much better with a little bit more time to develop Carson into this roster, and we highlighted a lot of where Carson could go after this. I think this is the best opportunity in the current landscape for him to hit the ground running with this roster, and that looks like what they're doing right now.
Yeah, and it's also an opportunity for Timmerman to show what they can bring to the table come the next season of ECL because that didn't go well for them either. Season 48 of Challenger League. Either way, we're going to have to wait a little bit longer to see if they've got what it takes to upset Nouns. So we're going to take a quick break. When we come back, guys, we'll have map number 1 between both squads. right, we're back here. We're getting that fake knife live. It doesn't matter at all. We already decided which teams are going to start on which side. And I mean, look, we're jumping into what will be an interesting pick from the Timbermen. We already talked about it. Anubis is going to be the map that they decide to play on. And if you check out the stats, I mean, the results at Fragadelphia 18, Nouns only played it one time, but it was a 13-8 win against the Party Astronauts. And then you look at the Timbermen losing against NRG in PrizePicks and Revival Series number 4. That was last time they played it. It was in overtime, but 12-16. So it was actually pretty close considering the circumstances and the way things were going for Timbermen last time around. But let's see if they can perhaps repeat some of the success they had against NRG up against Nouns. Here we go. Round number 1.
Yeah, and I mean, Party Astronauts not an easy team to take on this map. So there's got to be some confidence to be built here for the side of Nouns on this. We'll see if they're able to put it on display. They will start on that T side. So that's a little update. See what they can do here with that T side start to get some confidence rolling. It's the execution heading straight on into the dual Beretta stack already. Finding a couple of entries though for CJ and then Nick X following up off the back of it. So a little 2v2 action to kick us off here. We'll see who's going to come out on top as Junior still stepping up here in the late round. Still yet to get those numbers punched in as a quick flank looking to formulate, but Carson gets sidelined and Junior off to a hot start here, closing out in the late round.
Yeah, well done from Junior and Nix. Honestly, getting that 1-0 lead in their favor. Timeout maybe going to be called. I saw the match pause come up there, but it might have just been a brief moment that it popped up. Either way, going to see the replays here. And yeah, Junior, fantastic. The Timbermen just couldn't get anything done on the defense, and afterwards attempted retake, didn't pan out. So, and yes, also confirmed that Nouns are starting on the T side, in fact, which does make a little bit more sense. Obviously, on Anubis, you usually want to get that T side start, especially if your opponent picks, when your opponent picks into it. So that is exactly what has happened here, and you're going to see, we saw that pause. It is, in fact, a technical pause. I'm not sure what the nature of it is, but we'll try to find out soon. As we check out Rush. Is he still rocking the stash?
Yeah, he's been having the stash for the last couple of weeks. He had it last week. I think it might be
I thought it was just
November
for Movember, but he's like,
Yeah.
we're past that
But
now.
he's probably thinking it's so sweet he's got to keep it.
Yeah,
You know?
it is a pretty sweet stash, gotta say. I think it suits him.
You can trial the stash during November, see if you like it, and then
Yeah.
he realizes like, oh wait, this is kind of sweet, and then he's like, okay, I'm gonna stick with it.
Why not?
So there's there you go. It is I like it quite a bit there. It's looking fresh. And his I guess like kind of new role here,
Yeah.
long term. I think it makes a lot of sense for him to become an IGL, but been kind of waiting for that to happen. It was surprising to me, at least when they picked him up, that long term Carson kind of taking over the reins for this roster. And him stepping into that was what I thought would make the most sense. Now here for a person who's such a veteran in the scene and who's so good at setting up his teammates. He has such good ideas about how to set up his squad. I mean, that's something that former teammates, back in the day when he was playing with Complexity would always say about him.
Yeah, it was the most natural progression to IGL, honestly. Of all the players we've seen take on that IGL role recently in NA. For Rush going to get a jumping MAC-10 shot onto onto Shane. Nix gets a frag, and then Junior is going to find Carson. He did not get a TK there, of course. Diaz, the last one standing. This is straightforward. I mean, it was a full-on eco for the Timbermen, so the expected result and the money being farmed here for Nouns. That'll do it.
Walk into the stack there, but got enough firepower, good enough utility to get past it. And this is the first time Timbermen have found out what it feels like to lose 2 rounds in Revival Series number 5. So, a new position for them to be in here. Down, first of all, in a match, and also down 2 rounds. Because of that, we'll get on to the gun round here very quickly here. That's just something Timbermen always do. Remains true. They always like to get those 3rd round buys in as much as possible. And they're going to be tested pretty early on here. Up against the bonus, there's not a lot of counter utility to get past here, so the entries mean a lot, and Nick X continues to show what he does for this squad. Another one out of Nick X as he continues to tear through the competition. Incredible stuff there. a fiery kickoff here for him, and Nouns. I mean, there's really just nothing Shane can say about this one. Shane's rocking the new camera angle today. We don't get to see the skate or the snowboard anymore.
I was gonna say, like, he's trying to bring the over-the-shoulder player cam into effect here. He's trying to start a trend. We'll see if that catches on at all. Yeah, we'll get a full screen view of that. Yeah, you can see the screen. A little bit. It's kind of a
He's got some root beer on his
rough
right.
lighting. Yeah, he's got root beer on the right as well. He's really having a good time. He's got a good background, good foreground. He wants to show us everything. Shane.
The full Shane experience at this point.
You should just have 2 cams, right? Put one in the front, one in the back. You'll have everything.
You know, and you'd appreciate that ability to go above and beyond.
Yeah. Yeah. We need full 360 camera actually for all players. I want to be able to navigate it at will. See the whole room. Oh my god. 3-0 Renowns. Let's get back into it here. Timbermen, because they just had their bye up there, that was squashed. They will be going back to a half bye. A rifle is in the mix. There's an M4 and an MP9. The rest are 5.7s.
Good decision for Shane to save in that last round, so gives him something to work off of here. But a much different bit of competition that they're feeling right now here. A lot more resistance being felt up against this Noun squad here. I'd have made some big changes. Highlighted, you know, Carson obviously hopping into this team as a adjustment, but then, you know, on the other end of things, you got peeping on the squad of Nouns, so there's just so much back and forth here between these two teams. They look to battle it out through the E-box side of things. It's Timbermen that fight forward, but end up forced out of position. Got to be knocked out of this round here very quickly, so numbers punched in at this point, and a tough recovery effort here from Carson and Dia. Nice attempt from Carson on the flank, but can't get away with anything in the end.
Yeah, I think there's one thing that becomes maybe a bit of an issue when you blow out a team so substantially as the Timbermen did yesterday. Sometimes you have some overconfidence that comes through, and you feel like, oh, we can make these aggressive plays, we can win these fights, but you know, obviously Nouns is an entirely different beast, and they're already showing that here with some pretty dominant victories in the early goings. Dia's going to try for something. He doesn't have to. Maybe he's just going to try and keep them on the site. And actually, if the bomb explodes, that could be enough, but it won't. Junior and CJ will survive, and that will make it 4-0 for Nouns.
Definitely, I mean, competition here, you would say, for Boss was pretty steep here. Boss had their number in the last couple of best of threes as well, so that's something to come through. But it's also a different day, you know. If they were playing those best of threes like you do on semifinals and finals day, it could have been a different story here. But the fact that you're having to go up against them here at a different day, you know, sometimes that feeling of confidence doesn't even linger into the next, right? You're hitting everything and you know what went right for you, but now trying to replicate that success here. You're off to a difficult start. Nick X continuing to train his teammates so effectively here as they go into this B bomb site again. Site captured, man advantage maintained. An attempt with the HEs, but nothing really connecting.
Man.
And I think there's going to be a pretty quick decision to be made here about calling it off. And yeah, that's exactly what they do. Gonna go and call it a day here with the save.
Nouns are just bullying them on the B site right now. That is ridiculous. And I mean, Nick's leading the charge more often than not. He's got 7 frags on the board, leading his team and the server in that category. And I mean, they're still blanking a Timberman squad that we were pretty pumped up to see here today. Given the performance, utility, everything was on point yesterday. This time, not that it isn't, it's just that Nouns are executing so well, and they're so well timed as well in terms of the spacing they're coming through with on these executes, that even when Timbermen do find a frag, there's a trade right there, and they can't really get any momentum going. And this is a great example. Look, like, I mean, Dare was in a spot where he gets one, but there's just so many bodies coming in his direction that he doesn't have enough time to react to find a follow-up.
It's, I mean, pretty similar to what they did at the start of that first gun round as well, missing out on that utility. Went very quick towards that A side, and they've been able to take control fully of both sides of the map on this D side, which is a huge problem at the moment. Looking to regain some of that control here, Scarson. Forward facing towards that A side on the anchoring. Meanwhile, more patience being put on display now for the side of Nouns. They won't go as quickly as they did. So a nice tempo change, and I think at the right time to slow things down here for Rush and the rest of Nouns.
Nade lands right at Dare's feet, taking him down to 55. Another one sails through, and he does dodge that one, but not enough to avoid damage, so he's below half health. Nouns still have a nade available to them, and they are setting up to pincer in towards this B site again. It's pretty much an identical play. This time, Timbermen have 3 players there, but I don't know. They're all kind of bunched together. Not the best setup, and Peeping gets an opener. In fact, on the other side of the map, Dia could fall as well, and he does. He doesn't even find the frag on Peeping, which he absolutely has no excuse not to. Junior gets tagged down to 16 HP, but that's actually not that bad of a situation, because yes, you have 3 low players now. Finally, Dare is going to find Rush. You still have the man advantage. Peeping, waiting around the corner from E-Box. And he'll be an important piece coming through here. Shane does manage to take out Junior. 3v3. Now the trades are coming through back and forth. They go once more, and the edge is gained by Nouns. Dare, the last one standing. Peeping's low, so this is a winnable situation. You have to imagine he's going to try going for it, but if you recall, of course, he was on the receiving end of 2 nades earlier in the round. Next to E-Box. Dare, moving in. They're tucked around corners, our Nouns. They don't want to take any unnecessary risks, so that forces Dare to hunt them out. And this is a perfect post-plant setup. I mean, you couldn't ask for more from Nouns, because Dare, not only does he need to get 2 frags, he also needs to defuse that bomb, and he can't even get 1 frag. Peeping takes care of business. Nouns stay perfect.
I'm not going to let things slip at all. They're flawless from Peeping. Covers the flank, gets the second as well. I mean, so much impact here out of a player that we've highlighted can be so incredibly smart, then plays to the post plant as perfect as you can be. Locks in a massive win for the side of Nouns, and a little bit of the taste of your own medicine here from the side of Nouns, giving them the Timberman treatment. This is brutal stuff. When do you find a way to slow them down?
I have to imagine it's going to happen soon, but like everything that was great yesterday isn't today, right? Like Carson looks a little shaky. He was kind of splitting the difference earlier in terms of target acquisition. Dia also not sharp. So hopefully that will start working out for them, but you got to imagine the alarm bells might be going off for the Timbermen. Peeping, and throw a nade in here towards A main. Dia is going to get connected on again, down to 42 HP. Still no frags to speak of, and we're going below the minute mark. Dare's got a beat on one. He does get it, but in the meantime, Peeping found Carson, which opens up some space in towards A. Snav. Oh, Snav could have an advantage here as he's coming up. 2 players lined up for him. One setting up Util. There's the lineup, and he knocks him down. Nyx and CJ have been eliminated. Peeping trying to get a response quickly here. A good flashbang thrown, but no frag to speak of. Timbermen wisely back off, and this could be their first round.
Should be there at the hands of Snav. Peeping trying to fight his way through this one. His teammate gets plucked out through the smoke there. So does he shortly thereafter. So not lingering for too long there. Timbermen finally activate, finally on the board here on this defense. And I think just about in time. Getting on the board there like that. It's the CT side of Anubis, so you don't need the most dominant scoreline, but making sure that the momentum slows down just a tad here is crucial, and finally being able to achieve that much there for the side of Timmerman is a great turnaround point. It is interesting, though, you know, again, like looking at some of the positions, now Carson on this map, A-anchoring, instead of playing towards middle, which you would kind of expect if those roles had carried over from yesterday. So there's like a slight difference in what we were kind of expecting as well.
Yeah. And I
Playing
mean,
more as a rotator here yesterday, kind of floating around the map, but that's still in Snav's position here.
I'm curious to see, like, I liked the adjustments we saw from Carson's positioning yesterday, so hopefully they'll eventually make it here. But you see the difference. It's like, it's an entirely different squad without Carson, you know, taking those opening duels and being more active in the opening moments of the round. We'll see if the Timbermen can string two together. Nick's going out here towards double doors at mid. They're waiting for him, a couple of players. He plays it right timing-wise, and he will get the opener onto Snav. Sees the second player too, goes for some spam. Carson actually managed to connect on one, dare another, peeping, strikes back, and finally the edge is gained by the Timbermen as Shane gets the 2K spray down, and Dia wraps up the round with an op frag. There is the second in a row for the Timbermen.
To capture it there despite getting opened up on. Nick X striking there on the Snav early, but the recovery is quick, and Carson just as familiar with that position and what he needs to do there to fight back and regain control. Will do just that. So not panicking at all, getting on the board here, studying themselves on the defense. And again, just at the right time here in this matchup, just at the right time in this map. Oh, not letting Nouns run away with this first half is so crucial here, and being able to establish that much here now.
Just checking out the cams here. As a bit of a timeout's been called. Nice recovery potentially coming through here from the Timbermen after losing the first 6 in a row here on Anubis. Like you mentioned, it doesn't take much on CT side to get yourselves a little bit of something going. And then they go on to their T side, which they also have a significant margin between their CT round win percentage, which is sitting at 42.6, and their T round win percentage at 55.3. I mean, not as high, of course, as Nouns, but still, it's the Anubis effect there.
I mean, yet to also crack through that kind of economy as well here for the side of Timberman. They still have more gun rounds to fight through, even though this one includes an MP9 in the mix. A fast-paced play towards B, that mobility can go a long way. Concession of this E-box control, but the man advantage is established by Dia.
What a shot from Dia onto Peeping. I mean, just because they have the man advantage, it doesn't really seem to mean much because the A side's kind of been given up. Now Dia's going for another shot here, but in the meantime, Rush has managed to find one for his team to even out the numbers. And again, you know, the economic footing isn't exactly great here for the Timbermen, so they do need to be careful. Certainly enough to justify a poke and a prod. And the problem is, every time they're getting one, they're immediately getting traded out. Snap goes out. Is there a trade again here? No. Okay, yes. Dia does actually manage to come through with the AWP. 2v2 turned into a 2v1 in favor of Nouns. Miss no scope from Dia. Pulls up the dualies, gets one. Oh, can't find the second though. And the IGL Rush takes care of business to give Nouns a 7th.
Yeah, and clutches like that right there. One of the biggest part about Rush's games, or one of the biggest benefits you get. So confident, so composed in these sort of late round post plant situations. That's why, I mean, one of the biggest reasons here, not only does he oftentimes have a lot of, like, people have a lot of positive things to say about him, about the, like, intangibles here, about how he sets up his team, but also, like, his ability to clutch up rounds as well, close out rounds, is always fantastic alongside that, so there's so much more to his game there that makes him feel like a natural leader for this team. And
Yeah.
again, I think he's making a great step in the right direction here. As nice trade on offer there from the IGL as well. Nice 1-for-1 to keep things nice and contained here.
It's great usage of the Molotovs as well. Kind of keeping Carson hemmed in and allowing them to get the bomb planted. Eventually, Carson's going to come around here, but both Heaven and outside of camera are being watched by Nouns. So, as Timbermen group up here, try to get control of this site. It's not going to be easy. There it is for Nouns. 3 in a row, leaving only Dare standing up against Junior and Rush now. And, well, Dare is eliminated by Junior, who found his 8th frag of the round, or excuse me, of the map there. And speaking of 8, that's what Nouns have as well as a total. This is
8's
looking
all
great.
around.
Yeah.
They'll take themselves right back into the swing of things here. Giving over a couple in a row, but being able to constantly apply that pressure. I think, again, just a lot of T-side tempo changes. We've seen some faster paced plays work out well. We've seen the ability of peeping to, you know, hold off against this A aggression here, slow the round down, work out wonderful for them. So you're seeing just a lot of different ways to win for this T-side of Nouns. And for Timberman, you're starting to panic a little bit on your map pick. I think Mirage could be an exciting prospect, but you definitely want to be able to close your map pick, and that's first things first here as the speed up now comes through. And the blasting into the B bomb side. I mean, you highlighted it earlier, but the bullying of this B side of the map is now going to continue.
Yeah, I mean, the only real problems that Nouns have had is when they go to A. So B has been absolutely picture perfect, and it continues to be so here. Dia and Snav might just want to walk away with the util and the pistols, and even the body armor for Snav, because there's little chance of anything else happening on the site itself, and that's exactly what will come to fruition. So 9-2 in favor of Nouns. They're looking to hit double digits on this T side, which, I mean, yes, Anubis is T-sided, but 10 rounds is quite impressive from any team. Nyx could go down here if he doesn't clear the right corner. And he absolutely clears it. It'll also take some damage, but he's not too fussed by it. The AK wins out, and Dia will continue hiding along here. Over in T-spawn. Footsteps heard. Comes around. Can't get it! He will get fragged by Nyx. That'll do it for anything saved over from the Timbermen. Not really that big of a deal, though, because they were saving for a buy-up anyway, right?
Yeah, we're saving up for the last round of play here, so.
Yeah.
The scoreline, though, is kind of a concern on the other end of things. Finding yourself in this much of a deficit is not easy to pull back from. Even though this map can lend itself to the T-side, even though we've seen such great T-sides already out of this team. You got the best 3 rounds here. Means you got to play some flawless Counter-Strike up next half. They've shown the ability to play flawless CS, but not the same day. It's a different day here in CJ. Just continue to put some damage down range.
Pressure, though, they're applying with the util from Nouns. It's ridiculous. Like, Shane couldn't hold that angle. He had to fall back because there were nades, incendiaries, Molotovs, everything. And then Nyx around the edge of the smoke, spots out there, almost gets the second on Shane, who trades him out, but it doesn't matter. Rush is right there to keep putting the hurt on. Another 2K for the IGL. Dia, the last one standing with the AWP, but it feels like 10 is a foregone conclusion for Nouns in a dominant first half of action.
Just so impressive here, man. They're putting the Bane train here from Nouns, and again, looking to give some revenge for Boss at this point in time. Dia has to fight for this one. There's a chance to make something happen, but has to get past the crosshair of Junior. Has to hope that Junior will miss. Junior comfortable on that angle, not going to let that slip. So 10 rounds, double digits in the first half here on their opponent's map pick. I think a little risky in the Veto here already for Timberman, but and that risk punished heavily by this T-side presence that I highlighted could be a problem here. This first half is going to be challenging to get through, and they're facing that challenge head on here.
Yeah, it's wild. I mean, look, going on to Nuke, it's a little concerning for Timberman if they don't get something back here. And we talked about it before. What was the reason behind Anubis? Was there something they had in store? We didn't really see it on CT side. Perhaps T side would be the one where we get a little bit more from the Timbermen. And you see a little bit of a face from Nyx towards the outside of B. And he decides to fall off immediately. No damage actually done, just an exchange of bullets. CJ, oh, he's got the information too. So he's going to call that out and say, guys, I think they're coming towards A. They're probably going to pinch in. He hides behind pillar. Reinforcements are here. 4 players waiting. CJ gets one immediately traded by Dia, but that's a good first to find for him. It makes it a little bit more stable on the defense. And there's Nyx popping off for 2. So make it a 3K. 11-2 for Nouns. It never really felt in doubt, even on this pistol.
Not at all. Their quickness from the side of Nouns here that just step up to the plate. Nick X continuing to show such comfort on this team. I mean, again, I feel like this guy coming through looking just incredible. And, you know, surpassing, I think, my expectations in a big way. I did not think this guy was going to be like a long-term solution for the side of Nouns. But as I've highlighted here a couple times, got a trial in that last Revival series. The best way to pass your trial is to win, and that's exactly what they did. And he continues to be the winning formula here for this team. Knew peeping was going to be a slam dunk for Nouns, but this case, I mean, unbelievable performance.
I'm surprised the Timbermen are enforcing here. Honestly, I mean, I know you don't get a bomb plant, but it's 11-2. I mean, you're basically saying 10 rounds in a row is what you're going to be able to pull off here. It's not.
I mean, these are like the only cases I ever see Timbermen force buy in as well. Like they don't force buy a lot, but these are the positions in which you do see them force buy, and they're not even doing that. So, yeah, I'm definitely surprised as well.
Well, we're going to try going towards this A site. Junior's here. Oh, Nyx is coming in on a flank as well. This goes from bad to worse for Timberman. There's 1, 2, 3, knocking him down like dominoes, and it's only one left, Carson, who immediately gets ventilated by CJ's MP9, 12-2 in favor of Nouns, who, like you said, kind of returning the favor to Timberman after what they did yesterday against Boss.
Yeah, I mean, the good news is for Timberman, they got one more round.
Yeah, I guess.
They got 2, but that might be all that they get at this point here with how things have been shaping up. So incredibly dominant. We'll see what they can make with the guns finally in hand. I mean, as you said, they did save for this. They prioritized this. Up against a bonus is the perfect chance to capitalize, and Snav will. Nice 4-on-5 advantage there, and Snav doubles down to make it a 3-on-5. So if you're gonna kind of play the safe game here, at least you got to capitalize, and so far so good.
Yeah, CJ gets. I think CJ gets 3. There's 1. It takes a lot of damage though. That MP9 can be scary. Oh no, only 1. I was wrong. Shane going to get the response, but Junior's right there and almost gets the 2K. He's 1 HP short of finding that. He could reswing this. Are they waiting for it? They are. It doesn't even matter. He gets the healthy player in Carson. What a maneuver from Junior. And now he can just fall off here and say, all right, guys, where are you going to decide to go? We got a 2v2. He probably knows that Shane is really low because he took more bullets than, I mean, having fragged Carson, he's like, okay, that can't be the player I lit up because it took 4 or 5 bullets to get him. So they are aware of the fact that one player's on life support.
Yeah, they know for sure that there's still a low HP bar looming to give them that extra advantage in this difficult to work through, like 2-on-4 at this point. But pieces of those starting to get put together. Retake. Got to be on, slowly scaling forward here. Have to wait out this utility. There's still good utility on this CT side, though, that they can work through. Dare. Forced to move, a little bit of motion, gives over his position. Could be a problem. Yeah, he's mullied out of position, but he knows he has to do the heavy lifting. Finding that first, scaring Junior off of maybe even going for this one at this point in time. Not a lot of time left. Dare will take charge. And with that round, he'll make sure to rub it in as well. Trying to get into the heads of his competition. But that's a start of their way to stay alive here.
Yeah, it's Timberman, I guess. They do that. But, like, when you're down 12-2 and you win a round, you go for that BM, it's just like, okay, guys, like, you are getting absolutely decimated. It just feels wrong to me, but whatever. Let's see if it works for them. As they like to pump themselves up in that way. They will have the AKs once more, but this time, well, it's kind of still a bit of a rough buy on the downside because they got a couple of MP9s, but obviously better with 3 M4s in the mix. Rush is going to push through that Molotov. And they're putting a ton of pressure, flashbang as well, onto Shane. I think they just wanted to scare him off, and that's effectively what they've done. We'll see if Timbermen decide to re-aggress there outside of B main. But as it stands, looks like they're more intent on circling themselves around into E-box and maybe bridge.
Not a lot to lean on here in the early stages here. This map control being pressured all over the place. But they do sort their way through A main after it's kind of evacuated, so maybe getting what they're looking for here in terms of this early control.
That's a good late smoke coming through. That's going to delay Timbermen even further. Now 40 seconds left on the clock, probably only 30 by the time this smoke dissipates completely. Oh man. Timbermen have to wait out even further. In fact, they might just throw a flashbang and charge through. There we go. 26 seconds left, and the lineup is there for Carson. He gets 2, but it's not over yet. They still got a challenge to get in towards this B side and get this bomb planted. Junior denies 1, but the trade is instant. Dia gonna plant the bomb. 2 players left for Nouns. Timbermen, great flashbang. They peek around it. Dare takes care of CJ. It's all up to Peeping, who managed to get 1. The second player's within reach. He's probably going to try for it. Picks up the M4 off the ground. Both players retreating in towards B main. Does he have the smoke? He doesn't. So the util's not there. And no kit as well means that he's just going to have to be happy getting that 1 frag and the AK upgrade. He's fully backed off. It makes sense, right? If you're Nouns, you're up 12-3. You don't have to slam on that panic button just yet. It's only a 4th round for Timbermen. You can settle your economy down and get back into a position to really buy up.
Yeah, I mean, still a lot of positives here to look forward to. Like you said, so much of a buffer to work through. I mean, maybe because of that you would like to see the clutch attempted, but just not given the availability. You know, you're playing a very dangerous odds game at that point, so gotta look to bolster up this round here. Rounds of the future. Instead, there set their sights on closing this game out a little later. For now, Timbermen again going to be able to stay alive. So, just 1 round post the body spam. They're still hanging in there. We'll see if they can continue to try and create some frustration here for the side of Nouns.
Dare gets 1, Peeping the trade. He's got that lone rifle, and Junior maybe connecting with. No, he doesn't. It's going to be Carson taking care of him afterwards. I'm going to say, maybe if he gets lucky and gets a headshot through that smoke, Carson could be in trouble, but it's not at all the case. And a 4v3 for the Timbermen walking into that A site. It's only Nyx here for now. What? What a shot from Nyx from the Deagle. I say only Nyx, but anything but. Could he get another one? Almost. Snapped down to 15. Peeping gets the trade. This is suddenly really scary for the Timbermen. Oh my goodness, Nyx. What have you done? What have you created here as a possibility for Nouns? Dia coming around. They're trying to be methodical about this. He gets peppered by a USP. Only 14 HP of damage. Now he's going to try and stick this plant. Peeping. Does he peek it? He wants to. He is. He doesn't get the job done, though. It's all up to CJ with only the USP, and that is not going to do it. Dia and Shane settle things down in what is a much scarier round than it probably should have been.
Yeah, they're scarier than they ever expected it to be right there. Timbermen, a wake-up call with a headshot like this from Nick X. A nice little clothesline action. Clean from Nyx, and won't be able to establish himself getting a little bit of extra security there heading into this gun round. Putting some scare into the Timbermen as well. Knowing that they're just 1 mistake away from this map slipping.
Yeah.
They survive still. That's going to be lingering in the back of their head, knowing what they're missing on the other end.
Now it's talking things over. And here we go again. Another chance for them to close out this map and take Timbermen's map pick away from them. Go to theirs of Nuke. And I mean, if we talk more about Nuke, since it's probably coming up soon, it's a 3-game win streak. 4 Nouns there. They won both of their matchups at Philadelphia 18. One against Fisher College, which was in overtime, actually, 16-14. Then against Undone, which is Steel Squad, 13-8. That's an impressive victory. Speaking of which, Steel Squad, I mean, if you guys haven't heard, they qualified for ECL, so that's exciting to see a Steel and Ska, you know, making their way through the ranks once more. And 6E Chop. I forgot the 5th, honestly, but 6E and Chop are on that roster. Do you remember, Cole?
6E, Chop, Ska, Steel. Oh, no, I'm totally blanking.
Oh, no. No, we can't. We have to look it up now.
That's the benefit of online. Oh, MOTM.
There it is. Yeah, MOTM coming back into Counter-Strike, so it's good to see him back. How could we forget the man of the match? Shame on us. 1
I
minute.
just casted him too, like
Yeah,
at that land, so
Yeah, especially you, Cole. Disappointment.
messed up. I was gonna say Taggy because Taggy ended up replacing Ska with the
Oh,
back
yeah, that's
injury,
right. Yeah.
but he's just temporary.
Well, back to this one. There's that opening frag. It took a minute to get it. Literally. But Shane falls. Dare gets the immediate trade. Peeping and Nick's in a perfect spot to punish, though. Dare is making it work somehow, some way. He continues to take these fights effectively, and now Timbermen are a good spot to try and overwhelm this site, but Peeping is good for 1. Junior another. It's down to only Dia in a 1v2 with 22 seconds remaining. It just doesn't feel like there's enough time for him to clear out all these angles and get this bomb planted, and that is exactly the case. Nouns with a dominant 13-5 performance on Timbermen's map pick, as we will head to Nuke, which Nouns are much more comfortable on.
Yeah, I mean, this is a massive surprise in the Veto there.
Yeah.
Some mad chill vibes from CJ as he closes it out. But look at the monster map that Nick's performed with, right?
He's crazy, man.
129 ADR. So, I mean, you're just talking about this guy stepping into a roster, stepping into the upper echelons of, North American Counter-Strike here in the ECL level, and instantly performing. That's not an easy task for this guy, but he has been stepping up, and it's been a big pickup for Nouns so far, and this roster. Definitely think they're trending in the right direction with the team that they're building here. And again, more and more promise continues to show from this combination of Adrenaline and Rush here in the leadership department.
Yeah, I'll be honest. The first time I saw Nick's play, I think it was, if I recall correctly, part of the Bad News Bears. Am I crazy on that one? I think he was part of a
I
Bad
feel
News
like he
Bears
did sub in
roster.
for some reason.
Or it could have been Party Astronauts at some point. Either way, like, he was just subbing in. He was just kind of, they were trying to keep the roster spot, I believe, in ECL
Yeah.
at some point for one of those rosters. And he impressed me. Like, certainly wasn't, lighting any fires, but did a great job. Very serviceable in a situation that I don't envy anyone being in, right? Where you have no future on the team. You're just there to keep a roster spot, but he still presented himself well. It was a very stalwart effort, and I think that was when I first started to have an eye on him and say, okay, this guy could give us something in the future. But I didn't expect him to explode like he has on Nouns. This has been an absolute revelation of a pickup for this squad, and it really has revitalized Nouns after they were stagnating. They were, in my mind, flatlining to an extreme that I didn't expect them to, and they needed to have a change. It was obvious from anyone looking on the outside in. And they made it, and now, look, they're back into contention, and that's exciting for North American Counter-Strike in general.
I'm right there with you, man.
Yeah.
I think when a lot of teams in the scene were taking the step in the right direction and developing new talent, Nouns are sticking with the roster for quite some time. And the most recent change that they made was Rush. So you're not exactly bringing in the new talent, but with this new change here, with this squad, you're trusting in the future. You're developing the future, and I think that's a lot more important than sticking with what you know here and getting the same results.
All right, well, let's check. Maybe we can check out the stats actually for both these squads and see how we're looking in terms of those PrizePicks frags estimates. And yeah, Nouns Very equal contribution from everyone, right? Except for Nick's. Obviously, I don't want to say everyone was kind of even. Nick's just stood at the top of the pack with, like you already mentioned, 129.1 ADR. Everyone kind of in the middle ground of hitting those PrizePicks frag estimates. I'm not sure if it's a dominant victory. Again, on map number 2, you might not see any of these happen, which, I mean, puts into perspective how unusual it was yesterday for the Timbermen to get 2 players, or was it even 3? I can't remember, that hit their estimates in only 28 rounds, like you already highlighted, Cole. So you see here how difficult that can be to achieve when the maps are so quick.
Yeah, I mean, when things are dominant, it's tough to get kills. And it's tough to like. It usually means, I think, a lot more that there is an even spread like this, and um, again, kind of helming the charge here is Nick's, but uh, it is hard to kind of consistently have like full team effort. Usually, if it's this one side, if it's back to back 13-1s, it's not individual takeover, but that's what we saw yesterday. We saw that individual takeover. And we'll take a look at the difference here. And yeah, as you highlighted, I mean, completely different story from Carson. I mean, and it's back to the role things that I
Yeah.
highlighted. It's weird because he's playing positions that I think are a little uncomfortable. They elected into this map as well, so you probably headed into this best of 3 knowing it was going to be a little bit uncomfortable in those positions, and yet still you
I
running into that problem again.
I don't know.
Stab
Yeah.
and Carson.
I guess because they had like a pretty good map against what was it, NRG last time, that they thought maybe this is okay, maybe we can continue going forward with this type of setup. But clearly they need to make adjustments, and that adjustment yesterday was very visible on both maps that they played. Like, they made the changes they needed to for Carson to have impact here. But if Carson is going to be playing in uncomfortable spots where he can't really have as much impact as he needs to and isn't playing a role that suits him, you're not going to have success. It's as simple as that. I think that's been made very clear here for the Timbermen. Anyway, guys, look, we got another map to play here. We're going to take a quick break. When we come back, we'll have map number 2 between Timbermen and Nouns.
Over 20 years of complexity. It's hard to believe it's been this long. Buying the team back this year was a full circle moment for us. Of course, nothing would be possible without all the players, past and present, who've represented us from the old logo to the new, and maybe back again. Not to mention the ones behind the scenes who've kept the gears turning all these years. But most importantly, I want to say thank you to the fans. We wouldn't be Complexity without you. Thank you for standing by us. We'll continue to stand by you and the North American scene. You'll always be our home.
back with the PrizePicks NA Revival Series number 5. We've got map number 2 between Nouns and Timbermen coming up. It's going to be on Nuke, and actually looking at the stats for the Timbermen on this map, it's not that bad. Last time they played it was in NA Revival Series number 4, Cole, and it was a pretty dominant victory against Party Astronauts.
Yeah, I mean, I think this is a team that is capable of getting really comfortable on this map. If you talk about, you know, having a comfortable opper that can work really well, it's Dia that can kind of take control over the server. But also, on the other end of things, I think this is just a specialty map for Junior. So he's up against very tough competition here. Junior's such a good nuke player. He's had so many of these like crazy, outlandish performances where his stat line is just so ridiculously positive when he starts off on that CT side. Now, being Nouns map pick, it is going to be a T-side start, but when you have players like Nick X that are firing on all cylinders, giving you a lot of opening duels, finding the amount of success that he's bringing, it's difficult to stop the train that is running right now for Nouns, and that's going to be on Timberman to do so here. You know, they were able to just show that same level of dominance yesterday versus Boss. They now got to, you know, figure out how to get that back.
Yeah, absolutely. And I mean, speaking of Junior, right? I remember, I don't know if it was on CSGO or CS2, but he came up with his own wall bang from lobby into ramp and executed it in a match live. And I think it was Mike and myself at the time. We're like, what the heck was that? Like, what did we just see? And I think we got a chance to talk to him afterwards, and he actually was practicing that one and was ready to attempt it in a match, and it worked out. It's wild how much he loves to play here on Nuke. So we'll see if that success continues here. Nyx is going to get one, but he lost 2 teams before that, but he continues his hot head for a 3K. Does he expect a 4th? He doesn't, but he's still alive. Snav does take care of Junior. Wow, Nyx with the pistols has been ridiculous, and he escapes around the corner. They can't seem to get a beat on him. Dia might. Misses the shots. No, he can't. Nyx has got some sort of cloak on him that's preventing him from being fragged at this point. He's got the invincibility cloak, and yeah, Snav taking damage, falling off that ladder. I mean, he's just going around the site. Could be exposed at any moment, and somehow isn't. Gets the bomb planted. It feels like it's... Oh, okay, he actually does get fragged by Snav. What a shot, threading the needle. I was going to say, it feels like it's destiny for Nyx to win here, but doesn't happen, and Snav finally ends him.
That's a nice way to cap it off there. Like you said, you know, that invisibility cloak there officially gets unveiled, and Nick X, who I just highlighted, is incredible with these entries. Especially when it comes down to, like, if he's, like, not necessarily... He doesn't even have to be the first one in. But if he's also part of that pack that needs to land the trades, then he's just so incredibly strong. So, impressive stuff coming through here from the side of Nick X here, but the round's still going in Snav's way in the end. He had the wild card sticker, so supporting in ACS, which, you know, shout out to Snav for that one. Or sorry, the graffiti, I should say, not the sticker.
Yes. Well, Nouns did get that bomb plant, and now they're going to lean in towards Secret. All 5 of them. Oh, almost making it down. Junior gets spammed through the smoke, and Dia gets rush as well. This is fantastic from the Timbermen. Already taking 2.5 pieces off the board. Snav getting peeping. This is not going great for Nouns so far. They do get 1 back, and there are 3 players actually towards the A site. So going B is the wise choice for Nouns until now, because there was a rotation that just happened from the Timbermen, and they get a couple in position to strike here. So actually, this is a really potent defensive setup now that CJ and Nyx are going to have to find a way to crack through.
Yeah, not going to be easy to do that at all. Forced to slow the round down. Hoping that there was some rotations down the vents as a possibility, but not the case. Trusting the setup, knowing that these players are boxed in. They do have a Molotov and a smoke still at their availability, so that's some useful util. Sent down range. There's a timing though.
Okay.
CJ capitalizes. There's window of opportunity now looking to be closed by Carson. Rotation in from Dare, who nearly falls in transition, but not going to be the case. Timbermen hold steady there. The smoke spam definitely doing a lot of heavy lifting, but the presence of mind to time it up well. I mean, if you remember how things closed out yesterday, Dia no stranger to having to lock in some smoke spam.
Yeah, that was ridiculous. We got those two through the smoke yesterday. It was borderline ridiculous. 2-0 for the Timbermen now. They win against the Force by Fernowns, who will now be on Deagles across the board. No Tech 9s to speak of, which is surprising. Usually a good option over that Deagle to get more mobility. They want to go for that long-range headshot damage. We'll see if it yields anything for them. Dare playing lockers, spamming through the window, pre-firing more than anything else. Nothing going to come into his hands just yet. Lots of time left on the clock. Dare continues to spam away. Will he get caught? It doesn't feel like it. Now he runs out of bullets, though. A little bit vulnerable. So is Dia. Frags come through on both sides, and it is going to be a man edge in favor of Timberman, but it's only brief. What a shot from Rush. Then Junior as well. It's all unraveling for the Timberman. Shane has to come out big. He only gets one before he is dropped, and now Snav manages to make it a 1v1. CJ comes back into the fight, but Snav saves the day for a second time in 3 rounds.
Oh, just ice cold in the clutch, man. But every opportunity handed to Nouns to win that round there. Sure, maybe not capitalizing, but they're going to be walking away from that feeling like the winners. With the amount of damage that was done in a pretty much nothing round there. They had multiple players losing in the initial duels. End up with 4 kills. And now heading into a gun round, you know, this is your chance to just land the... If you're able to land your shots to really break that economy in the first go-around here. As soon as you get the chance.
Dare waiting at secret now. Peeping. Clearing all the angles. Deep wall of smoke's thrown by Nouns, but still they lose the first body again. That's Nick's gone. I don't believe they've had an opening frag yet in these first 4 rounds. Smoke gonna get tossed by Peeping. That is for Mini. And then he's lining up the flashbang. But I mean, Nouns are slowing down the pace. Trying to find something, anything to build around.
Working this out of yard control here. Not a bad idea. They're not meeting a lot of resistance at the moment. But that could change quickly. A flash. AWP kind of primed in, watching a couple different directions is not an easy task. And as you can see, that control that's been conceded is becoming a problem very quickly. Re-aggression going to continue, though. Utility starts to come on out there. Nice trade coming through from the side of CJ, but the collapse in, still a lot of presence. Ready to go, diving down. Can't escape the crosshairs in a 1v1. Now Dia needs to close, and with a quick kill from the AWP, he certainly will. Not letting things get out of control. Another close round, but in the end, it's still in favor of Timberman.
Yeah, I mean, not by much, right? And that CT economy is anything but blossoming at this point. In fact, it's withering away because every single round they are going down to 1v1. Well, not every single round. 3 of the 4 rounds has been down to a 1v1. And they're going to call a timeout to see how they need to adjust to make these rounds perhaps a little bit more convincing. Nouns on the other side are going to have a Tech 9 buy-up. And again, if they're able to limit the economy once more of the Timbermen, it'll set themselves up for a very prime opportunity. Dia's cam is on, and it's just a black void. Like he is the darkness that comes to strike. What on earth?
That's not... No, that's crazy.
That's not actually a camera. That has to just be a black screen. I think Rob's playing tricks on us right now.
It's he's got his camera on, but he's got the like shutters closed.
Oh my god.
I don't know. I got a new webcam and my shutters closed. So I think he's got that same sort of tech.
Well,
That's too good.
we'll see how Dia will perform here.
The lights are not too bright, it seems. But in this A side, it's not bright enough there. The flashes don't quite connect, and finally they do, but it's a little too late. So they get onto the bomb site, but running into a pretty hefty crossfire, running out of players to work off of as well. Rush soon to follow. So A execute pretty much gets punished there with, you know, relative ease. Not too much struggle in holding that one down. And Timmerman this time around, off the back of that timeout, they cleaned it up, you know, nice and tidy there.
Yeah, no question. All right, so 5-0 for the Timbermen. Here's the buy-up for Nouns. I mean, look, the Timbermen finally have 5 alive there. Their economy builds up nicely. Not to mention Shane getting 3 with the MP9, maybe even 4. I can't remember exactly how many. I think it was 3 either way. But that's going to help his economy. So it's exactly the stabilization that Timbermen needed. And if they get a 6th here, I mean, they're going to be the ones sailing to victory potentially. Dia, watching with the AWP. Nouns finally a chance to strike with AKs across the board. Dia misses the shot, has the information, could get run down, and he does. What a shot from Nyx. No damage or impact from the AWP means they can charge forward into this B site, and Peeping gets a follow-up as well. Oh my goodness. Nouns have B, and this could be their first round victory.
Looking to activate here on the board. B-side post plant's looking incredibly strong. A little close range though for Junior. Ends up falling, and this round could fall apart quickly thereafter. Dare offering up a couple 3K in the round. Make it 4. Things are unraveling quickly. Anything extra here? Nick X has to duel. He has to really work for that kill, but now Dare on for the ace. He's running a little bit out of time though. Low on the clock. Trying to figure out where the bomb is planted, and one fake could cost him, but a straight through the smoke. Does Dare actually have this round in ace? Clutch comes on through, and the smallest little fist bump right there coming through for Dare, but an unbelievable round.
That is ludicrous. You could see the focus in his face there on the cam. Like, you felt like he's like, I'm going to get this. I'm absolutely going to power my way to victory somehow, some way. And this is just absolute fortune, getting that shot through the smoke in just enough time to get the defusal. He is all smiles. Obviously, Timbermen are pumped.
Now it's set in.
Yeah. I mean,
Is that a...
What
okay,
is it?
No, that's not milk.
I was going to say, is that a jug
of
of milk he's downing? Yeah, it's a jug of water. It is. Noun's going to call a timeout here. Ay, ay, ay.
Had to do the fantasy football milk mile there. I wonder if he lost his season or something. But no, I think that is
he's staying hydrated. Yeah.
Yeah, which is good.
Yeah.
As you need to be. And as much as I'll say, you know, yeah, that was a little bit of a lucky shot there. All the way through that fight to the end. You got to put yourself in a position where you can get lucky, and I tell you what, he did just that. Getting that far through the round, piece by piece, having to take 5 separate duels. And that was the way that Nouns could have lifted off, but instead it's ripped away from them.
Jeez. Dare had fire in his eyes, man. Nice smoke pop coming through here. Carson gets one. Rush the trade. Shane finds one back on Nyx. He just walks through that smoke to his death. Dare on notice at 27. Pulls out the USP. Doesn't have a chance to reload. And yeah, that's not going to be enough for him. So no impact for there this time. And then CJ gets the tap headshot onto Dia. Now let's have another edge. Shane pops out. Takes it away. Could even give his team the 2v1 if he finds this frag. Shane. Waiting patiently. It doesn't have to be Shane. It's Snap on the other side. CJ was just stuck between a rock and a hard place. And now it's all up to Junior, who does have the bomb on his back. Information as to where these players are, so he could go to the B site.
Option to trying to work around this here. Junior hoping that he can kind of redeem himself for that overstep in the last round. Trying to take care of Dare in the round early, but maybe made it a small overpeak, an option to try and close it out towards this B side. Definitely choosing the right side of the map here with the lack of rotations coming through from the CT side. So safe access. I think this sort of confidence in the bomb plant is going to help him out in the grand scheme of things. Delay a little bit. Just trying to break the glass there on open. But he Didn't quite cover. So now they know it's still kind of boxed into this site. Both doubling up towards a single door. Lovely post-plant position, though, to play off of. Can he get the multi as they come through, flooding in? He doesn't quite spot out the first. He does turn around quickly, though. He's expecting the second to come through control, but that's not the case. An uppercut for Shane instead. And Timberman gonna keep the rounds rolling.
I mean, what is that, 5 rounds that Timberman have had one player left standing at the end of them?
It's been the only... It's unreal here, the amount of clutches that they've won here. Snav, I think, has closed out 2 of them already. And this time, forced onto the shoulders of Shane when Snav goes down in the clutch, and he makes good on it.
That was honestly... That is amazing, Rob. Absolutely beautiful. Are you winning, son? Well, for now, he is. Oh, yeah. Some gems coming through here from production. 128 on the clock.
Darkness.
Yeah. And then Snav walks out and gets the opener onto Nyx.
Find ways to win, man. The name of the game here for Timberman. Again, trying to actually win rounds here in a convincing fashion maybe would be the next step in continuing to dominate this half, but I don't even know if that's a concern for them. Just consistently close out these rounds. And finding a lot of opening success here. Despite the crawl through heaven, they can't get past the setup. Dare finally answered out on. Junior lands the trade, but it feels like, again, they've lost so many resources for it.
This is... Oh my god. Rush just walks out and overlooks Carson completely. Junior, the last one standing. This is wild, like the shift we've seen from map to map. And again, it's on their opponent's map pick in the first one for Nouns, and here for Timbermen, where they continue to find a way to win in the 1v1s, and that ridiculous ace clutch coming through from Dare. And right here, getting a dominant round. So they've settled their economy down with a couple of dominant rounds, so that keeps it stable. And I mean, they're up to 8. Nouns, they're walking out, not clearing their corners. It's looking rough.
Okay, you want to avoid that spiral here at this point here. 8-0 though. It's in a very similar situation to what we just highlighted was a problem for Timberman. They couldn't find ways to win rounds. I mean, in this case, it's you're so close to it if you're on the side of Nouns, but you can't capture that victory that first round. We'll see if they can try and speed it up on a Diaz location here, but man on the scene is Carson, ready for the action, and lands 2 before he falls.
Honestly, it might not be a bad idea to scheme it for now at this point. They do, but Nyx will fall to Dare. Now Russian Junior. We're thinking about joining him, but they're redirecting their attention and focus towards this A site. I was going to say, I mean, it might be good to try and overload that off pistols. This is a tough engagement right now for Shane. He's not really getting much of anything, so he just falls back. He's actually lucky to be alive, but the bomb will be planted, so a post-plant scenario for Nouns. I don't know if they'll be able to hang on, though. There are just so many bodies for the Timbermen, and Junior stuck on a MAC-10 is not the greatest in this scenario. Rush gonna have to do the heavy lifting, and Rush does get one, but only one. Dia and Snav close the door right in their faces, and that is a 9th for the Timbermen.
Look at Team Possess. I mean, I saw that little body spam. I was with you. I wasn't surprised. I was just kind of, a little nervous that was going to lead to like an instant demise, right? You get a little BM finally after losing, and then bam, you just lose the next round. It looked like that was kind of a frustration release point, because they did look a lot better on Anubis. And a nice little breathing room in between maps, and it just looks like a completely different team here. Sure, a lot of clutches being won out makes it seem like the score isn't as one-sided, but then you see that ace come through from Dare, the guy that was body spamming, and that's the point where I'm like, okay, this team is mentally still locked in. Whereas yesterday, despite some of the challenges that Boss were facing, I think they were checked out after that first crushing map defeat.
Okay, here we go. Maybe something materializing for Nouns. There is gone. So is Snav. Those two were responsible for a few clutches. Good smoke pop, but Shane can't get more than one. Carson might. There's a response from him. So it keeps it close at a 2v3, but Dia is so very low in terms of health. So Carson's going to have to swing himself into lobby and try and cut off the bomb. He doesn't know it yet that the bomb is here, but Carson can win the round, essentially, if he finds this bomb carrier. It's a good move, in fact, from Junior to back off a little bit and wait for pushes to come through. Yeah, Carson's not going to clear this. No way. Nice job from Junior. Makes it a 3v1 and assures victory pretty much with Dia only at 10 HP.
Yeah, I mean, I don't think there's any real chance that this one could get a little too complicated, although there's some shots rattling off there and some forward-facing positions. Junior gonna lock in the bomb play. That might be the cue to save here, that you make it out of mini with your life. Timer's ticking against him. I think he'll just try and rotate out towards CT.
Yeah, the gun's important here.
Because of all those close. I mean, I guess he still kind of has a lot of money, but there's a couple rounds left in the half, so.
You want to make sure.
Yeah,
exactly.
There's a lot of money invested into that. Oh, or an exit. A little dangerous, but an extra kill. Always nice as well. And you got to get far away from that bomb, which is a difficulty. If you remember, you know, to kind of continue this conversation we've been having all the way through with every game of Timmerman, and the role issues and things of that nature. I believe it was PA that you had highlighted that last best of 3. If you remember, I mean, Carson had some incredible moments on ramp that he looked so comfortable in.
Yeah.
You know, so it's interesting to see that. There are some maps here, I think, you know, ramp not easy to hold, but I would say definitely easier to hold than that A side of Mirage. So it made a lot more sense to see him kind of step into that position and you know, still thrive as we'd expect from Carson. Whereas I think it takes a lot more depth to do good on the A side of Mirage as an anchor.
I do agree. Carson looks a lot more comfortable. I think he likes playing mid as well here, or outside, I should say, on Nuke, and he's oftentimes in that position. But right now, as you pointed out correctly, he's more so anchoring over in ramp with that A1S. Let's see if he can deliver some more frags. He's poised to do so potentially. Carson, patiently waiting. You know, in Carson's mind, he wants to try pushing up, as he did a couple of rounds ago. Or was it last round? Either way. Carson, there it is. All right. Oh, there's the dink, but it's through the wall, in fact, so it doesn't do as much damage as it possibly could. And now, does he know where the Molotov is? He's kind of blinded. Dare, in the meantime, is going to collect one. Swings around for a second and a third. Oh, almost. Dare finally traded 3v3, but Nouns, they are on the receiving end of a lot more damage. Snav coming around here. There's that smoke. Did he spot the body? I don't think so. And that nade will do damage, but not that much. Swings around, and he finds his doom on the other side of that smoke. Dia hoping for a target, finds nothing. And, I mean, Timmerman might just pull the plug on this if they don't get a frag within the next 3 seconds, and they absolutely will not. So there we go. Timmermen are gone. Nouns do string together 2 in a row.
And in doing so, they're actually going to end off this half with some interesting situations here kind of formulating. With 2 guns saved, it's not going to be complete disaster for the side of Timmerman, but it will be interesting to see how they fare up in this next. 9 rounds in a row, and then your economy is broken because you lost 2 in a row, even though you saved the op in both of those lost 2 rounds. It just goes to show how close this map could be if these 1v1s were kind of shifting in both directions.
Yeah.
But that's not the case. It's been one-sided, and that side has been Timmerman.
I mean, if you look at the numbers for Nouns, they're not necessarily better or worse on either side of the map here on Nuke. Typically very balanced, but right here, the Timmermen, excuse me, maybe men's too, have upset that balance completely. looking to get a 10th round on the board here. Dare, who's been a key piece to their success, playing over at Big Garage right now. Dia, peering around, spins the body, can't hit the shot. Nice job by CJ. That opens up the path to the B site.
Trying to take a duel here. Dare's position exposed. Snav will push past that smoke and then kid out as well. So nice quick threat of a kill for Snav. Calling in for some reinforcements. Dare, like the way that he gets his teammate involved for that fight. And as the bomb goes down, the pieces on the extremity do come collapsing. So a very favorable situation now for Timberman to try and close out this half with a little more confidence.
Good shot from Junior. Needs another one for sure. Oh, he's getting a clothesline. Yep, Snap coming around that corner. Then Shane gets rushed. What a retake for Timberman. I mean, it wasn't even the retake. Like you said, just on the periphery, they took down all the pieces that could have caused problems. I love that Dare was just barking out commands, basically all the information he could possibly have. And it was effective, right? You saw everyone activating the perfect angles, and the Timbermen do not give up a third to Nouns, a 10-2 half, replicating what Nouns did to them on Anubis in the first half.
This is maybe a positive sign that this is a team that I don't think a lot of teams expected their Nuke to be as good as it is right now. And this is back-to-back results where teams picked in Nuke against this squad and are getting punished for it. So some excellent signs for this Timberman squad so far. But maybe this is a map that they can build into their group here and become great on. Already forcing Junior deep out of position as he gets taken down. Good lobby recontrol protocols, and Peeping will actually win that duel. Catching a very sneaky Snav. A lot more help around the corner, but 4 players kind of huddling around in the ramp trophy area. We'll see what their end goal is.
Junior's got a chance to get one here, but it feels like they're expecting him to be towards CT. I mean, you see this peak, 2 players, maybe even 3, going to come around the corner to clear it. Yeah, well done from the Timbermen as they get the response to make it a 4v4. And in fact, like, this is a power position for them, right? Because they'll be coming around, going in from hell, and they can rotate wherever they want. Now they've been spotted by CJ. That's a good bit of information gained.
Good diligence done here. And trying to seek their way out there. Little bait and switch setup for CJ and his teammate alongside him. But this patience here, is it going to be for better or for worse here? Because there's no re-aggression. They're waiting for the play to come to them, but on the other side of things here, the side of Timberman or rather the side of Nouns are just as patient. We'll see the action kind of converge here. A multi-pronged approach in towards that A side in which Carson will look to lead them through this round. Dia will follow suit. The entry's manufactured. The site collapses in a retake effort in order, but in a 4v2 now.
Next game
off and can lobby right there, and the dual Beretta v dual Beretta goes out in the favor of the T's. So not much of a chance here. Nick X, he's on the site at the very least, but no armor, no kit. A little low on time. Not gonna happen.
Alrighty, well, 11-2 in favor of the Timbermen. I mean, Nix gave it a great effort. He's been really solid on the pistol rounds, honestly, but again, just not enough there to secure it. Unbelievable performance by the Timbermen here on Nuke, reminiscent of what we saw from them yesterday, and it begs the question, what are we going to get on Mirage, where they also looked ridiculous yesterday up against Boss? Is both teams kind of playground, right?
Yeah, I was so excited for that map. I mean, talking as much as we have, we didn't get to see much of that second half, so are those adjustments that we said were so necessary, are those going to be like long term? Was that just for a round here or there? Was Carson actually in connector for the whole half? because we've seen on other maps here that Carson's still playing some of the roles that we said could be, slightly concerning. It's still thriving in them here on Nuke, as we highlighted, and as he did a couple of weeks ago versus PA on this map.
Oh, Junior unable to connect on anything, and Carson spots him out and has a much better angle on him. There's the MAC-10 delivering a frag. Jumps in towards heaven. Dia gets another. CJ manages to connect on one. Maybe a second here. No, so close yet so far. Nix and Peeping, last two standing, and now it's just Nix. This looks like it's done. It is 12-2 for the Timbermen. They also have 10 opportunities to close this one. Actually, no, it's more than Nouns had, because Timbermen did win a third and then got a couple more after that. So, yeah, Timbermen, even more opportunities to close at this map than Nouns had on Anubis.
Yeah, absolutely. Put in a pretty position. What feels like just cannot go wrong for them. Building up confidence round by round. Setting themselves up for success here in map number 2. Hanging in there despite, again, a very frustrating first map. And then returning that frustration straight to Nouns. With the amount of clutches, the heroics that we saw from Dare in that first half. All of it made good on. And then later towards that first half, we see that cohesion and the long-term success of that. They got through a lot of difficult rounds with the clutches, but we didn't see that for a whole half. Instead, we got more of the depth out of this team. I don't know how much more Nouns can really fight for here in this best of 3, or in this map, I should say. But again, I'm excited to see Mirage around the corner here, potentially. Just a round away if they close out on this T side.
Another thing is, we might get a rare 0 check mark map. I should say,
Yeah.
first 2 maps for PrizePicks. Doesn't happen often.
Well, this would be the one way to do it. 2 very
Yeah.
one-sided maps in both directions. I mean, that would be the way it would happen, right?
Exactly. I mean, Timbermen, they've managed to slip through in towards the B site. There's a player at control. Maybe they can do something. But no, good smokes. Timbermen walk in, good spam, but Diaz the one who gets the first frag. Nouns hoping to get an immediate trade here, but it's just not happening. The smokes still haven't faded there. CJ looking through double doors. Doesn't see anything at all. The Timbermen are tucked in such great positions. Junior does manage to get one, but the trade is immediate. Again, another one coming through. Can they gain the edge? The answer so far is no, but maybe here it'll happen. Junior and CJ get a couple. It's all down to Shane. Junior pulls up the sidearm, gets the frag. Nouns are still in this one. They have time for that defusal.
Not ready to call it quits just yet. CJ locking in that defuse. Down to the wire, but giving themselves just about enough time to get this round win on the retake. And usually a retake, especially when you're kind of a man down in that situation, it's very difficult to sort your way through. A lot of damage done beforehand, sure, but talking about a 4v5 B-side retake, if you have good positions on that T side, which I think was attempted to be developed,
Oh, there it is.
they were looking for it, but well, we can't get it just yet. We'll still have to wait. There's a PrizePicks check mark there, capturing more than 27.5 kills. So they'll be the first, and the elusive no check marks. It's gonna remain elusive.
Yeah, indeed.
Someone's gonna have a good game, right? And that's Dare throughout both maps. I guess he had enough, and he's having a great game here in map 2, right, with that ace and extra impact.
Yeah, he had his moments there at E-Box on Anubis, so... And you're right, like here, that ace was ridiculous that he pulled off, and I mean, it's a large reason why the lead is so substantial here, but that could change. Look, Junior gets the opener. Oh, follow-up not there for Nix. Junior's still in a great spot. Whiffs on one, can't get Shane. Even though his teammate connects, Shane will get 2 right on back, and CJ along with Rush are left on the A site when it's going to be a B lean for the Timbermen. They realize that, and they're trying to get themselves potentially into B. No, they actually don't go to the vents. They're going outside, expecting the Timbermen still to have some presence there, but that's not the case at all. All 3 of them are bunched up together, going to this B site, and it will be another strong post plant for the Timbermen.
Their B-side post plan that you have to fight through here. This still is fighting for your life on the side of Nouns. Can you stay afloat any longer? Can CJ and Rush lead you through a round? Highlighted that Rush, he can be so good in the clutch. But can he do it again? All with the pressure mounting on this map. Point where it just might boil over here. Rush already eliminated. The weight on CJ's shoulders, and he will not last for too long. Blasted by Timberman here as the entirety of Nouns end up getting leveled on out, and it's a taste of their own medicine here, if not one-upped by the side of Timberman in the map 2 dominance.
Yeah, that's crazy. What a performance from Timberman. I think the 1v1s we saw, like 5 of the last for the I can't speak. I can't even speak. It's so crazy what happened. But 5 out of the first 7 rounds going down to 1v1s. One of them was crazy, right? With Dare getting 5 frags in the ace to pull it off. But in the other ones, it was back and forth, and in the end, Timberman clutched it out. So it could have been very easily like a 7-5, even a 6-6 first half. But instead, we got complete and utter dominance in a 10-2 half for the Timbermen, and they just kind of sailed to victory in that second half on their T side. Wow. What a reversal of fortunes here. And to see such dominance happen 2 maps in a row in opposite directions is really wild, which means to me, right, we're going to get a Mirage that's a brawl, correct? That's what we're getting.
Yeah, that's the right script that you're on right there.
Yeah.
Right? It's what you'd expect. Sometimes, it's not always what we anticipate, but I'm right there with you. And kind of the buildup of this is 2 really good Mirage teams. We've always highlighted this as the case here between Nouns and Timberman in the past. I do think that Carson actually did bring a lot of development on this map as a caller. With how he was able to call. It was part of the Nouns flair and ability, but I still think Rush, with the depth, has come through here and has been able to develop that map as well. So I'm really interested to see how things shape up, as you can see, and on the side of the PrizePicks estimated kill totals, makes sense that no one was quite there for the side of Nouns, because that was even more dominant here in map 2 that Timberman were able to blow past him.
Actually got pretty close, closer than I thought for Junior and CJ, right? Like they were only 3 frags away from pulling it off. So maybe as this one gets extended a little bit more, they hit it. But yeah, not going to happen for now. Let's take a look over at the Timberman stats, where he did have Dare come through and obviously get the only check mark that we saw throughout this series. We'll get that for you guys in a moment. I think it's just about to be shown up on screen.
Calculating.
There we go. Yep. Got it. It's been calculated. Everything's there, guys. Yeah, Dare just gets it by 1 frag. Hits the PrizePicks estimated frag total. And then Dia was close. Shane, Shane did get it as well. I didn't realize. So there were 2 check marks, in fact. Shane also hitting his PrizePicks frag total. And I think both him and Dare were big pieces, both on that attempted recovery on Anubis and then here on Nuke.
Yeah, Snav in the mix with a lot of clutch factor there as well. I mean, that's what you expect out of Snav, but so much clutch factor coming through from him. Much better from Carson on map 2 as well. Big turnaround for him as an individual. So that's much more like it. That's what the Timberman that we saw from yesterday. I mean, almost the exact same level from Timberman that we saw yesterday. So very, very good stuff in the turnaround here. And again, not checking out mentally. That's a key detail, because that's not always the case with this squad.
I'm looking forward to seeing what happens on Mirage with Carson, the way he gets deployed, especially on that CT side. If they start CT side, we'll get a better look at their defensive end. It's going to be very interesting as well to see how Nouns responds to what happened and materialized on their map pick. Guys, we're going to have to wait a little bit longer, though. We're going to take a break. When we come back, we'll have the final map of the semifinals.
Over 20 years of complexity. It's hard to believe it's been this long. Buying the team back this year was a full circle moment for us. Of course, nothing would be possible without all the players, past and present, who've represented us from the old logo to the new, and maybe back again. Not to mention the ones behind the scenes who've kept the gears turning all these years. But most importantly, I want to say thank you to the fans. We wouldn't be Complexity without you. Thank you for standing by us. We'll continue to stand by you and the North American scene. You'll always be our home.
Get it poppin', put it.
Over 20 years of complexity. It's hard to believe it's been this long. Buying the team back this year was a full circle moment for us. Of course, nothing would be possible without all the players, past and present, who've represented us from the old logo to the new, and maybe back again. Not to mention the ones behind the scenes who've kept the gears turning all these years. But most importantly, I want to say thank you to the fans. We wouldn't be Complexity without you. Thank you for standing by us. We'll continue to stand by you and the North American scene. You'll always be our home.
All right, welcome back to the PrizePicks NA Revival Series number 5, guys. We are ready for map number 3 between Nouns and Timbermen, and the first two have been absolute blowouts, honestly, in both directions. And I don't know what Mirage is going to give us, because last time we saw Timbermen here, which was yesterday, they were ridiculous.
Yeah, I mean, it's going to be interesting to see what Nouns can do to counteract some of those measures here, especially in a bounce back game for them after just getting, just blasted out of this last map. It's a big surprise for them, for sure. They head into Nuke, dealing with what was a confident Timberman team, a team that was able to get their head back into the game mentally and show what they did yesterday as opposed to what they did in that first map. So that sort of resiliency is not something I really expected, and I was definitely impressed with what they were able to bring to the table.
Yeah, I think it's also a problem here as we're jumping to the action for Nouns, I should say, because they just played here against Boss, and it was a 3-13 loss. I don't know. It's feels like we're suddenly trending Timbermen here because they won 13-1 against Boss. I don't even know if we can use transitive property there because one's on land and one's online, but still, I think Nouns have a bit to be worried about. Just a touch.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, it's so hard to get a read on the hierarchy right now of the scene, I feel like, because there's so much up and down for these teams. I mean, the one thing that stays the same, though, is NRG are good at winning, so at least we have that. But, the constant back and forth that we're seeing, every match is always a new surprise, it feels like.
Really, it does. All right. Dia, gonna have an engagement here. Snap trying to support. Timber want to put the pinch on here towards the A side. Good shot from Peeping and Nyx as well. That is a nice start for the Noun side. Junior down to 9 though, and it's not over yet for the Timbermen, especially with Dare still standing. He has been very much a key factor for the success of Timbermen, but now he's gone. Nyx taking care of business. Nyx has a ridiculous amount of pistol round frags, by the way. I think he's gotten 3 in every single one. I need to go back and check that stat because it's insane how effective he's been on these pistols.
I mean, it's such a good thing to have on your team, like a player that's good on pistol rounds here consistently, right? That is a huge difference maker, and some players just got it. They got the comfort, they got the precision, and the practice to get the job done, and it does seem like that's the case here. When you see that level of consistency, the output that Nyx puts out every pistol round, definitely impressive here. And I think starting off on the right foot is key for the side of Nouns. They struggled to win clutches so consistently. Now they got to close out up against this kind of half-by situation. The deco of sorts there. It's just Carson really with the deagle. Trying to disrupt, and then a full setup. Look at that underpass setup that they got close by. So hoping that maybe that would bait someone into this underpass peak, but no one really budging on the side of Nouns. Until they, I mean, of course, as soon as I say that, Junior will peek it and they leave.
A little bit of
clip
spam
into the smoke. I mean, they have the potential to execute on that reload, but they maybe missed their window a little bit there.
Okay, peeping through the panel, getting some damage. Junior is probably going to put himself in a prime position to end this round, especially if Timbermen fade out of T-Apps, and yep, that's what's happening. We'll see if he gets caught. A little too soon, perhaps, in the timing. Doesn't matter. Still gets 1, 2, almost 3. He's likely going to charge forward. Timbermen don't have much to work with either. Just the blocks, and they run to their doom up against Nyx. 2-0 Renounced.
Well handled. Dealing with the pressure. I mean, most importantly, I think if you are on the side of Nouns, you want to make sure that that money is going to the MP9s, especially if it's your AWPer. So that's a lot of kills from Junior that get him into an AWP very quickly, as you can see. That's a great victory there in that sense. About as good as you could ask for a round like that to go. Into a first gun round with an AWP for Junior to try and keep the pressure on Timbermen, not let them build up any foundation.
Oh, nice shot from Junior. On to Dare, catches him off at a really dirty angle. 5v4 in favor of Nouns. Let's see if they can keep the pressure on the Timbermen. Who's waiting in con? That's Nyx. And Rush setting up a potential crossfire here. See if they peek out at the same time. Rush appears content just to hold the angle at this stage. And oh, back turn for Dia! Rush can't capitalize, and now Dia knows. He goes to the ladder room, trying to evade the MP9, but he can't in the end. That's going to be an AK upgrade available for Rush. The man advantage restored. Snav and the rest of Timbermen looking to exploit a potential gap that's been left here over on the A site. Player at jungle engages, Molotov toss. That means all they have to worry about is connector, maybe CT, but no one is there just yet. And they're slowly but surely working their way out. Snav gets clipped for a little bit of damage. Has to be careful how long he hangs out here. Yep, there's peeping, punishing that. Bomb planted at the very least for the Timbermen, but it's all up to Carson, who hits a really nasty headshot, but it's all he's going to find in the round as the Timbermen fall once more, and Nouns are up to 3.
I think a good idea from Timbermen to try and quickly react towards that A side, especially when Dia goes down to Rush, who is usually over towards that B side anchoring. But when you find Rush towards Cat, I think that in your brain means there's someone also on B, probably playing with the AWP if you had to guess. So, smart decision. I just don't know if that decision was made quick enough, or if those Timbermen players were in a position to capitalize off of that information. So, I think the game plan there in the right direction, but also having to overcome the small delay that they hit. Also a nice opening pick there. I mean, as I highlighted, Junior with the op, getting that out early, making sure that they can start off strong, and then gets the opening duel for him. He did so much eco hunting to farm up that cash, all for this AWP, and rewarded with it out of the gates there.
All right, timeout's over. Timbermen have talked about everything they could possibly want to. Given the circumstances, it's going to be a couple of AKs, which isn't bad, and Deagle's a Deagle, a Tech 9, and a Glock around it. Dia just saving for the AWP. But, this isn't live. That is not live. I don't know what happened, but something's
Everyone
wrong.
perished.
Not live called at start of round 4. I wonder what happened here. Who is the one calling it and for what reason?
Just want to see if I mean, sometimes the keys get a little rusty. You got to make sure they're still working. So seems like a little faculty not live. Hopefully everything gets sorted out there quickly. But the vibes are good in the announce camp, despite a tough last map. CJ's room always got the vibe, so.
Really does. It doesn't have the pink lights today. That's a little disappointing, but still, yeah, definitely a nice setup. I think that's his sister's or girlfriend's setup behind him. I can't remember which one. And look, Junior's dog is settled down. He's like, I'm
I can
tired
see
now.
it.
I'm gonna.
It got dark out, so there's nothing
Yeah.
to really look at outside the window. Usually his post-up spot.
Now he's just waiting for Junior to finish the match so he can get some pets.
It's got to be a good guard dog right there, you know?
Oh yeah.
He's always looking out the window. And, I mean, that dog is big, so
Yeah, you don't want
if
to.
I saw a dog looking out the window like that, you know, you're not messing around at that house.
Definitely not. Junior wants Mirage to be his house that he doesn't want the Timbermen to even be involved in. Nyx. Oh my goodness. 3 players stacked up. If the smoke fades and they don't hurry it up, Nyx could punish in such a big way. Yeah, there's one, then the second. Easy transfer for him. Gets back into cover. Peeping, supporting. Beautiful sequence from Nouns. Yes, there's a response from Dare. Oh, and a follow-up. Okay. Might not be done just yet. Dare has been pulling complete impossibilities out of his hat throughout this series. So we'll see if he can continue to do that here in this round as they readjust towards the B cycle.
How much magic does he have left in him? This is the question. How much more can you ask of this guy? He's been so consistent in these tough positions, so good in the clutch.
Oh,
See them try and get past it. Ooh,
whoop.
okay. Well, in that Fury right there, it is going to be an op shot that's popped off there, and it is going to be even more heroic. So Dare finally announcing his presence there on the B side, jumping through the window.
Jeez,
A nice
man.
kill. He's got to hunt this down. Again, limited time left. He needs to find this kill, or Junior needs to buy enough time because his teammate's not getting involved. And Junior, I think, did just that. He ends up winning the fight with the dual Berettas. But a nice attempt, man. Dare putting a serious scare on this squad again in the late round here when a round feels impossible.
It's kind of ridiculous how much Dare has been doing in these types of situations when the round feels completely out of reach and he brings it back within possibility. And anyway, whatever. It's just crazy that he's been able to play this well for the squad. The thing is, in this map, not unlike the previous one, they're not winning those close rounds in the early going, so it is going to be 4-0 for Nouns. Full loss bonus does help the Timbermen get a buy up here. Flashbang going to get tossed. There's the smoke in for window room. Carson will use that space, and having Carson as the tip of the spear is a good idea for the Timbermen here. We'll see if he can actually win a duel. And put the Nouns squad on notice, which hasn't really happened. Nouns have looked fairly comfortable coming onto this map. It's crazy, the shifts that we've seen, like you were talking about before, and the fact that both teams have been able to recover so nicely after.
Yeah, got to hold on mentally into this game here, and that could be a difficult task, but Snav looking to get him back on track here. His entries yesterday were unbelievable on this map. You know, was peeking into Slight's crosshair and leveling him out, but still peeping prepared for possibility of this window boost, and then out like a ghost here. Avoids the ladder room contact. Gets a quick rotate into that B site. He's on the money with these rotates as well.
Jeez.
Because that's going to be where the end goal is here from the side of Timberman.
Yeah, that's a beautiful read. And they've got a third player coming through. That's Junior with the AWP. Oh, Shane slips on Cat. No one realizes that he's there. Peeping a wonderful trade. Almost gets the tap into the window, but Junior connects with the big green. 3v2 for Nouns. Peeping, holding his nerve, knows that the clock's going to be an issue for the Timbermen. Junior connects on another shot, 2 for him. Could be a 3K for Peeping as Dia's been spotted out here towards Van. Dia, nice shot onto Junior, but there it is, the 3-piece. Peeping still has not died. 10-0.
It's Mr. Invincible right now. 10-0, 200 ADR. Taking these duels and pulling back advantages. Look at how he flows throughout this map as well. With the start of that being towards the window room and then following it up by closing the round towards B and being where he needs to be to close the round. Finding his way towards the site and understanding the rotations.
That's, I just realized it's pretty crazy. Peeping has exactly 200 ADR. He has a 2.00 KDR as well. That is not something that will happen very often. That, like, the stars have aligned here for the stat line on Peeping.
He's hit the perfect amount of damage. 2 kills per round on average. And when you're doing that in Counter-Strike...
Oh, excuse me, I meant KPR. Yeah, you're right. Sorry.
yeah, I mean, you're beyond the point of great when you're getting 2 kills per round. So, I mean, out of his mind at the moment. This is a player who probably knows a lot about the competition as well. Expect him to come through and understand exactly what the tendencies are for this team. And a slow walk out. Look at the setup now that Nouns are prepared for here. Getting away with an opening duel like that. Nice pickup, and that's going to force them kind of to further themselves from this bomb site.
Yeah, they just got completely forced off. They leave one behind. That's Dia with the Deagle, so they're hoping that he might be able to catch a scalp or something as they rotate off towards B. Either way, not going to be an easy round for the Timbermen. Junior waits. Eventually, you'd think that Dia's going to peek around this corner. I don't know. They're ending up going towards mid. There's one for Nyx. On to Carson. Peeping connects on snap. Finally, the Invincible Man will fall, but Nouns won't in the round. 6-0 for them.
Again, sad that he falls after such a flawless performance, but happy that he looks at the top of his screen and sees that there is still not a single round given over. And the roller coaster of this match, the ups and downs for both of these rosters is absurd to see. I mean, I think you put it right. You know, you come into this map after 2 very one-sided, taking each other's map picks, which isn't what you'd expect, but coming into this decided, you'd expect it to be a little bit more back and forth. Well, this just seems to be a game of highs and lows instead.
We'll still get that back and forth, but it needs to start at some point. Already, Nouns ensuring that a tie is the most the Timbermen can hope for it. Oh my goodness. Nyx just walks through the smoke, gets 1, 2, and a third? Can he even get the 4K? Pulls out the pistol, finally dropped. That is absolutely stupid that he's able to do that. Dia and Dare, last 2 standing, they've got to be scratching their heads at this point because Nyx just bodied them out of a smoke in towards mid. Peeping's got a beat on both players. That Molotov's going to make life difficult for him. In fact, he will fall. And don't forget, Dare is the master of the clutches, and well, he'll have to pull off another one here. It's a 1v3.
For someone who's been good,
I think
to ask
Junior
for
heard
these
him.
consistently, it's a challenge. And into the site, he has a chance to kind of time this one up, and there you go. This is the first piece of the puzzle. A huge surprise for CJ as he jumps into the site. Jumping the gun a little bit is rush as well, but bomb planted, great spot onto there already. Reposition good, but he's gonna get spammed out.
Oh.
Yeah, I was about to say that wall's not as comforting as you might think, and ends up getting blasted.
Wow. I mean, that scoreboard is looking pretty nice on the Noun side. 10-1 for Junior, 11-2 for Peeping. I think it was 12-3 for Nyx. This was ridiculous. This was just insane. And that's why we've been so hyped about Nyx coming into the series when he was announced as part of this roster for Nouns, and then just exploded out of the gate in any Revival Series number 4. He's pulling off plays like that.
Yeah, I mean, he also, for a very, very brief stint, played with Timberman. I mean, if you look at his history, it says November 2024 to November 2024. I think he only played the Perseverance Cup game with them, and that wasn't on HLTV, or wasn't quite recorded, but he left shortly after, so didn't really think this was going to be a long-term solution. He's incredible, though, on this A-side hold. Look at that self-flash action. Now he needs to buy a little bit of time here, but he does just that. I mean, Rush comes through for the quick trade, and a solid lockdown defense here offered up by the A-side here from Nouns. They don't skip a beat here, get right back on track with the 8-0 scoreline. And they continue to impress here on map 3, and again, this is a team we're kind of fearful heading into this map that they could maybe replicate some of that same dominance that they did versus Boss.
It's crazy how the engagements have leaned so much in favor of Nyx, Peeping, and Junior as well. Like, they're getting all the fights. CJ and Rush on the outside, like, okay, we'll just be here getting 2 frags. It's not like they're dying a lot, it's just
well, if you take into consideration their positions, right? One is on the A side anchoring, and then one's on the B side anchoring. So it's like, yeah, you know, it's sometimes going to be the case that the team hits middle, but then of course when they do hit A fast, you know, that's when Nick X is also playing A, and he's going to take all the kills.
Well, Rush could get one here. One? Only one. Okay, Nyx going to connect onto Carson. Dare managed to get the trade. So this is interesting for the Timbermen. A 3v3 scenario. There are some guns on the ground, but they can't really corral them just yet. Okay, Snap gets the op, but only for a moment before he's dropped with a headshot from Nyx, who is everywhere and nowhere. Dare trying to go for the clutch now, though. 1v1, Peeping at 10 HP. He pulls out the pistol. Can he get another 1vx clutch? But he hasn't planted the bomb just yet, and Peeping's managed to slip away towards E-Box. That could be a winning move if he doesn't. Oh, he actually peeks out and wins it. Dare not expecting that to happen, and Nouns somehow find a way to get a 9th. And now it's Nouns winning the clutches, right? They're getting the 1v1 victories.
I mean, it's so insane right there. It's been the story of this game here, is who can keep the close rounds more competitive and showing the toughness here from Nouns and giving them a taste of their own medicine. With Peeping now closing out the round. We do have PrizePicks check marks ready to go for map 3, and again, you kind of expect this to go mostly in favor of the CT side. There's Nick X with more than 15.5 kills. So nicely handled from him. But a rare opening pick given over to the T side after long last. Nick X houses upping. Oh my god! What a flick! That is unreasonable.
What,
and another one. Can this guy do it all? Can he do everything he's gonna have to in this round? Needs a 4K, rather 3K to close it out. Only 3, only one more. Knows where the last player is as well. Shane looking to change his elevation, get a molly off, not towards stairs though, misses out in a close jiggle.
What?
It's a no scope. Nick X is unbelievable. What a round. He can do no wrong.
He's all smiles. You kind of have to be there. Missed the shot that hits the no-scope afterwards. Nyx, you are an absolute beast. I didn't know he could even do that with the op. That's crazy.
Yeah, he might have figured that out just now as well for himself.
I think so.
I can do this?
Junior's going to have to be careful now. His spot might be on the line. No, I'm kidding, right? But, oh my goodness. Wow. Junior misses his shot and actually gets connected on by Dia Scout. But that's 2 in a row. 1v1's clutched out from Nouns. This time it won't be as easy. Snav takes a lot of damage, but the first frag goes the way of the Timbermen. Junior gets one back. Peeping. Waiting for that boost to come onto bench, and it happens very frequently. So we'll see if he gets that freebie. Nice nade top. No, actually, that hits the edge of the wall and doesn't get into mid.
CJ still able to fight forward, though. Peeping collapses in, but the trade's much more available at this point in time. Rush now has to come through with the clutch. Can he do what the young gun did? Not quite. He'll be shut down in the end. Low HP for both the individuals, but Snav gonna deliver in the finishing blow. And it's been 2 10-2 halves in a row.
Yeah, it has.
Can we get 3? I mean, sure. That's called consistency.
Maybe we'll get the elusive 11-1. Who knows? Oh my god, why is the... Okay, yeah, that makes sense. Sorry, I just had to think about that for a minute, like why the economy is so bad for Nouns, but they did have like 3 rounds in a row where it was only down to 1 player, so they did need to invest quite heavily. But it's not often you're going to see 10 rounds in a row picked up, and then they're on a force buy where they can barely get rifles up, you know? Kind of crazy. Just goes to show you how competitive these rounds have been. Nick's going to get dropped immediately here. And yeah, it does feel like the 10 to 2 is exceptionally likely. Oh man.
Still an open play though. Junior looking to deny that. Getting 11 to 1, which again, they've been pretty familiar with. Rush helping out in that department. Keeping apartments kind of contained. That bomb is very far removed from his 2 teammates that are looking very committed into this A side. Or rather B side, I should say.
This is really good movement from Rushman. Oh, Snav catches him off. Now Nouns just have CJ and Junior. CJ's managed to upgrade to a Galil. 45 seconds left, but that won't matter. Bomb's going to get planted here. CJ and Junior both coming from the same angle, which will pose a bit of a problem because they still have 3 players to spot out. There's the nade. Gets CJ down to 75. Not too much to worry about. If Junior hits a shot here, getting it down to a 2v2, that will help their chances of retaking this site. But Timbermen, they know the op is out there, so they're being very cautious about their peaks, and Dia deletes CJ the moment he sees him and does the same to Junior. We have another 10 to 2 half, 3rd in a row.
That's wild. There we got 2 11-1 halves yesterday.
Yep.
All right, what is up with the one-sided affair? This is a 3-map series here coming into it, but I mean, whoever's winning the clutches is winning these games here. Because I mean, as you mentioned earlier, like the shock that you saw when it was a low buy. Timbermen were in that same spot towards the tail end of the first half of Nuke because of how close those clutches were. So both of these teams, it's coming down to who can finish the job here, who can close out in the late round. And in the 3rd map, when it matters most, it's Nouns that have consistently delivered that.
Dare has just been scary, though. Like, in any circumstance where he's still alive, he's been terrifying to rush against for Nouns. Now he'll get nothing. Rush trades him out after Shane finds one. Shane's been overlooked completely. He's allowed to freewheel here, and the reinforcements have arrived. Nouns can't get this bomb planted. There's too much pressure being applied. It's all down to CJ, 4v1. Melting away are his chances of victory. He still gets 2. Might even get the 3rd on the Snap. Snap's on 4 HP. CJ finds it. Can he clutch out the 1v4 on the pistol? Carson, his last barrier to victory. Carson dancing with the devil, coming out into the open here. And CJ has managed to grab the bomb. He's going to pull it all the way towards the A site. By the time Carson realizes he's going to be on for a retake. Oh my goodness, CJ.
So much history between these 2 players as well. So much fear that Carson, no longer a teammate with this guy on the other end of things, could shut down this map quickly. He's in a good position to do so as well. There's still a kit for Carson. He's looking to run it down. He has to clear his angles, and he will. He'll deny the massive clutch attempt from CJ. And with that time, we'll be able to lock in a defuse.
Oh. Okay, we have an audio issue, guys, that we're just trying to get all resolved here. That's why you see this beautiful PrizePicks and Revival Series logo. Only momentarily. We're back here, but this was nuts. I like Carson's idea to jump around there with the dualies because he's got so many bullets available to him. Even though it's a little risky, it works out. Oh, man. 3 rounds for the Timbermen. Nouns opting to go for an eco here, actually. Well, a deco. But still, they could have forced up. They had the bomb plant, but they want that stronger buy-up in round number 3 of this second half.
Yeah, I'm always in favor of trying to keep that pressure up there with the force buys, especially in a position of strength there. But want to get those guns out, especially, you know, set your focus on strengthening up your gun rounds here. So much room to work with. You can do a little bit of damage with these deagles and then try your luck in the future with the actual firepower. So not too eager to jump the gun or something of that nature. See if they can do any damage with the Deagles. Just rush with a nice 1 Deag, and there's a follow-up to level it out here, even it up on the numbers game. 3v3, important not to panic in moments like these, but is there any route into this bomb site? Doesn't seem like there's an answer to that question just yet for the side of Nouns.
That is so... Okay, they had Snav peeking around there, so it makes more sense. And 3 players crunching on mid. Still dangerous right now, as those 2 Deagles could do a lot of damage in the hands of Junior and CJ. No one going to go window, you'd imagine. Yeah, they're just going to wait for the fights to come to them. Dangerous peek coming through, and yeah, Shane turns his back on mid. I don't know what he heard or what might have gone through his mind, but now it's up to CJ, who's managed to upgrade to an M4. Up against both Dia and Snav. He's going to stick the plant. It makes sense. You got to try it. Doesn't work. Nice push from Dia. Timbermen get a 4th, but it still gets scary only up against those Deagles. And that's costly, right? Because look at the money now for the Timbermen. They're going to have a way worse buy than Nouns.
Yeah, I mean, the only thing that could have made that worse, obviously losing, but if they got the bomb plant, that would have been really rough. The fact that they avoid that is going to be huge. So now you're looking at AKs in hands here still.
Actually, that's a little better than I thought. I didn't realize they managed to work the money. But still, yeah, that's good damage.
It's pretty much like this does become one of those swing rounds where if they close it out, that could be just game time right there. Close to it. And they're just full force straight towards that A side. Carson is playing on that A side at the moment as Snav quickly traded out. An up connector, mid pressure applied here. Rush trying to crack on through, but the duo gets leveled out by the MP9s, and that fast-paced play gets shut down with quickness from Timbermen.
All right, look, we might have a match on our hands now. Timbermen, 3 in a row to kick off this first half. They shut down that full buy-up for Nouns. They keep 3 players standing, so their economy gets a lot healthier. Even though, like, I feel like this wasn't necessarily a bad call going into the A side, going fast. It was Timbermen ready for it in every single way. So now, still 5 rounds down. It's a very tall hill to climb, but they're going up against the Pistols once more. Another eco for Nouns. This time it'll be 4 Tech 9s and P250, and we could see a fast-paced play again coming through for them towards the B site. Do they have the util? Yes. They have a few smokes. I should say a couple of smokes. And no, they have, yeah, a couple of smokes and a few flashes available to them. Shane has the incendiary, which he'll likely toss down. But yeah, there's this fast-paced play. They're moving right on forward. It's the right thing to do with those Tech 9. Shane get overloaded very quickly. They're kind of surrounding him and Dare, but Dare is just flicking around. His head is on his swivel, and Rush manages to get 2, but he is quickly dealt with, leaving only Junior standing. What a round from Dare. 3K in a situation that could have easily gotten out of hand. Keeps it in control for his squad, and there goes Junior.
Able to hang in there for too long. Understandably so. And the issue with a lot of those faster paced plays is, I'm with you, you know, there's a good idea in there that you can just try and establish the tempo early on in the half and then try and close it out with confidence. But when it goes wrong, it can also feel like the comeback kind of gets hastened a little bit there. And as you can see, because of how quick these rounds have flowed by, an 8-round deficit turns to 4. So a whole lot more of an opportunity for Timbermen to close the distance.
Timbermen not out of this one just yet. 4-round deficit, but here come the guns. The big one for Junior. The AWP will finally be in play for Nouns here in the second half. Where is he spawned? I think he spawned for the A-ramp peak. So I'd imagine they might just try and throw a flash and let him go peek out there and see if he can get an opening frag. No, they're not going to. Okay. So they're just going to instead go in towards mid. Not a bad idea either. Junior with the op, in fact, in towards the B apartments. Okay. Mid control has been given to them. Look at this passive mid hold. This is unusual for the tournament. We usually like to have a lot of presence. Instead, no one is there. 3 players stacked up for what feels like an expected ramp and Palace hit, but that's not coming through at all.
I'm going to read into the opposition. We Yeah, you're right. A much different approach here. Dare and Shane, though, in unison, able to strike around the edges of this smoke. And both of them find a kill apiece. 5v3 round starts to go a little bit wrong here for Nouns. Trying to scale their way out. Peeping could take that space and initiative. As Rush finds a kill into Carson, they give the B bomb site here. They're outside looking in on the round currently. And having to fight their way through. So everyone looks to group up here.
I think that nade was thrown a little too far. I'm pretty sure it was meant to pop the smoke, but it just goes kind of in the middle of nowhere. Maybe that's a Van nade? Either way, Nouns are biding their time. They're waiting for Peaks to come through. They want Timbermen to reaggress and try to get information. Uh-oh, Peeping's gone, though. Now that creates more of a problem. Rush trying to sneak up Cat, but that's a wicked shot from Dia to have connect. 19 seconds left. They need to try and get this bomb planted now. Timbermen, their patience, their resolve is strong. Dia connecting on those shots. Junior manages to get one. He's going to try and stick the plant. Will he be afforded the opportunity? Yes, but he dies immediately after getting it. So it will be a 7th. Nouns getting a little extra money in the bank here. But it's still a round loss.
Yeah, still a round loss. It's still a comeback effort. That you can be excited about. I mean, again, a bit of a concern for me is watching Timmerman play a little slower towards middle and not really fight for it with as much initiative as is typical. But the game plan to recover that lost space, certainly there. HE to blow open the smoke. A lot of information maintained off the back of that. So a fantastic look in recovery. And 7 rounds now. Now I'm stuck in a deadlock at the moment. I mean, that bomb plant maybe could get them... I mean, it will at least afford them another purchase opportunity. Which, that's pretty massive, but... We're going to need to see something extra. Rolling on out of Rush and his depth here as a fairly new IGL. How is he going to be able to get them through this difficult situation?
And finally, we have a map on our hands at the very least. Won't get a blowout the same way we did in the first two. So that's good. Feels like the Timberman can pull this one back and knot it up at 10. The way things are going, excuse me. Sindiri tossed immediately in for that A ramp. Peeping. Gonna take a little bit of nade damage, so is CJ. Feels like Nouns want to try and mix it up and go back to the A site instead. They've been going for mid, B leaning control the past few rounds. Now it'll be A, and Dia's right there waiting for the opener once more. What a great time for Dia to shine. Mirage is definitely his map. And he's showing it again here on this CT side. Carson peeks around, gets the frag onto Nyx. Another 5v3. Rush cannot kill Dare. Oh my goodness, what a frag from Dare. A 180 and survives the duel. CJ manages to get one back, and there are Dia and Dare that are low. But, I don't know, it's going to be very difficult for CJ Jr. to get this, even though they have the space gain. Yeah, I mean, Snap just comes right back and steals it away. Shane gets the last, and there it is, an 8th from Timberman. The economy broken once more for Nouns, and that means that a 9th could be on the cards.
Wow. Just a incredible sequence on this A-side hold. And again, Carson, as we highlighted, a player that we didn't get to see much in that last map. We assumed, I think, because of just one small round in that second half, that maybe we would see some of those roll shifts up. He's still anchoring in that A side here in some of these situations, and a majority of them. So maybe just kind of becoming more comfortable in this department. Hasn't been tested all that much, but when he is, he's been passing with good kills here. Has Dia to back him up in a big way. There's Carson with a big spray down to lock it down that A side, and stepping up to the plate when called upon there.
I mean, just against pistols, but still. That's a nice mow down from Carson, and Dare, with the last frag of the round, brings Timberman one away from tying it up. Let's not forget, this was 10-2 for Nouns, and now Timbermen have held Nouns off the board for the entirety of this second half, getting 7 in a row, looking to make it 8 and essentially replicate what Nouns did on their CT side. Timeout's going to be called. Here come the AKs. Junior almost certainly on the op. Maybe they'll want to put him on the rifle to try and get more mobility out, but I mean, you kind of want him rocking the big green, even if things haven't been that rosy here on this T side.
Much needed timeout here. Let's see. Again, if we can get Adren involved, try and get him communicating with the squad here. At this point, I think becoming a mental battle and how they get rounds, how they lift off. So running into the brick wall defense time and time again. I mean, you can see only 2 post-plant situations. A couple of close rounds here, but one of them being on the pistol, which was nearly a 1v4 from CJ. There's been very little early round success here. Now need that to change ASAP here off the back of this timeout, ideally for them.
They've tried everything, right? Going B fast, going A fast. Neither of those things are working. They've slowed down the pace, which they're trying to do here. Still nothing. They get an opening frag finally this time, but it's an immediate trade. And what? How?
Wow,
Shane couldn't see
what?
anything. How does he even track that? That's absurd. Rush going to get Snav right on back. 3v3. Nade sails through. And I mean, after that, they want nothing to do with that B site. This again is not trending well for Nouns. Yes, there's a lot of time left on the clock, but Timbermen, every time that Nouns take a step forward, they push them back.
There's just, I mean, just so much confidence being shown out as well. Shane, off the back of feeling that early pressure, goes and steps back forward into apartments to see if there's anybody positioning themselves further around the corner. Now, he doesn't spot anything, and that might be a false sense of security, but I think at some point you just got to trust that he can deliver a little bit on this B side. He's going to be putting himself in a position to do some damage here, to try and listen for the initial contact before he actually has to strike. Kind of a forward-facing position, with his closest rotate being up catwalk, but now you can even see there's a little bit more convincing for Dia. Yeah, he comes through just in time. Perfect reposition from Dia. He strikes for 2. Shane's yet to reveal himself. It's looking like a lockup in the scoreline. Double digits as a no-scope comes out from Dia. This is certainly his map here, and he's taking full control.
I mean, look, Dia last time here against Boss had a 2.04 rating, 15-5 scoreline. He's outdoing himself against Nouns. Unbelievable 3K, and that no-scope at the end, 19-12, 87 ADR. And that's the 8th in a row for the Timbermen, and there is a bit of a contrast compared to the way Nouns got their commanding lead in that first half on CT side, and that it was that they were winning a lot of close rounds. Their money was never really stabilized. Here, Timbermen have a couple of rounds, maybe even 3 in the bank available to them, leading to the tail end of this match. And another opening frag found for Carson. Peeping's trying to change that. The crossfire's too good. They got too many men here, and the crosshairs are placed perfectly. Look at this, though. Rush going to get a couple. It doesn't matter. It's immediately annihilated by Dia and Carson. 11-10 in favor of the Timbermen. They are so close to getting a comeback from being down 2-10 and a berth in the grand final.
I mean, it had to be this way, didn't it? It couldn't have been easy for Nouns. Not in this third map. You saw too many dominant performances today. Timbermen had to put up a fight, and they are. They've taken the lead after long last. It comes at the hands of Carson, who locks down a massive A-side hold. We said we weren't sure if he was capable of doing. We weren't sure if he was able to get comfortable in these roles, but he's looking like it. And in that comfort, gets himself a PrizePicks check mark while he's at it there.
Yeah, we got a lot of check marks for the Timbermen. Even on Nouns, I think we lost track because this has been pretty intense leading up to this point, but a lot of great individual performances. Nyx, Peeping, even Rush, and on the other side, Dia, Dare, Carson, Shane even. It's been an intense map. Looked like it was going to be one-sided, perhaps to the finish line, but Timbermen have just exploded on their CT side, trying to match Nouns' 10 in a row for themselves, and I mean, they're about to, which will mean it'll be 12-10 in their favor. Nouns, I mean, even if they don't find an answer here, the loss bonus is full, so they'll probably still have a buy-up in the next one, especially if a bomb plant comes through. But they have other plans. They obviously want to get this first round victory on the board in the second half.
I guess better late than never here if they can grab it.
Yeah, oh dare. Oh dare. Perfect spot.
Looks like he's very careful about this possibility. Take a lot to surprise him now. Hoping maybe for a little push and pull there up connector as well. So maybe looking to wait for that distraction to be caused first, but sees the shoulder peeping, peeks into the angle just enough for Dare to capitalize. Now the connector prong strikes here, but Shane has coverage, and it's this long-standing duo that sticks together to lock in this A-side hold. A swing coming through from Shane. It is under lock and key. Timbermen, flawless in the second half, have got map and series point to enter the grand finals.
This is absolutely unreal. 12-10 for Timbermen. Dare, if they win, if they lose, it doesn't matter. He's the MVP for me. Like, he has been, it's just not only in terms of his fragging, but he has been taking command in the mid rounds, right? You see it in his calming, the way he's got so much energy in everything, but it feels like he's very precise in everything he's telling his team and the communication that he's pulling off. So this has been, you know, Dare lead. Shane's going to hit that PrizePicks check mark as we were kind of expecting to, but like Dare, impressive stuff in every facet of the game. Timbermen getting too aggressive here. Maybe no, they get two! Nix tries to get him back, and he does. Okay, 3v3. Nouns trying to fend off potential elimination, but Snav is going to get rushed. Nix and Junior, the last two standing. Everyone's here. Dare, how poetic for him to end what he pretty much started with his play. Two frags coming through, an instant disconnect we saw from Nouns. They cannot be happy. Dare is absolutely all smiles, celebrating here. 13-10, the Timbermen had their first ever berth to a grand final here in the PrizePicks NA Revival series.
And it's in their story so far, this has been a hurdle they just haven't been able to jump over for such a long period of time. And in fact, when they've come close, they've fallen short to these very frustrating comeback efforts on the other end of things. But to do it themselves, you can see what it means to the squad, man. And Dare getting loud, commanding, as you said, all the way through this best of three, getting loud there as finally that frustration is released and they get a massive win over a team that were put in a position to close this one out in a one-sided fashion.
That was 10-2 for Nouns. They didn't get a single round on their T side, not one. And imagine just if that clutch comes through at the beginning in the pistol round, right? For CJ, he gets a 3K and a 1v4, makes down to a 1v1. It gets really close, but he can't find that. We're looking at an entirely different winner, I think, if CJ wins that round. I think Nouns are the ones who are already playing in the grand final at this point, but instead, the Timbermen win that pistol, and then they just carry the torch all the way to the finish line. You're going to look at the PrizePicks frag estimates, and no one on Nouns actually hitting it here on map number 3, which I don't know if that's true. That doesn't look right to me. Does that look right to you, Cole?
Not quite there.
No.
I feel like I feel like there had to have been a little more,
there were
how one-sided it was in that first half, right? I mean,
I take back what I said. This graphic is deceiving me. I'm sure that like there were players that had crazy performances on Nouns too. So we'll have to double check that. All right, we're fixing it right now, guys. We're fixing it.
Prepared there.
Yeah. The repairs are coming in live.
But I mean, yeah, it's pretty impressive what the side of Timberman were able to do. I mean, I was wondering if it was just a flash in the pan yesterday. I mean, obviously, I don't even think like that Boss are a incredible Mirage team yet. I still think they've got a lot to learn in that map. And they would say that themselves. But like seeing that result so one-sided was kind of a surprise for me. But then seeing Carson come into today, and we had highlighted here, are we going to get the same roles here? I mean, we were pretty convinced with what little we saw from yesterday that there was some shifting in those roles. But Carson got into the action there pretty quickly, and this is the actual score lines here.
Yeah.
I just feel a little bit bad for Nix, who really tried to pull through in so many big moments and so many big opportunities. He was capitalizing, this young guy coming onto the scene there, winning some big clutches in that first half, you know, smiling all the way through. But I think some of these losses here are just things that Nouns have to shift through here. And with a young IGL, I think closing out games is a difficult thing. Not a young IGL,
Well,
but kind of a
yeah,
newer
not
IGL
young.
to
Yeah.
be more accurate, newer to the role that is. And that's just the challenge that they found themselves through in this
Yeah.
best of 3.
Yeah, that T side left a lot to be desired calling wise for sure, but it's a learning experience. That's one you can look back on, even though it stings right now. Maybe you wait a day before you review the demo or a couple of days, and then you go back to it and say, okay, let's have a look here. How can we improve this? How can we make ourselves better on our attacking end? Because we had a 10-2 lead and then we just let it completely slip away. Looking at the Timbermen, I think everyone got the check mark. Am I wrong? No, I'm not. Every single player got a check mark here for the Timbermen. Dare was the leader of the pack by far. I mean, he might not be the IGL for the squad, but he's absolutely the one that was in the mid round towards those closing moments. He was that key factor. He was that catalyst that brought them to the finish line. Super impressive. Excited to see Timbermen up against NRG in the grand final coming up next. We're going to take a break, but before we do, we have some thank yous to say to the sponsors of the N8 Revival series. Number one being, of course, PrizePicks, as this series is not possible without them, guys. The best North American Counter-Strike players are competing right now, and you can win real money while watching them play. Join PrizePicks to get in on the action. It is super easy to get started. All you have to do is select 2 or more players and choose more or less on their stat projections to build your lineup. Then sit back and watch your lineup stats rack up. For a limited time, click the link on the panel below or use code REVIVAL when making an account and playing a $5 lineup to receive $50 whether you win or lose. It's a guaranteed win for all new PrizePicks users. Thank you again to PrizePicks for partnering with Complexity and Mythic League to host the NA Revival Series. The PrizePicks NA Revival Series is also partnering with Mythic League. Players are always asking for a premier solo queue matchmaking experience without cheaters, and Mythic League has been providing this for over 6 years and is now free to play for FaCe at ranks 1 to 5 in the Silver Division. All players are required to have and use their microphone. The support staff is always available to help out in Discord for live matches, and Smurf accounts are banned swiftly. Additionally, there is $5,000 in monthly prizes available for subscribers throughout all divisions. Give Mythic League a try today and use code ML50 for 50% off your first subscription of 1, 3, or 6 months. Guys, we are taking a break. When we come back, the grand finals of the PrizePicks NA Revival Series number 5.
Over 20 years of complexity. It's hard to believe it's been this long. Buying the team back this year was a full circle moment for us. Of course, nothing would be possible without all the players, past and present, who've represented us from the old logo to the new, and maybe back again. Not to mention the ones behind the scenes who've kept the gears turning all these years. But most importantly, I want to say thank you to the fans. We wouldn't be Complexity without you. Thank you for standing by us. We'll continue to stand by you and the North American scene. You'll always be our home.
good evening, good night. Hi, welcome. It is the Perfect World America's RMR. We are kick-starting day 1 of 4 to find out which teams from the region are going to be making it.
Ospert spots nobody on the drive. Flashbang in and Floppy will collect. Oh, a second flash. Everyone blinded. What a move from Complexity. Just shut this round down immediately. Drive-by shot from the tech. Have they got the technique to close it? That's the question. Leash phases through the smoke. The spray's good. Even hits the head. Luchov lopped off. And Hauser for the final killing blow. The uppercut of Complexity. Oh, a Liege, man. So smooth on the movement, Vince, but it's the fact he gets both of them as well. Even 2, that could be it. That could be the mistake that cost them everything. Oh, that might be the final cog turning, but they look to still try and fight back. It's all on one now. Nasty Naz in the back of the bomb site, throwing out bullets, low on ammunition, switches to the USP, but it's just a tag, it's no frag, and off the back of that, they might be known as Complexity, but it was simple for their opening win.
And now we move into the final 2 best of ones of the day here on the A stream. And it is Complexity up against Boss now.
Grim has a go. Grim finds Darty. JT down on Dart. This is awkward. Elijah's been overlooked. A double kill. Fruit Cup finds him, but it's not enough. Grim and Elige with the multi-kill.
Wow, I think he could get a delivery.
Look at this second shot, bro. This is dreamy. Bang.
Yeah, beautiful. That's what you need. Hauser with 2 impactful rounds in a row. But Complexity have gotten the read on Boss in these last 2. This is where they need to really switch that mental on, because the opportunity for them to bounce back into this game, lickety-split, you watch how quick this is going to happen.
Throughout our first half commentary, we discussed how nightmarish it can be to anchor A and how difficult it can be to defend B.
I'm impressed.
Yeah, no, legit. This is a lovely hand.
Pro League season, right? And it was like, well, thanks for coming.
Yeah.
See you later.
In and out, revolving door. Man, the energy must be absolutely electric in that room right now for Boss. It's not done. The job is not done. Slight gets his eye to the scope early, so he can have the element of surprise here. Oh, big, important, finds Floppy, humbles him, and now up to Halzerk. Maneuvers into heaven to be safe from main. Cam's still occupied. He's not got any idea as to where Freshy's coming from now. Perhaps a sound cue given. Yep. Halzerk, he can win this. This would be a disruptive 1 versus 2 clutch on the defuse. His back is exposed, and yeah, too easy, too comfortable. A nonchalant 1v2 coming in from Halzerk. Look at the plant, it's perfect for the clutch up. Halzerk denies a chance for Boss to get on the CT board early. They smoke dark as well. Now this HE is everything. And there's not much time. Not much time! If he could have just connected, gets him off the bomb. It's not easy, gotta run him down! Gotta run him down! Gotta be fast! He can't get the bullet! One more bullet could have done it! Cole survived the underdog test, and a test it was.
There are only 6 spots remaining in the Perfect World Shanghai Major for the Americas region. Is about to be claimed either by the North American Dream Team Complexity or the Brazilians MIBR. We're about to find out how that goes down.
Floppy's going to get tested here, only with the MP9 as well. Plays the drop down straight away. Elige, is he often going to see him here? That first port of call, that first rotate in. Puts Elige back on the ramp room, and then Floppy goes ham on the SMG. Feet awaits on Nuke, MIBR. Their map pick, their CT side, clean as hell.
Oh dear, it's done. Get us out of here. MIBR, take it in style.
JT, he's got a lot of support here to defend this B site. Grim's Dooley's last seen over on the catwalk, fire off up close. And so Complexity breathe a little easier here, as guaranteed here for MIBR. The plant should be locked in.
Oh no.
7 seconds left, exit.
Stick it.
Stuck around for the fight, but now he's got a plant. Halzerk swinging out, tries to put a stop to this, and that's when Safe arrives. It's just Elige, and he can't manage it. MIBR, they can rely on Safe. They can rely on exit.
2 spots were taken in the Americas RMRs yesterday, and day number 3 kicking off today. What's up, gents? How are you doing this morning?
Look at me, Sammy! Look at me! We can't really get too into it because we have got the game on our screen.
Finish them, Alex!
Oh, they will.
That's the Jason Lake.
Yeah.
You did the lake, I did the Jason. Sorry, guys, the game's live.
Yeah.
Talk to you later.
Yeah, we'll be back. See you guys.
When you have lost the map twice to a team and now they're picking it into you. Well, looked tidy, didn't it?
Yeah, like I don't know who that favors, right?
I
Like,
think it shows the confidence of M80 against Complexity.
like we can do it again.
Exactly.
Which will be the late piece.
Looking for the Heaven fight.
Ooh, this is big. Halzak has to hard clear this and do so well. Swisher, distinct disadvantage with the FAMAS. Lake nails an instant headshot onto JT. Hang on. No smoke, but still pressure onto Halzak. Can he do what Floppy couldn't? Looks like he's set himself up for success. And Halzak does his best. Clutches up triple kill and top fragging now for Complexity. It's not looking good. M80 hanging on by a thread. A single nerve ending. And there it is. A 13-8 scoreline. Anubis. It's Complexities.
3 heading towards B. Floppy for more.
You boost this, you are playing it.
Oh, down Q's, boys!
Five alive, five alive! The MP9 ace for Flop Dog, denied by Elige. Hoover up those AKs if you can, boys. We get, what, Galil, AK, yep. Could have been very nice. Elige looks like he's been completely overlooked. Why are we not worried about Elige? You should be. Double kill. More could come in his way. Supportive flash, but he's not going to overplay. He's happy to sit. They don't have the util to flush him out. His existence alone delays them. And now Grim can pick up the pieces. Sin, the 1v5 demanded of him, baits out the shot from the AWP, which is nice. But he's for the repeak. He's still looking. Doesn't want to die after time. Wants to go down. Grim provides. Okay, we've got our Complexity 2 rounds away from the major.
You've got to feel like it's done at this point, don't
I'm
you?
starting to. 1 minute. And 5 Complexity frags away from the major. From stickers. And knowing you can go to bed happy. Go to bed knowing your name will once again be in the game. And you will be attending the last event of the year. Grim does deliver the first. Lake provides the trade. M80 stubborn here, heading in towards the B site. JT and Floppy once again to be tested. JT, does he swing through? Does choose to isolate, but Swisher this time bests him. This is a fast flank from Elige. This could be enough. They're not ready for him. Elige tames the spray. It's only Lake left to play, and Complexity securing the perfect world. Shanghai Major, it's in. It's theirs. 2-0 as they slay their demon. The rivals fall into that final 2-2 bucket. Complexity best M80 convincingly.
Yeah, I'd say everyone is really happy to make the major, and yeah, we were trying to give it our all in that game, you know, make the energy needed, and, you know, lose some dumb rounds, win some more, and, you know, just bring the hype, and yeah, everyone's happy.
All right, anything that you'd like to say to the fans at home, Grim?
Thank you for supporting us during such turbulent times sometimes, but hopefully we made you happy today and can continue to do that going into the major, and thank you again.
There we go, everybody. Complexity making it through to the opening stage.
Try to stop talking about kids. You go from number 1 to nothing at all.
good night. Hi, welcome. It is the Perfect World America's RMR. We are kick-starting day 1 of 4 to find out which teams from the region are going to be making it.
Over 20 years of complexity. It's hard to believe it's been this long. Buying the team back this year was a full circle moment for us. Of course, nothing would be possible without all the players, past and present, who've represented us from the old logo to the new, and maybe back again. Not to mention the ones behind the scenes who've kept the gears turning all these years. But most importantly, I want to say thank you to the fans. We wouldn't be Complexity without you. Thank you for standing by us. We'll continue to stand by you and the North American scene. You'll always be our home.
All right, we're back here for the PrizePicks NA Revival Series number 5 Grand Final, and we've got a new participant in these Grand Finals in the Timbermen, and we've got seemingly our permanent participant in the Grand Finals in NRG, who have been here every single time. This one should actually be extremely interesting. What a comeback, by the way, Cole, for Timbermen on that last map.
I mean, I actually just am so incredibly impressed here,
Yeah.
not only with the resiliency that they put on display, but the ability to get their heads back into that game, man. They deserve a lot of credit for the headspace that they were in all the way through. And then that, leads to a very exciting opportunity here for this team to try and come through again in their first grand final after so many semifinal defeats, upset a team that has been just laying waste to the NA competition that they've been playing here, and South American competition if you count Frag 18.
Yeah.
They've been incredible all the way through, so it's interesting to see. NRG, obviously they're always in the finals, and that's going to be a tough matchup here for Timbermen as well.
Yeah, no question. I mean, they haven't dropped a map since Frag, right? Like that's actually pretty impressive in itself. So let's see if that continues here into these grand finals. Again, NRG still the heavy favorites on paper, but I feel like Timbermen are actually playing quite ridiculous Counter-Strike right now. You can ignore map number 1 of the previous series where they got kind of manhandled, let's say 5-13 on Anubis, but then Nuke was incredible. Mirage, sure, that first half wasn't anything great, but like they were competitive. Like if you just looked at the money in round number 11 for Nouns, that was a good example of how close the rounds before that were and how many clutch situations were required for Nouns to even get to the point they were. Anyway, look, that's in the past. Now we've got this one to focus on. Let's jump into the PrizePicks Analyst segment and talk about these players, Cole.
Yeah, I mean, there's a lot to talk about here. Fresh on your minds, if you remember, is this Timbermen squad that had to kind of fight through a tough time here in that last best of three. Started off very slow, but got right back into that form that we know from day one. And for me, I mean, as you have highlighted and aptly so, it was Dare all the way through that
Yeah.
last best of three, controlling the rounds, controlling the best of three here. Very communicative in terms of what he was saying in the mid rounds as well. So keeping like a focus on the impact that he was bringing in that department, and then also delivering in the frags as well. We had that ace clutch on Nuke that kept things rolling, and it felt like then nothing could go right. And then again, the energy that was produced as they finished that comeback off, you could see how much it mattered that they get that win.
Yeah, no question. Dare for me is a solid pick. And then you go to Carson. I think that he's also going to be a really good pick here up against his NRG squad. I feel like Carson, when he's connecting for Timberman, that means even more success is coming through for them. And a third pick, Dia. Dia has been ridiculous in my mind in terms of his contributions, especially if we go to Mirage. Like, he's that difference maker on Mirage. It's a map that he loves to play on. His ratings have been phenomenal over the last like 3 or 4 times that he's been on the map. So yeah, those are my top 3 to keep an eye on. And even Shane and Snav, like, certainly not in the top 3, but Snav's got ridiculous 1vx clutch potential, but you already talked about Cole, and Shane has just been a consistent pillar here for the Timbermen.
Yeah, I mean, as always, I think just one of the most steady anchors
Yeah.
that you can ask for. I mean, when you play together with this like core of a roster, Snav, Dare, and Shane, as long as they've been playing together, and now maybe even
Yeah.
include Dia in that mix, he's been with the squad for a little bit. You just get comfortable with the squad, you get comfortable with the roster, and that's what we've seen out of this team so far. Is that there's a lot of comfort. So I think there's anybody that's capable of having these big performances, but it was certainly big performances coming through from the side of Timberman.
Absolutely. Let's switch gears. Let's talk about NRG. Again, it kind of feels like we're going to be singing the praises of every single player. But if you want to highlight one or the other, I would say OC comes to mind first, just because it feels like he's hit his stride. It feels like the confidence levels are getting back up to the point they were when he was on Extra Salt. And I mean, for me, I feel like he should be able to hit that 31.5 estimate in terms of frags into maps, just because of how well he's played throughout this entire tournament so far. And then you look outside of that to George. George has been a revelation for NRG. He comes in here, replaces Automatic, and is an immediate upgrade in terms of performances. Not that Automatic, I always say this, like, I feel like Automatic could have hit this stride, but if you're looking at the numbers comparatively, like what Automatic was bringing versus George, just purely in terms of rating, George destroys. Like, it's unbelievable what he's given to this squad, and I think that he could be the one that propels them back to the top of North America and maybe even beyond.
Yeah, I mean, there's no question you're just going to be playing that nice and up to date type of Counter Strike there that is so good at breaking down these systems. He's fit like a glove with this roster. Automatic, like you said, I think there was a need for a change in this
Yeah.
team, and I think partially that's why we're seeing OC get a lot more comfortable. Is that there's some more unity in this roster and how they play out. And yeah, I'm definitely pleasantly surprised to see OC's numbers get up to the 31.5 mark, because that means he's playing confident. And that's what a big goal of this team is, to get him in that direction. So excellent look from the side of NRG. And as you said, there's so many different players, but I'm with you, right? It's going to be close eye on OC. It's going to be a close eye on George to see if they can keep up that level.
Yeah, and we're looking at we'll be looking at the Veto guys here very shortly. We're going to bring that up on your screens. And the problem for Timberman is they won't get to see Nuke, almost certainly, because it's the permaban on the NRG side. So let's see what comes through. Yep, NRG obviously going to ban Nuke, and Timberman banning Inferno. Now we get Ancient as the pick for the Timbermen. I don't necessarily mind that. They've looked okay on it. The problem is, wasn't there a big loss for them here recently? Well, no, not in this Revival series. It was on the previous Revival series up against the Party Astronauts. They absolutely destroyed Boss 13-1 there. So I understand them going to that. And again, we're seeing a Dust 2 pick for NRG. What do you think about that?
I mean, back to back in Dust 2 picks, I guess, again, they're feeling confident, especially when Mirage is around the corner. It makes a lot of sense. The Timbermen are not going to ban Mirage, so they get that opportunity to play it out in the
Yeah.
decider. So if you're going to look to try and play to your strengths, roll back Dust 2 again. I think it's a good idea from NRG, because of that luxury of playing up against now multiple teams in a row that just won't ban Mirage in that second phase. So
Yeah.
That's their direction that they're taking, and I would definitely follow in that trend.
I think the problem for Timberman is you're playing up against NRG on 2 of their 3 top maps. Like the only one that's not here is Inferno because Timberman banned it. Outside of that, like you've got Ancient 11-6 for NRG, Mirage 9-2 over the last 3 months, and Dust 2. While it's not been great for NRG as of over the last 3 months, if you look at the stats, the last 3 matches have all been wins and fairly convincing at that. So I don't know. It's definitely got an energy lean to it in terms of the veto, kind of what we expected anyway. And it's going to be, as well as Timberman have been playing, I still feel like this is going to be a very difficult challenge for them.
Yeah, I mean, I'm right there with you. It's not going to be easy to get through this best of 3. And, this is going to be an interesting test for NRG. We talked about like the dominance that they asserted at Frag. This is now 7 series in a row. With the last 7 series being very one-sided and 2 zeros and a 3-0 if you count the best of 3. That was technically a 2-0 because they had a map advantage. But either way, this team is unfamiliar with this roster with losing. We saw it asserted out of the gates there with the new introduction of George and how they were able to bring in the last revival series where they actually did play up against Sada Timberman. But then you're seeing it again. Their last loss was to Nouns. Timberman did them a favor and knocked out Nouns there for them, so they don't have to worry about playing that team up again. And I think on the other end, NRG are playing a very hot Timberman roster. This is a team that's firing on all cylinders. Took a little bit to discover themselves with losing that first map, but we saw quickly the day one Timberman that dominated the server in multiple different halves of Counter-Strike there. So that's up for NRG to try and shut this team down, and probably if you're NRG, you want to do it in dominant fashion to end off your year with 8 2-0s in a row, 8 sweeps of series in a row. That would be incredible.
Yeah, and Dare has been ridiculous. I think you already highlighted it. Just the energy he's brought to this squad has been impressive, and I think he could be the catalyst to a potential victory here in this grand final. Looking at Dust 2 a little more deeply, though, Timberman haven't played it for 2 months. Like the last time they played it was in Challenger League Season 48, which ended quite some time ago. And they lost 7-13 to Laser, and they lost to Fluffy Aimers twice by the exact same scoreline. So, yeah, this is not the greatest of maps for them. So, I mean, even more so a good idea for NRG to lean into Dust 2. And I think this is the times when they want to have Dust 2 in their back pocket, when they're playing against teams who aren't banning it, but also aren't good at the map either. And yeah, we already saw what they did previously to the Party Astronauts. It wasn't pretty for PA on that one. And it could be the same result for the Timbermen. So I would say for Timbermen, win condition here is take Ancient. Otherwise, I just don't feel like they've got what it takes on Dust 2 to compete with NRG. It has to be a 3-map series for a Timberman victory.
Yeah, I'm with you. It feels like shutting down this team in a dominant fashion just doesn't make sense. Timberman know how to take it the distance, though. They're the team that at the moment is kind of used to that environment, that's used to taking it the distance. So it'll be interesting to see what they can do in that department. As we got everyone joining up into the server. We got to look at what Shane's getting up to there, and for me again, it's going to be interesting to see what this squad can make happen. Can they actually do it? And now that they're in the grand finals, kind of unfamiliar territory for this team, but this would be the first opportunity for Timberman to really open themselves up to like a victory in an event. It's been a little while since we've last seen this roster actually get like a big win underneath their belt, and
Yeah,
it'd be a really good way to close off what has been kind of an up and down year so far for this squad. So definitely going to be hungry for that.
absolutely. And I think NRG the same, right? Because they're a squad that had their fair of trials and tribulations throughout the beginning of 2024. They couldn't find really what was expected of them. They had a few roster changes come through. Finally, it feels like they found the winning formula for this roster, and they're winning quite a few tournaments. I don't think that hunger has been satiated yet, though. I feel like they still want to prove themselves and feel like they need to at a higher level of competition. And it only starts here at the Revival Series, at the Fragadelphias, all those events. They've probably put the pressure on themselves to come out with wins, and they have been, right? I mean, yes, they had the loss to Nouns in the previous NA Revival Series, but it was still a very close and tightly contested BO3 in those grand finals. Look, I guess the picture I'm trying to paint here is that both of these teams have reason to be hungry for a win in these grand finals, and I think that's going to mean we're going to get some pretty exciting stuff once things get underway.
Yeah, yeah. I mean, I went and looked it up, and the last time this team did close out an event, it was in Philadelphia, Kansas City,
Yeah.
2024, which
Yeah.
was the first one this year. It wasn't actually the one that was just played out, which is Frag 18, to clarify. And there were some good teams here and there, but that wasn't up against like top level competition. So you got to go a little bit further than that to look at when this team was last able to do it, and that was even before they were picked up by Elevate. So kind of surprised to see the lack of wins from a team that's always been hanging in there. Is this roster that has so much potential, has so much firepower, but is eager to get like this victory, especially over a team like NRG that's kind of in that dominant position. So it'll be interesting to see if they can get that.
I agree. I think that this win, if it's a win for the Timbermen, would mean a lot going into next year. It just shows that it gives more validity to this roster.
I
Right?
mean, it might secure your roster. Maybe it
Yeah,
encourages Shane
exactly.
to stick around. It encourages, Dia to continue to play with the squad. And that's what you get to end off with, is that note.
Either way, I mean, you made it to the grand finals here. You played some pretty impressive Counter-Strike. You beat Boss, which was a Boss team that looked a lot better coming into this, having the way they played a frag and everything, and beating Nouns, and then they come out flat. Obviously, some technical issues I think contributing to that, but still, Timbermen were actually that good, and you saw that again against Nouns, which was the tougher test to see if it's actually legitimate what we saw in that first series. And I think the answer is a firm yes. Like, these guys are really coming together in a significant way. And now the ultimate test: how are you going to perform against NRG, who are right now at the top of, I would say, tier 2 NA, right? They're the ones that are right there, competing very, very well, and are the ones to beat in every way. So we'll see if it actually can come to fruition for the Timbermen. I just think it's nice to see, like, despite all the off-server nonsense that happens for the Timbermen, it's good to see them find form again, because it's always nice to have that level of competition, at a very high level. And that's also why these revival series are here, right? Because then we can actually get these teams, they get some reps under their belts, and they might have some question marks in their rosters, but then we see it all come together at the NA Revival Series. And I mean, we saw wild cards, surge upwards, and then they made it to the major, they made it to the elimination stage. It's really cool how these types of events can help teams find their confidence and their rhythm.
I mean, it's a huge springboard. Again, I always highlight the best of threes and the lack of best of threes being played out, but I seriously do think there's a large part of what Wildcard did at the major, with kind of the consistent reps that we've seen. I think not only did they have to fight through a lot of adversity in terms of like the situations that they were placed in, they were able to overcome that, still get wins underneath their belt that impressed, but also quickly being able to get reps and develop, which is really nice to
Yes.
see as well. So, that's a team that it was able to very quickly gel. You're talking about a team now that is looking to gel here for both these squads. Just one small plug and play player that could potentially just elevate their game. So, for the side of Timbermen, it's Carson. If you're looking at Energy, it's George and what he brings to the table. And I think both are looking to bring some big improvements to the squad.
As it looks like everyone's in the server now. So we're going to be starting very, very shortly, guys, with map number 1 of Ancient. This will be the last BO3 for any NA Revival series in 2024. Everything will be back in 2025. Don't worry, guys. We don't have the official dates yet, though, but those will be coming through, I would imagine, within the next few weeks. Don't worry. In the new year, we'll have all that information shared with you. But as of right now, we stare down at this matchup to see who will be the victor of the 5th NA Revival Series. Will it be NRG again for a 3rd time picking up the title, or can Timbermen get there first? Which, like you mentioned, Cole, I think would be an incredible achievement for a roster that didn't even look like they were going to have a team at certain point. Like, I was honestly not convinced that they would be moving forward at all. Like, I thought the team might melt away with all the roster issues that were occurring, but they're still here. They're resilient, if anything.
Yeah, they just don't really give up there, and again, we'll find a way to play out in these events. We'll find a way to kind of work throughout the CS scene as well. So I mean, I kind of appreciate it in that sense. I think it was a shame that we didn't get to see them in Kansas City, but obviously looking forward to them getting back into the action here and seeing what they can do, because they looked great with the short few weeks that we had in between last series and this one. I mean, it's a completely different team, I would say.
Yeah, no question. All right, well, looks like we're just getting a few final things checked off here before we get into the action. We are about to start. We got the word that it's about to go live here. Grand finals with, I think, 4K on the line here for the winner, and only, well, I don't want to say only, it's still $1,000 available for second place. It's you know, all the money going into the grand final here of the 5K prize pool.
Yeah, I mean, a big deal here, obviously that,
Yeah.
and then obviously the Valve ranking points that go alongside it, which have
Yes.
been highlighted a couple of times. It was talked about quite a bit in at Frag 18 there, but these events kind of get amplified a little bit. More and more interest, more and more work needed to close out these events, because there's potential like qualification on the line here for other events. So if you're NRG and you're looking at what happens here on a consistent basis, you're just keeping a close eye on, you know, how much damage you can do, how consistently you can win in the NA space, and how many ranking points you can lock in. And if you look on the side of NRG, they're doing a great job of handling business.
Well, this is interesting. Timberman just charged down mid, and that went about as you would expect, with Hex getting a couple here as they're trying to get into the A side. They do manage to slip in. Does George have any idea that they're here? He has to. The comms have to have been there, and yeah, he turns around, gets nothing. What a shot from Dia. Now the A site's kind of been cleared out here. Breeze does manage to get one. That's Shane trying to get into that A site and help support the bomb plant, which still hasn't been able to happen because Dia's kind of trapped in catacombs. And Breeze on the other side, they've set up a 3-man crossfire here on Energy's side. Nitro might be a piece that's taken out shortly. Duali's here. They're trying to close the gap, and they do. Nice drop from Dia, and they can rotate off the site now. They got plenty of time.
Yeah, there's a lot of time here to just rotate in towards that B side, but hitting the pause button a little bit could be problematic, because now you're also seeing Hex post up in a position of strength here. T side splits up just a tad. We'll see if that becomes a problem here as Hex is covering the ramp side. They've scaled past him though, and it's not going to matter here. Dare going to collect off the back of that kill, and side access gained here. Kit picked up for Breeze. He's got the armor as well, so a little bit of extra time to work through, but getting past this duo is not an easy task, and Tia will just peek forward, take care of business. Pistol going to be converted.
Well, nicely done again from the Timbermen. Dia with 3 in that pistol round. Huge recovery, right? Because Hex gets 2, and then they manage to slip in towards the A site, even though it still feels like NRG can take care of business. Once Nitro falls, and they're able to gain that path towards the B site, everything just goes right into place perfectly. And the Timbermen have got the pistol round. NRG immediately going to force up to try and respond.
All back and forth here going. Keep the pressure on this T side. They do like a good force buy on the side of NRGs. Bit of a difference compared to what Timbermen are used to, where they go for the saves pretty often on these second rounds. We will see the full investment come through. MP9s galore. I think Ancient's a map there where a lot of those close range duels can really favor the MP9s as well, so you got to take it very carefully in rounds like these. And a nade stack onto OC, putting a lot of damage down range. Is Deagle going to be lowered in? Because he doesn't have armor, that hurts all the more.
That blood splatter is brutal. Oh my god. OC finally dropped to the ground. Blood loss or bullets, he's gone. 5v4 in favor of the Timbermen. Nitro's coming back with Georgia. They're getting 3 combined, but it's now only Breeze left after the trades come through. He's all the way towards the A site. Carson and Dia might not be aware of this. They're actually slowing up the pace, which is technically to the advantage of Breeze. Now they're having a peek, though. Dia can't finish him off, and he has to escape. Actually lucky to get away, because it felt like for a moment that Breeze would be able to turn this into a 1v1. And now Carson can't safely plant the bomb. Oh, he does actually get it through. Excuse me. I thought he pulled off it for a moment, and oh, the wall spam It's good, but it's just an MP9, and the damage is not quite there. So now Breeze, walking into what will be an extremely difficult situation, gets one, tries to flick for the second, so close, but doesn't come through as Dia closes out another round.
Oh, look. Nice closer from Dia there, almost making it happen though in the clutch. Separating that attention. Very difficult to break through that crossfire. Nearly impossible, but this setup from NRG. That's what I mean. The MP9s you can't take lightly in these sort of rounds. Requiring a little extra effort to finish the job. Now, I mean, whenever it comes down to a 1v1, yeah, I was going to say, probably means you're going to give this one a take two. Another shot. And they go even more MP9s and more. This time FAMAS in the mix, so. That extra loss bonus, some extra firepower. Those MP9s get you an extra 600 every time you get a kill with them, so. Decent buy here. But encouraged by the fact that that last one was so close. That can be kind of a false promise, though.
Timberman, just going for some panel spam here into the B site. No one really getting connected on. Maybe Hex down to 53, but I'm not even sure that was from the spam. Either way, Timberman not making any secret of where they might be located here. Still a lot of time left on the clock, 55 seconds for them to maneuver. Not entirely convinced they'll commit to B. But I mean, if they want to get a move on here and rotate, excuse me, it's going to happen now, Cole.
Well-timed smoke. See if that provides any interest. At the moment. Nothing really taking place here. Finally, the execution on in. Pressure going to be applied here onto the bomb site. Spam down, taking that utility. Could be a bit of a problem. Into the site, Hex and George locking it in. There's 10 seconds left, and they're losing too many numbers. Way too many numbers.
Wow. That's fantastic for Energy. The timing of that smoke, and the pacing of their utility is phenomenal, because they remember trying to wait till the very last moment to go for the execute, but then the smoke lands right in their face around. They're like, okay, we only have 20 seconds left. We gotta move. And they walk right into what is a hail of bullets from NRG's MP9s and FAMAS's. And then there's some upgrades available on the ground, so they're going to get an AK, a Galil out of that, and of course some reinvestments coming through. Well played by NRG, and the Timbermen's economy is kind of shot. That was why NRG decided to go for the force by 2 rounds in a row, because they had gotten it down to only 1 player in the previous round. So let's see if the Timbermen can strike back with a force buy of their own.
I just running into that brick wall there, that defense. With the extra benefit being that time pressure as well. That puts an even bigger hurting on them. Most people started off trying to put an end to the force buys on the other end of things. Opening pick. In no haste. And the Timberman camp, as you can see from the default from those cameras. One hand on the wheel. Nice relaxed stance. As they wait for, I think, for the majority of these moves to be made from this CT side first things first. A little bit of utility dispense, but yeah, I mean, they're just left behind another smoke here and struggling to kind of crack through.
Yeah, lots of slow play coming through from the Timbermen. Snav around this corner. I mean, look, NRG are happy to oblige, right? With the patience. They're waiting out the Timbermen, and they're just getting rewarded for their patience here once more. All the frags going their way. Nothing really done by the Timbermen, except for that one on the tail end. But there's NRG coming through with the second, and it's hard to knock these guys down.
Certainly is. Keep the pressure on as well. I mean, this is a team that has been succeeding, thriving in the constant Counter-Strike that they've been playing, and getting George Moore slotted in. I'm sure they're eager to get a victory here after barely missing it last time around. losing out to Nouns in that last final. That was their last series loss. Since then, it was a bit of soul-searching into nothing but sweeps in series. Dominating every team that they've been put up against. This one should be a dominant round as well. Nitro gonna have some fun with it. Looking to keep it nice and tidy. There's no casualties take place there from the CT side. Nice and flawless up against the Pistols. And the lead gonna be claimed by NRG before the bye comes back out. Here we got it. Purchase coming on through. We'll see if this quickens up the pace here. A little fast aggression to switch things up a little bit on the side of Timbermen. Turning up the heat, but they run into the flames. Not what they had intended when they turned that heat on up there. Nitro delivering a lot of damage and a kill to secure some success in the early stages of this one. A little bit of extra support from George. They overwhelm with the numbers. And they will lock down the site. Lock down the middle. They'll lock down just about everything that they're asking for here. Snavy's good in the clutch, but this is just a little too far-fetched.
Yeah. Wow. I mean, it's so amazing how quickly NRG can just... Oh, maybe Snav gets it. Okay, on to Hex, but the problem is he still needs to recover the bomb. And that is under lock and key. NRG. Snav, yeah, a little too tall of an ask there. OC finds the frag, and NRG have 4 in a row now. Wow. I mean, look. This is why NRG have been so good, right? Because even when there's a little bit of adversity that they face in the opening rounds, lose that pistol, the second one as well, you're like, okay, maybe Timbermen have enough to crack through here. They come back and get 4 right in a row, and in convincing fashion, too. Look at their economy, the way it's built up so quickly. And there's going to be 5 techs and 4 pieces of util coming through from the Timbermen here. It is a half buy, a pretty potent one, but look, speaking of potent, those nades sail in. Dia and Shane on the receiving end, and more than 100 damage done combined amongst those two. Or at least just about 100 damage. Anyway, Hex going to get the opener for his squad. OC finds another one. George is going to get a couple, and Dare is gone as well. So just 2 casualties for NRG. Not going to be too fussed about it with George and OC at 12k.
Yeah, not worried about that. So they're just happy. Like you said, I mean, it's also just not a like careful form of Counter-Strike. They were very aggressive.
Yeah.
With the purchases in the early stages, it's one of those things I think a lot of teams will fall into a trap for. And that's constantly force buying into these rounds, leading them to, just never having enough firepower, never having enough utility to get defenses. It felt like they even had enough utility to like play off well. And they managed to avoid a lot of the problems that can be faced. Look at this, man. George and Nitro get to have their fun as they just establish full control of the map once again. Jeez. Quick and easy. These rounds are flying by out of control for the side of Timbermen. They're not unfamiliar with coming back after a pretty tough map 1, but
dude,
this is a whole different team in NRG.
That was a full buy. That was a full buy for Timbermen. It didn't even look like it. It felt like they were just pushing out with pistols, the way they played and the way NRG dealt with them. Oh, man. The contrast we've seen, you talked about the highs and the lows for the Timbermen today. It's been just either very, very high or very, very low. There hasn't really been an in-between for them, even half to half. On the maps. Nitro gets the open. Okay, good trade from Dare. It's not over yet. Snap's got a beat on George, and he finds that frag. 4v3, although Dare is very, very low. Space gained for Timbermen. Carson going back into mid, and Dia finds Breeze as he's distracted with Carson over at lane. This is not done yet for NRG, but, I mean, they're not really positioned very well to counter what Timbermen are bringing to the table here.
Not quite in a position here. I mean, we'll see where the end goal is, though, because it could get interesting pretty quickly depending on Yeah, I mean, this turnaround coming through from OC, who's now got his crosshairs kind of primed in location. One quick connection could turn things around. Puts a little bit of fear into the hearts. OC misses out on the follow-up here. He gets some extra backup, though, in Hex.
Oh!
Smoke not going to make it easy. Instead of blowing open that smoke, they blow up Dare. Make sure that he can't activate in this late round. We're all evened up at a 2v2 now, and they're quick gonna reposition. Meanwhile, the bomb is yet to get planted. Out in the open, they're kind of exposed to where they're heading. A bold plant, but they get away with it here. Now Snav taking a forward-facing angle, loses out to Hex. It draws the attention of Dia, picks up the rifle, but runs into the rifle here of Hex instead. And it's a round ripped away from Timberman just when you think things could go right for them.
4v2 for Timberman. NRG out of position, OC and Donut, so maybe he gets one and then gets traded, but he gets the one, no trade, gets a chance at another shot, misses it, but then Hex, I thought Hex was just going to push through Red Room in that situation, but instead he groups up with his teammate at Donut. Then once they get smoked out, they rotate all the way around into CT and get this as an opener in the 2v2. Unreal. Unbelievable stuff from NRG. What a clutch for those two. And I mean, we've been heaping praise, you know, upon OC along with Hex for quite some time, and that's the reason why these guys have been looking absolutely ridiculously sharp. And OC connects for another one. Nitro gets fragged out, so there's the trade for Timberman. But NRG still have presence on that B site. Hex in a pretty strong spot in Cave. There'll have to be a hard clear right, or maybe some util will be used. A Molotov would help here. They're not going to do anything. Are they just waiting out Hexed? Hexed. Ah, nicely done. Dare comes in. Hex had no one on that site, and Dare was just swinging around slowly but surely. And that will give him the advantage, but only briefly. Shane is traded out, and NRG...
Oh, the bomb.
Yeah, they lost the bomb, and they're not giving them any space to breathe. Snav is gone. NRG don't know that the bomb is towards double doors, but, I mean, Timbermen have to cross through all of these players just to get back to it. Eventually, they'll realize that something is amiss.
I mean, I think they already are kind of realizing this because look at the understanding. They would have bomb planted. They cleared out from B ramp, Hex in Cave. So you know they already took the space that would be necessary, and now they realize as Dare's fighting down the ramp that this is definitely the case here. Flushing him out into the open. Dare still doing a good job of fighting for his life, fighting for this round. Can he do enough to set it up for Carson? The time's running low. They're not aware of this flank at all. That's the silver lining. Can he get away with anything, though?
Should get one.
Sneaky is a surprise. Their trade available. Can he find it? He will. Carson closing out a clutch finally for Timberman instead. And they will be back on the board from the first 2 rounds they won. 7 dry, but Carson will break through the deadlock.
Yeah, that's the one advantage for Dare. I mean, yes, he only gets one and goes down afterwards, but he gets so much information that he can tell Carson, hey, man, you might be best going towards lane and trying to get those frags. And it was absolutely a beautiful call. He could have focused on the bomb, decided not to, went for the frags instead, and wow. What a play from Carson to give the Timbermen a third, but every round feels like it's a challenge right now for the Timbermen up against this NRG squad. And that's what they'll do to you, though. They'll really just continue to put the pressure on, give you no real breathing room. And again there, George fighting towards mid, finds one. I think Nitro caught a look at someone around the edge of that smoke. So he catches Carson for a little bit of damage. It's still a 5v4 for NRG.
Good space being taken is a good look here to try and bounce back towards that red room. Really high value control for the T side to establish. There's that surprise. There's an opening here. Once again ripped up by Carson. Looking to revive this round from the 4v5. And I mean, look at the panic. There should be a lot of panic in NRG's camp here as Carson continues to do damage. They're taking both sides of the map here, and the trade's effective as can be. It leaves OC left into the clutch on the opposite side of the map here. So the start that was manufactured here does not linger for too long, and it's going to be taken on back here. Timberman just needed a lifeline to get back into this one. I guess OC could kind of give this one more of an effort.
Oh my
He's
God.
getting hunted down. I mean, he maybe wanted to give it a try. He never even got to start that conversation with how aggressive Timbermen were.
Honestly, they have enough money to buy up no matter what, so I think he wanted to try for something,
Right.
but just couldn't hit that shot, right, from Red Room, and After that, it's a 3-man peak. Timberman wasting no time trying to chase him down and ensure the round goes their way. So that's a 4th. Nicely done for them. I think that in that round, NRG had the pieces in the right place. They just couldn't win their duels, and well done from the Timbermen to finally take the advantage and win a 4th round. It feels like they're starting to get back into this Ancient, and they're finding the gaps. That's what I want to say. Like for Carson in particular, he keeps finding these defensive gaps. Now he will be dropped immediately to kick off the round, so no more sneaking around for him. Breeze could connect on a follow-up. Lots of damage done to Shane. Managed to jump back around the corner without taking much damage himself. Hex with the panel spam. Dia and the rest of Timberman are kind of bottled in here. They don't really have anywhere to go except back towards T-spawn. Maybe they can push through and challenge here at Cave, and yeah, at least Snav is going to get that one at Jaguar, actually, onto Nitro, but it's still a lot of damage that's been taken by the Timbermen as they're looking to make this a little bit closer at 7-5. Ooh, big miss from OC. Hex gonna have to do some work here and only gets 1. Look who it is again. Darren Dia doing the damage.
Oh my god. Breaking on through this round here. And again, finding the gaps, creating those gaps here. Snav, the closer, gonna break it down here. And at the end of the day here, despite the 7-round spring of NRG, the bounce back coming through from the side of Timbermen in a big fashion here. I mean, again, they are a team right now that's living and dying on the streaks here, the clutches as well. And think about what got them back into that half. It's Carson with a 1v2. From that point forward, they win out. So, I mean, that still seemingly remains true here in this best of 3.
That's the closest half the Timbermen have played in this Revival series so far.
Yeah,
they've had
13
10,
ones.
Yeah, 10-2s, not always on the right side of it. And yeah, the 13 ones were ridiculous. So at least a good competition coming through. And yet, like, NRG looked a little vulnerable on their defensive side here, which is surprising because, you know, they've been pretty solid on Ancient overall. Yes, they did lose to Nouns previously, 10-13, and you have that M80 13-3 loss that happened a couple of months ago, but that's M80, right? Anyway, Breeze gonna get an opener here. Hex the follow-up. NRG are overloading this B site. And it's not looking too bad. Dia might have something to say about that. Gets one with the dualies, and Carson blindside George. That's gonna lead it into a 2v2.
They overcome another tough situation here for the side of Timbermen. Making the conversation. So they have to fight back still in this retake here. But Dia has a kit and a smoke, so that's going to help them get back into it. Quick swing from Carson. They know where the last is as well. Headshot's not quite connected from Hex, but now we play Ring Around the Rosie.
Oh my gosh.
Ring around the big old pillar. Can you find Hex in time? He's going to continue to play around with his food. Now Smoke goes on top of that bong. Flash to back it up. Can't track it, but the knife is out, and the knife is in here. The backstab coming through from Hex will seal the round. A little bit of panic, but in the end, a sigh of relief here for the NRG. Rifler there with the pistol in hand gets the job done. Hex showing up in the clutch there and bringing that round home.
Wow. I mean, look, so very close, and Hex with a sigh of relief, literally, on camera, because that one was way too close. Carson is giving them fits and starts in some of these rounds. But NRG get the pistol, find themselves an 8th. But, you know, you have Timbermen coming right on back with the 4 MP9s and the Deagle on the 4-spy. Giving up all the mid control to NRG and playing 3 on the B site and 2 very aggressively postured into A main. That leaves Donut exposed. But NRG, I don't know if they want... I don't know if they decided where they want to go yet, right? Because you see the bomb is just being ferried over right outside of T-spawn, and they're looking around to seeing where there might be an opening or to gain some information. That is unlucky for Snap. That is very unfortunate. Taking damage through the panel down to 30 HP.
At the start he was open for there. Spam just always coming through nowadays. Feels like sometimes there could be no safe place to stand on that B side. Still hanging in there. Again, more surprising to see this sort of aggressive buy come through from this Timberman squad. So trusting that this is the key back into this map here potentially, but off to a tough start. Snav will be able to bring the bounce back. Too much distance though in that fight. Won't be able to close it. As I think, yeah, I mean, pretty safe call here, but understandable. Gonna run away once they lose and find themselves smoked out of that A side. I wouldn't want to go through that either. So, smart call. Give them again another chance at a force buy here with the price of 1, with a Galil held onto, and then multiple MP9 still saved as well.
That was so intelligently played by Breeze, by the way, in A main, because he knows there's 2 players there. He gets the first and then spots the second, backs off completely, so pulls, I think it was Dia or Carson, one of the 2, away from the bomb site and in towards that fight, maneuvers himself out of A main, so he has the advantageous fight, and then gets the second as well. And at that point, that's really the only piece that can apply pressure for the Timbermen to allow the other 3 to get back into the site. Once he's gone, well, it's over. And the round, they have to pull the plug on it. 9-5 in favor of NRG. As you mentioned, saving those guns was important for Timbermen. They'll be able to upgrade their pistols on Carson and Dia. Everyone else going to have the 2 MP9s and the Galil in Shane's hands. Hasn't been the greatest map for Shane. Usually a player that can be relied upon. Consistently deliver frags. Maybe that will change as this half continues.
Case there, but look at this. Straight into that bomb site there. High octane play out of the gates to pressure that B side. And as they do pressure it, I mean, they kind of fall back though a little bit. Not full steam ahead. Slowing it down a little bit. There's the Molotov in towards cave, but they're already past it. Yeah, this could be a surprise. And yes, Nav able to thread the needle here on this play. Nitro now left into a clutch. He's got to come up big time. Tap onto the bomb, but it's not being stuck.
Oh, this is
10-second defuse here. Nitro repositioning well. He tries to identify that they're off the bomb. In that smoke spam, he was hoping that they wouldn't be sticking it. I don't know. Ends up getting nothing. Realized it's a little too late. So some good patience being put on display from Snav and Timberman with that. I mean, very similar. I believe it was what maybe Nouns did earlier, but that's that efficiency that comes through when you're able to hold on to your second round guns that you force into. On that third round, it gives you a great shot again to try and win another one.
Yeah. Very well done from Snav. I mean, just in cave in particular. The maneuvering, the movement. I thought Nitro would have been better served by not spamming, because the position he had gained was unknown by the Timberman. He'd gotten towards that site, so just waiting and perhaps until that smoke fades, have a better chance. But now you've allowed the Timberman to get back into this half, and Dare jumping up and down, dodging bullets like Neo in the Matrix, is going to get to Dia, finds the follow-up. Breeze and OC are the last 2 standing. This is quickly tumbling in favor of Timbermen. OC going to get 1 back, but I'm not sure if that's going to mean too much. He's looking for the upgrade. There it is. AK picked up. Backs off again. It's going to take a lot here. A 2v5. Now brought down to a 2v4.
Yeah, I mean, I think you just have to ask Nouns what happens when this team builds a little too much confidence on their defense. And giving them rounds in a row to work off the back of a big kind of half by victory. They don't have that much distance to cover here. They want to try and close out on NRG. So definitely some chances here, some opportunities. They want to make it happen. And there's 2v4. There's something. Breeze opens it up. Opens the window for them to hit that A side. They still have to get past a single defender. That's Carson locking it down on the A side of the map, and with that smoke, you don't want to go through that.
That's for sure.
And yeah, you're exactly right there. They have to go through it. There's no other options, and they get leveled out by the spray. Perfect gun for the job there. Carson will contain control of this A side.
Some nice resilience being shown here by the Timbermen. Look, Dare, that's ridiculous. He's able to get 2 in that situation. And after that, I mean, Breeze and OC doing what they can. Breeze with a couple of frags. After that, they kind of walk to their doom. The flashbang doesn't do anything for the one player that was watching that angle. So, Now 2 rounds away from tying this one up are the Timbermen. No strangers from overcoming a deficit in the first half, and this time it was a lot less than the 2-10 they had to come back against Nouns against on Mirage. It looks like a very likely 8 will come through here. Only a couple of threatening pistols in the Deagle and the P250 for Breeze and OC. I think they're just hoping that they get a bomb plant, if anything. Snav connected off a little bit of damage, but still standing in backs out of cave.
A bit of caution here. Jump spotting, always the tall tale sign of playing careful up against pistols towards middle. They're now getting a little bit more confident. Set up with a nice flash, and he is knocking down some heads. That's somehow a body shot. There's a second flash. Look at the utility. Look at the support. Wait, is he under the crosshair? Oh my god. Dia was zoomed in so he didn't see George right underneath his nose. And so that's an all picked up. Maybe he could be disposed of as well. Could throw $5,000 out of the map because they are sitting on bomb. Like a goose egg. Also, yeah, okay, he does throw it away.
Oh, he's trying to.
There you go. It's like a boomerang. It just keeps coming back. Throwing out that utility so that doesn't get dropped over. Some smoke spam there. Dare will look for that AWP and say, it's not here. Where did it go?
Oh, it is
Some
what
due
it is.
diligence. Yeah, he'll have to drop that in the next round. Wow. Looks better with X-ray right there. The headshot that rolls out.
Timeout for the Timbermen to talk things over. They know it's a critical juncture that NRG are going to have the guns once more. No AWP available to them. I mean, George could have tried to save that. It felt like there was a potential path to it, but obviously, you know, keeping it out of the hands of the Timbermen was more on his mind, and that was a success in the end. As they're going to talk things over are the Timbermen to see what exactly they should do going to this next round. Carson, I think, getting a little vocal there, talking to his team, trying to be a voice, but it's mostly Dare. I mean, like he's been chatting it up constantly.
Yeah, I mean, it's been mostly him. I think that's one of the benefits that you do get when you add Carson is that you're going to get a little bit more depth on more maps that Downs are good on. Timberman and Downs, they have similar map pools, but that communication as well. George, though, caught by some great flashes. OC, quick on the trade, needed to be able to lock in some success towards this middle side, and at the end of the day, they'll level them out 1 for 1. It's a good situation to find yourself in if you're NRG this early into the round, but it might go quickly poorly as both players caught with utility out, but Snav is the one that comes out quicker with that headshot. Looking for a trade available. Snav, though, he's playing around this pillar perfectly with this little cubby angle. Dare will step forward, and Snav will close it out. 1-2 punch. Good night, NRG, and good night to your lead as well. That's taken by Timberman.
That's ridiculous. A good trade coming through from OC right off the bat, but after that, Timbermen re-aggress into mid. Dare is there, Snav is there. There is no safe haven for NRG to come out and do much of anything. A 4th in a row for the Timbermen, tying up the scoreline at 9-9, and now NRG are stuck on a pistol buy-up. They got 4 techs and a deagle, and the tides are truly shifting in favor of the Timbermen now. A 10th round, a lead for the first time on the map. That would be impressive for them. 3 players for NRG charging down mid. Gonna go for that donut control. This is actually the right idea as it stands. The smoke is thrown for CT. A couple of players coming through. Carson's in trouble. He can't hold this angle anymore because of how well that Molotov was thrown. He's gonna get a flashbang up. Bomb's gonna be planted. He's flashed on himself, but Breeze the insta-dome with the tech. He'll hide around big box, waiting for more contact. Dare, what can he do? Staring down, waiting for someone to show themselves. He's calling or shouting out commands to his team to try and get them to move forward and go for this retake. Dare in a bit of trouble. Shane's coming out. Breeze and Nitro taking care of business. It's just the Tech 9s. It's just the pistols. That 10th round is nothing but a dream for the Timbermen because NRG are going to take it for themselves. 10-9 in their favor just on the eco.
Oh man, look at the setup as well. You have to have so much trust in your teammates there. Look at Breeze collecting that first kill on the inbound play of Carson, trying to get away with some success there. But Breeze has such great coverage and is also peaking off of timing. Has that like gut feeling on when he finally needs to swing on the second fight that he takes, and a wake-up call for NRG. Once things tied up, they realize that they're not in a position of power anymore, especially with the fashion in which Nav and Dare closed out 2 rounds prior in that last victory that they were able to establish. So another timeout called here from Timmerman. They're chugging through these. They're using these effectively to keep their head into games.
Yeah.
Which I do, like to see here for this squad. Again, you still see a lot of communication. Carson seems to be talking here quite a bit in the freeze time as well. And now I would say you have like 3 pretty big voices. I'd imagine D likes to call the shots a little bit for how he opts, but 3 big voices, and Dare, Shane, or rather Dare, Carson, and Snab that can work off of each other in this rounds.
Oh, look at Carson go. Look at this mid control they have immediately. Smoke Pop's going to come in, but Carson gets, Dare is the one who gets the freebie. Both of them focused in on that Smoke Pop. And again, NRG, when they're challenging up lane, trying to get in through Z, it's not happening at all. They need to go back to the look they had in that previous round on the A take, rather than continuing trying to bang their heads against the wall against this defense, which is extremely effective from Timberman. Hex doesn't get spotted out, tucks himself into the corner as that smoke blooms. Now NRG are making a bit of a readjustment, the bomb leaning more towards the A site. Breeze going to be joining up with, you imagine, George in just a moment, unless he wants to go for some mid-control, which is possible, but he'll probably need his teammate by his side if he wants to do so, just to make sure that a trade could come through with 54 seconds left on the clock.
Yeah, watching Hex kind of talk and communicate where the footsteps that he's hearing are leaning in towards. But in this 4v5, Timmerman do start to concede a little bit of map control. That's going to be available to this T side for the taking. See if that creates any complications. Sometimes giving over too much space can be the key back into a round here in a 4v5. So free reign of this control, but 20 seconds left. They got to really get chugging along here. Carson identifies where the majority of that is, and unfortunately, Breeze disconnecting in this one. So Carson, one less task to hold up against, but he's holding up against the players in the server quite nicely. They got to get the numbers punched in. Looking for some protection coming through there, but a charge on the planter. They actually do get the numbers punched in. So George with the plant, but Timmerman closing out the round in the end. Tough timing with that disconnect, but I don't even know if that would have mattered all that much, given the strength of that position.
Yeah. Obviously, they would have rather have had Breeze there, but I agree with you. I mean, it was just such strong defense that Timmerman were putting up again, and they isolate the round victory for NRG. Obviously, a timeout being called here to get Breeze back in the server. I'm hoping that was just a crash and not a power outage or anything along those lines, because that would be truly unfortunate for NRG to have a delay here, getting back into the swing of things. Or maybe it could be beneficial to them, given how well Timbermen have played over the last 6 rounds. We'll have to wait and see how long this is going to take to get resolved. And we're still waiting for information here, Cole, on exactly what happened. But I mean, we're getting what we were hoping for, right? A Timberman squad that looks very sharp, that's competitive, that's coming out here and challenging NRG, who have been so very good over the last few months. And I mean, NRG, who have that resilience as well on their side to be able to come in here and say, no, we're the top dogs, and continuing to try and fight forward, winning the eco, losing the follow-up, which is kind of a shame for them. But afterwards, they still have a buy up in the tank. This is far from over, and there is Breeze back in the server, which means we'll be underway again in just a few moments.
Good to see that. Quickly back into the action. All 5 involved. They'll fall right back into the waters there. Just taking a rest, just taking a nap.
Sometimes you just need to take a little midday nap, or, well, it's not midday anymore. It's nighttime. So just a mid-map nap for Breeze. As he's trying to sort things out. Checking out the cams. Everyone just chilling. Pretty calm. No one really having the panic set in on either side. Looks like his internet may have gone out. Oof. That is kind of unfortunate.
Got the cool background there. Light up shells for Hex.
Yeah.
You get this all there. It's good. Good addition.
We should go back to Hex. See that again. No? Okay. Hey, there it is. Yeah. No, that's a really cool shelf. I like the little
That's
kitty.
sweet.
That is a cat, right? Am I crazy?
That is a cat.
Okay, cool. What
I'm
else
gonna
is
say
there?
that confidently. That looks like a cat.
Is that a
I don't-
steering wheel?
He's got some sort of like medal, I think, because he did get a frag medal. But yeah, that's a steering wheel as
Yeah,
well.
that's a sim racer. He's a sim racer, really? Like, how do you have time for that? On top of Counter-Strike,
Maybe he
Hex?
plays CS with the wheel
Oh,
sometimes.
I can't tell you how incredibly difficult that is to achieve.
Have you ever tried?
No, but I can assure you that it's incredibly difficult, having used the wheel before. Like, I don't see how in any world you'd be able to control a character in Counter-Strike. That
See?
would...
Look at how he's moving. Just one quick
Sure.
jerk of the wheel.
Oh, man.
And
It's
it keeps
pretty-
you just plop yourself right on head level.
I
You know?
guess, but like, what would a
And
turn
then
of the
you
wheel
only-
do? Like, I don't even like. What would it? If you turn it left, will you look left? Like, how do you
Yeah.
look? How do you look up or down?
Just keep your crosshair at head level.
You can only go left and right, no up and down. We're going back in time to the days of original Doom, where there's no upward and downward movement. You just look left and right. And then afterwards, the shots will magically go upwards if you're facing that direction. There's an enemy there.
That's all you need.
I guess. All right, we're back into it, guys. Enough waffling. 10-10, tied up. NRG looking to exchange round victories once more and regain their lead. They still haven't given up the lead yet, right? It's been a tied scoreline at most for the Timbermen, who haven't been able to crack through at the critical moments. Shane going to get connected on down to 54 HP. NRG kind of scrambling around the map at this point. 2-3 players already out towards B. Oh my goodness, Hex. Oh my goodness. The fortunes favoring NRG. Wall spam coming through with a key frag to open up the B site a little bit. And that could lead NRG right on forward into it.
I could. Can always a wake-up call when they find themselves at a tied scoreline. They just want to keep the advantage in their favor here in this matchup, in this head-to-head. Don't want to concede the lead over to this Timberman squad. Great flash there, Dia. Forced off there, followed up by Molly. A jiggle into the crosshair, getting past the AWP of Dia and forcing those rotates, because of course they're going to have to shift it up a little bit with an entry like that, though. George causing so much pandemonium on one side of the map. On the other, they're losing out on rotation. Snav looking to secure some safety in this B side, but a missed Molly into a self-flash. I think that missed Molly almost works out in NRG's favor. It forced him to walk through it even longer. Didn't expect Hex with the forward positioning. Dia on the other side of the map here, forced to probably just have onto this AWP, and NRG gonna remain in the lead.
Wow. I mean, that is impressive. NRG blowing through that B site. There were a couple of moments where Snav gets that frag and maybe has a chance with the self-flash out to get Hex, but I mean, that Molotov just did too much damage to him. And like you said, even though it was misthrown, it felt like it was in the correct spot, honestly. So we go forward. NRG still have not given up the lead.
Did have that that pistol. They did have the 2-0 at one point.
They did.
Since then, it has been controlled completely by NRG all the way through.
I actually completely forgot about that. Here I am touting that they never had a lead.
They've had a couple tied score lines, though. They're looking for that lead change here late into the game. But this is, I mean, this is kind of all your eggs into this basket here. And there's so little utility left for this CT side already. It's a quick scale in. Very fast placed towards that B side. Next phase of this map control has to be to take something towards Cave. They take this B side.
Yeah.
You want a little bit of extra space here, but I mean, they do have that map control here. And they hold off in these post plants. Yeah, I mean, you can see now the pressure really scaling forward. It's so difficult to play on this B side. So there you go. Finally, Bree's going to break through some access here. Careful about that flank opportunity. Eventually, some Molotovs get tossed on in. A late re-aggression coming through from George, but overwhelmed here. Carson finally registering that the round is won, that the battle's over. And we're back to a tied scoreline.
I mean, they found the gap, have NRG in towards this B site, and realized that no one's there for the Timbermen 2 rounds in a row. This time, though, they can't get any frags pretty much throughout the entirety of that bomb plant. And finally, when Timbermen show face, they take care of business fairly handily. And we're tied up again. As you mentioned, timeout called by NRG. They've got another buy in the tank. This is crazy. Like, look, I mean, we were seeing some streaky play from NRG in the first half, and Timbermen coming back a little bit, making it close, and now it's just back and forth madness.
Consistent back and forth here so far for these two squads. I mean, as you said, finding the gap on that B side, I think for any team is, you know, step one, but you could see that they were looking for step 2 and they couldn't find it because of that alongside smoke. You want to either figure out a way to take cave control or take long, I feel like, in the post plant. If you can't do either, your round does become a lot more difficult to hold off in the post. So NRG missing out on that next step, I feel like, leaves them limited. But I maybe want to set their targets here and redeem themselves with a little bit more of a lurking presence. Last time around, George was just laid up ramp. This time he's maybe going to try and keep things nice and slow. Nitro, though, running straight into the enemy P of Dia. Hex available for a trade, so into the site they go again. Molotov's in, and this time I think they will try and challenge for this long control as that next phase. Number's going to be punched in. I'm going to be planted. Flashbang rolling through cave side instead. Great preparedness, though, from Snap, who avoids the flash. They're prepared for George as well. And they're getting all of the kills. Can Timbermen actually get the lead here? And the most important time, Shane to capitalize. And they will. They'll find 12 first after being up 2-0. This is the second time that they've got the lead here in this map.
This is actually ridiculous for the Timbermen. Getting the lead in their hands at the most critical of junctures, and not to mention, because it's been so back and forth, the economy's kind of bad for NRG. So they're going to scrape together whatever they can. It's going to be a Tech, a MAC-10, 2 Galils, and only 1 singular AK. Timbermen on for map point. When we thought NRG would have the edge throughout the entire series. We talked about it, though. This feels like a must-win for the Timbermen if they're going to be able to take this series, because Dust 2, well, let's just say things haven't been that great for Timbermen on that map. Another quick XQ potentially here coming through from NRG? No. They're just tossing through the util. They do go into mid. Dia wins the first duel. George his victim. Now he's looking for more targets, but one player has slipped through into Red Room. The problem is here, that's the bomb carry. If OC dies here in such an isolated position, the round's probably over. Not only the round, but the map. Carson gets Bree, Shane gets Nitro. That might not even be a factor. Dare's going to get the insta-headshot. Now the bomb is down. The round and the map are likely sealed up unless Hex pulls off a 1v5 ace clutch. Has a minute to try and pull it off. Gets the first without taking any damage. Now a nade sails next to him, and there's a little bit of damage taken. Great flashbang throw, and surprised Timberman don't try to push on through that. There's still 48 seconds left, and it won't matter. Instant headshot through the smoke by Dare. 13-11 for Timbermen. They take their map pick, even though NRG held the lead for the majority of this one, Cole.
Yeah, that they did, and this is the first map that they've lost since the last time they were in a grand final in the PrizePicks NA Revival series, and that was in series number 4. So the first map loss since then, they went on an absolute streak. It was mostly at frag at 18, but still, like the results were rolling off versus a lot of tough competition, and so a huge wake-up call as Timbermen were not at that competition. They were not at that LAN here, but when they play up against them online, this dominant run of form from this scary Timberman roster looks like they're just hitting their stride in a big way. And I can't even necessarily call it a honeymoon phase, because we saw what could have been that honeymoon phase of Carson joining this roster a couple weeks back, and it didn't look like it was much of a honeymoon I would want to be on. This is much more like it from Timberman. This is unbelievable.
Absolutely, and Dare is looking solid again. Like as I kind of expected, and as you mentioned as well, I think he's just this catalyst that is powering them forward, map after map. When the critical moments come through, he's like this ball of fire that's just burning and ready to go and help contribute in any possible way. And I just love to see it. So we're gonna get the stats on screen for you guys in just a little bit to talk about exactly how it went down for both sides in terms of the PrizePicks frag estimates. But until we do, I mean, look, we're going on to a map of... Okay, we got the stats. I'll talk about Dust 2 afterwards. NRG, Nitro was great. I mean, 19 frags on the board. Hexed as well. I mean, what you would expect in a series that went the full 24 rounds, Cole.
Yeah. I mean, I think there was a lot of individual performance. Nitro constantly putting himself under fire, though, with some of his aggression on that CT side, finding a lot of success, but also getting punished in a couple of key positions. That those last 2 rounds in particular on that defense for NRG that ended up being losses were actually interesting to see, because they would give themselves opening duels and then they would very quickly lose out on those advantages. So some small problems in that department. But on the other side of things, again, man, this Timberman roster continues to show development here. I mean, everyone very close by. Shane, again, as we've highlighted many times before, a bit of an anchor here, so he's not going to be having a lot of pop-off maps. Certainly capable of bringing in those pop-off moments, but this is a scoreline that you would hope to see and kind of expect. It's your trio here in Dare, Dia, and Snav. Snav playing inside of Cave, winning a lot of duels, winning a lot of head-to-heads, playing very well with Dare and Dia towards middle. So that is the trio that, if you're winning Ancient, those 3, they almost need to have impact, and they did.
All right, so here's the thing. We're going on Dust 2. 0-3 for the Timbermen over the last 3 months. Not a pretty picture being painted, but I don't think we've seen the Timbermen individually look this strong in quite some time, which paints the picture here on Dust 2, which is very much can be an individualistic map where, those pop-off plays are the difference. Maybe they find their first win in 3 months and get a 2-0 against NRG. Look, it's going to take a lot for that to happen, and NRG are looking like the better team going into this next map. We're going to take a break, but we'll find out if we're headed to a map 3 or not after this.
Over 20 years of complexity. It's hard to believe it's been this long. Buying the team back this year was a full circle moment for us. Of course, nothing would be possible without all the players, past and present, who've represented us from the old logo to the new, and maybe back again. Not to mention the ones behind the scenes who've kept the gears turning all these years. But most importantly, I want to say thank you to the fans. We wouldn't be Complexity without you. Thank you for standing by us. We'll continue to stand by you and the North American scene. You'll always be our home. Over 20 years of complexity. It's hard to believe it's been this long. Buying the team back this year was a full circle moment for us. Of course, nothing would be possible without all the players, past and present, who've represented us from the old logo to the new, and maybe back again. Not to mention the ones behind the scenes who've kept the gears turning all these years. But most importantly, I want to say thank you to the fans. We wouldn't be Complexity without you. Thank you for standing by us. We'll continue to stand by you and the North American scene. You'll always be our home.
It's the PrizePicks NA Revival Series number 5 Grand Final, and the Timbermen, in their first appearance in an NA Revival Series Grand Final, have a map lead against NRG, which is crazy. It felt, Cole, like NRG had everything kind of going their way in the midway point of this map, but then Timbermen came back and wouldn't go away.
No, they would not. They're hanging in to this series all the way through as well. It started on map 2 of that semifinal where they hung in there and dominated. They got back in and showed some serious force. So again, this is a roster firing on all cylinders. This is a good day of Counter-Strike back-to-back here for this team as well, if you take into consideration what they did in the quarterfinals. So I'm looking forward to seeing if they can keep this up. It's a tough pace to measure throughout an entire day, playing now multiple best of 3s. But I mean, if they can make this happen in the grand final, especially on Dust 2, like this right here, I think would be the ultimate test. If they can get past this map, man, they're going to be more legit than I think we think even.
Oh yeah, no question. Alrighty. Let's see what you got, Timbermen. Snav, going for this mid-engagement. Not really getting anything out of it except for information. NRG, in the meantime, have taken long control. Shane wants to keep the distance from these Glocks, which is an excellent idea because you can do stuff like that. Nice headshot from Shane to open up the fragging here on Dust 2.
That's a good distance right there to take at a range. I feel like George taking that duel maybe makes me believe he had a P250, but it doesn't matter when he is up against USP. Knocked out of the server, double swing comes through.
Oh man.
Again, Shane, at the perfect range here to keep this play. Yeah, and that P250 does get picked up by Nitros. There definitely was one initially for George, but not enough to force Shane to panic. Eventually they get a smoke down range. Continues to hold down the line. Finally a cross smoke tossed in, but it feels like already the damage is done. They're yet to cross or get close to it, so they got to close the distance on this play and getting overwhelmed here. Dia actually going to claim that kill. Nitro with the P250 and armor is now boxed into this with no way out. Timberman will lock in the pistol. They'll do it in flawless fashion.
Wow. Yeah, that's very impressive stuff. And oftentimes you're tempted, right, to go for that long peak and take the early fights. But Timberman showing a lot of poise by not going for that. Shane in particular, and just clinical on the shots. Gets the reinforcements. Not sure if he even really needed them, but, you know, everyone was there tapping away with those USPs. Not a single body falls for the Timbermen, and now they'll get 2 M4s. 3 MP9s up against only Glocks. NRG. 4 players going into those upper tunnels. Nitro eating a nade here thrown by Carson, who's going to get an incendiary thrown on the ground. Actually, that's perfect timing because NRG were trying to join up with Nitro towards top mid. As Carson gets a couple, maybe even the third before he fades. No, he eventually falls. That nade will do a ton of damage onto George and Breeze. George picks up the MP9 only for a moment. Breeze sticks with the Glock in order to get a frag, pulls out the MP9 and can't do much with it. Nitro in a 1v3, doesn't have the bomb. Did manage to pick up an MP9, but no armor. That's that MP9 is just going to turn through him. He has to be absolutely perfect on these peaks and get some headshots very rapidly just to stay alive to engage with another player. Test immediately, and there it is. There ends him. 2-0 for Timberman.
Oh, well handled. Overall for Timberman, they do get a little bit aggressive for the MP9 play there, but you know, getting the round secured nonetheless is a positive sign. Not taking too many casualties is nice as well, especially if Nitro gets anything extra with that MP9. It's extra $600 in a round in which they might be missing some utility here and there. I mean, Nitro certainly in that camp, but should be good to establish some control. Look at this. Confidence continues to be maintained here. They was thinking about pushing up middle. Eventually decides against it, but Timberman squad wants to put the pressure on NRG here, and for good reason, although this time blasted out.
This is the bonus round for Timberman. And they did manage to get the trade, and I believe, yeah, an AK upgrade picked up off the ground for Snav, so no more MP9s in the mix. Makes the defense a little more solid. NRG looking for the gaps right now. They found control of mid. Good smoke thrown for doors that will now fade away. So they need to get this mid to be smoke toss, and Edge is going to do exactly that. Pressure will be on for Dare, but that's the way he prefers things, honestly. They're going to come around that corner, but Shane and Snav peeking from Cat. Perfect timing on this crunch into mid, and it's only George left, but no longer because Snav was right up in on his flank. 3-0 for the Timbermen.
Oh man, and starting off incredibly well with the opening pick, but trades come through quickly after, as you can see. And this crunch, continuation of pressure that just overwhelms NRG in this matchup. It's been the same problem every team that's faced this team and Timberman has been up against, and that's just, you can't get past the firepower.
They've just come together at the perfect time. Like, this is a great way to send off 2024 for the Timbermen. They've always been, you know, throughout the past few years, a team that has been competitive, that has created problems for pretty much anyone they've gone up against. They have that upset potential, the ability to perform against the top teams, or had. And then 2024 came along, and we already talked about the turmoil they faced. It's been their worst year so far in recent memory. But for them to come together here and finally figure things out with the addition of Carson, even if Carson's not always popping off and having like these crazy performances, it's just that he adds a new dynamic to them, and they're experimenting with positioning to see what works best. And when it clicks, it really clicks.
Absolutely. I mean, I'm impressed that it's kind of a new position, new role for Carson. He's getting used to it so fast here. He just got to get used to some of this mid-aggression, but stabilizes fairly quickly. Pressure going to be put on this B-side. George able to transition that into a headshot there. Caught a little bit surprised, but not off guard. George with another kill onto this B-side here, and it is already called off. Yeah, they don't want it to mess with what we know is going to be one of those most difficult retakes that you can ask for. That B-side of Dust 2, it feels just impossible to crack through. So they're going to play the safer game pretty quickly.
That was really explosive from NRG. Whew. Just coming out towards mid to be smoke thrown, and George is just charging out like a bat out of hell. He gets a couple of headshots. Carson just couldn't find his crosshair either, it seemed, in either engagement that he was taking. And very little damage done considering his posturing there on that B site. So NRG, happy to get a couple of upgrades off the ground. That's for free. Economy builds up immensely with all 5 players left alive, and they also get their first on the board. Oh, Dia misses the shot.
Uh-oh.
What? Whoa. Where are the comms? Where are the comms? Why is Shane looking towards long A instead of double doors? I don't think that was communicated at all.
I mean, that's the only explanation, right?
Yeah.
Wow. Yeah, a little breakdown in the communication there, but sometimes one small breakdown can lead to a whole lot of pain if you're not careful, especially with this Timberman roster.
I think that's why they call a timeout, which is a very good timeout.
Yeah.
To get in, given what just materialized. Not only the end of the round, but the beginning as well.
Yeah, I think a good decision there to kind of steady themselves. I mean, obviously around that, I think Spiral's out of control with a quick entry, and then kind of getting lost in the backside there. Also, Dia early on kind of pressured off, a little overwhelmed in his position. So you want to make sure that that doesn't happen again. You can avoid that reality. It'd be just fine. But a little bit of nerves. Frustration seeping through, and that's the last thing you need in the grand final. You want to be locked in, laser focused. Go right back to winning ways. Nice spam connected through the smoke there. As Carson tries to push out, he does get caught on the edge of that smoke. Gets caught trying to peek through. Playing peekaboo. Ends up walking into the crosshair. So long fight ends up being one out by the side of NRG.
That nade a little bit too early thrown by, I believe it was Snav. towards Cat. Does George get caught here? I think he might just post up and wait for rotations to come through. Dare has been very alert so far, but not for that anyway. George is going to get the headshot onto Dare. Dia and Snav, last two standing, and they're on opposite sides of the map, each on islands of their own. Snav pressures on from multiple angles, and he will fall. Dia knows there's a player towards mid, but I think wisely, NRG completely back off of it, knowing that more than likely the last one is at the B site. So this is another effective round coming through from them for their second.
Just taking one quick little timeout there. Still coming out the better end. Dia struggle a little bit here on Dust too. We said the individuals looking as sharp as can be, but Dia looking to activate with that op. Just connect on the second chance though. That's key. So safety probably going to be had in this AWP save. Shouldn't have run into too many more troubles at this point.
Yeah, gonna be hung on to, excuse me. But that's another, great engagement towards long by NRG. They get the trades, gain the advantage, and afterwards reposition themselves so that there's so much pressure on the car player Snav that there's absolutely nothing he can do. Even there, just the patience from George, and then he's the one who ends up dealing the killing blow to Snav as well. Again, we're seeing his impact on this NRG roster once more here on Dust 2. Could be all tied up 3-3. Dia's got the AWP. And that can make all the difference in the world. But if you connect on this first shot, you just can't see above the smoke. Oh, nice toss there from his teammate to try and set him up for a peek and a shot around it, but it just doesn't materialize, and now another one flies in from NRG, so there'll be no more fighting happening at mid for the next few seconds.
Some short term, he's providing some coverage here. This OC set up the AWP for that aggression. We'll hold the line quite well. No mistakes being made in that department. There's the squad nice and safe. The 4v5, still so careful about this though on this NRG side of things. With long control as well, they're just keeping everyone prepared for any sort of re-aggression. And crucial to make sure you don't run into Dia's op, who can take control.
Oh, all right. OC is going to get that frag onto Carson. I was going to say it's a good read from Timberman to send everyone towards the A site, but it's not really going to make that much of a difference. Dia's not in the picture anymore. He's still over towards mid. He just wants to try and save the op. He might not be able to. Here's Hex. No, he's coming close. He loses the fight immediately. Op available? Do they go double op? It's not going to happen. It's certainly viable on Dust 2. They want to stick to the 4 AKs and one singular big green in OC's hands, who's doing some pretty nice work with it so far.
They'll see the T side double op every day, but when you do, it can be good.
Mm-hmm.
Especially in Suicide, get some early op action. Because 2 ops is better than 1.
Always.
But the Riflers are still pretty good on this team as well. That goes to show right there what they're capable of. And it's these long fights, I think, that are really working out in a turning point here for Timmerman. And, talking about the long-term history of this team, Dust 2 has been a challenge for them. I mean, that's kind of the trend of this team. Sometimes is that they do struggle to deal with these faster long hits that have taken place.
See though, they're dealing a lot of damage. I mean, Breeze down to 19, Hex at 64. Need to get that one frag in response and even out the numbers, and then things will look a little bit better. But, I mean, you're right. Like, losing that long fight round after round is certainly not helping their chances come out with victory. starting to trend more in the direction we expected here on Dust 2. But again, like, we thought that was the case on Ancient, where NRG felt like they were taking control, and the Timbermen just came absolutely storming back into it. Dia, waiting with the AWP on Cat. He's going to get triple peaked, more than likely. It's going to be tough. 3 players coming at you. You got to pick a target, Dia. You can't. Does he? Oh, I thought he hit that for a second because I saw the kill feed, but it was Shane actually getting one. Snap another, and they're not out of this yet. Dare with the jumping shots, actually one connecting onto Hex, but Snap just has 0 visibility. It's up to Dare and Shane, and they both get frags. OC, the last one standing, blinded briefly. Dare jumps up, doesn't see anything, so he expects him to be over towards Firebox. OC will lose the round. Time runs out. He gets a nice shot onto Dare. But my goodness, 4-3 in favor of Timbermen, hanging on thanks to some heroics.
I mean, they get the job done right there. And a nice play coming through. And as we've said so many times before, they're just leaning so much on some of the individual moments that Dare can bring to the table. And as much as you would hate to say that, I feel like they just consistently have that availability. It's not necessarily a one-man show. But Dare just, when he needs to have moments of impact, you can see what he's even going for in like an individual front. It just feels like he knows what he needs to do in these like late round situations. So like going for a jumping kill like that, because the round is kind of getting out of control and the catwalk execute needs to be disrupted some way or another, and just feels like he always has an idea for the solution.
Unreal. Watching, hitting the shot onto Carson. They're just trying to go up mid or the Timbermen, but now they have to back off of it. Player trapped at Xbox. Might have to use a smoke just to get out of this position, or just wait it out and hope that NRG give up on this position. But yeah, there's the smoke and it doesn't matter. OC times it perfectly. Dare is gone. 5v3 in favor of NRG. Looking to tie things up once more. Oh my goodness.
OC looking to bring this one straight back into their favor here. And while their maybe streak of map victories comes to an end, they want to make sure that their series victories do not. Have to close out here on Dust 2. And pull the reverse sweep off. So much damage being done, but the collapse coming through from some of the other players here. Snap and Shane striking in unison, and one cut off before they can cross safely. Denied access to the B side where his teammates lie. And a chance in a 2v2, still a challenge. As we oftentimes will highlight, the B side not easy to break through, but Breeze low, playing whack-a-mole as he jumps up off the timing. Will he time this correctly?
Breeze. A lot riding on this. There's the incendiary. Pops up. Timing's fantastic. Snap is probably a sitting duck. Yeah, he realized it and just fades off to save the AK. So despite some wild activities happening in this round with almost a recovery coming through for the Timbermen, NRG hang on in the tail end thanks to that peek from Breeze from the back of the flat. 4-4. The back and forth CS continues here.
Certainly something that NRG can afford a lot more on this T side as well, though, compared to this defense that's being put together. And I mean, even still, the back and forth Counter-Strike, it's in the rounds too. Yeah. One team swings the advantage and the other takes it right back there. It's just the resilience of the Timberman squad that continues to be shown here. Back to these successful long duels, though. Those have gone very well for the T side.
Uh-oh.
Missed off shots, so OC can't quite connect there. Good thing they don't lose the bomb, but they will lose player for it. Don't really answer much back other than the initial pick that he manufactured.
Oh, they don't know how far Hexed and George have gotten. No idea. Carson just gets deleted. Hex finds the next one on to Dare, and this round is quickly ending in favor of Energy, as was expected given the limited buy-up afforded by the Timbermen. Dia still has the AWP. I would imagine he doesn't really want to go for much here. Maybe just setting up for exits are the Timbermen. Because, yeah, that op is just absolutely way too valuable to be throwing away.
No question about that. Have that for as many rounds as possible. Sticking around there with the pistol, I think Snav kind of interested more so in holding on to his armor more than anything. So gonna fizzle out though, but fizzle out in the favor of NRG, who do actually claim themselves lead here on Dust 2, grabbing themselves the advantage. I feel like again the faith I have in this T side though to bounce back definitely there. Team's clearly shown that they can bounce back from tough spots. But the T side also incredibly explosive from the side of Timberman. It's one of their bigger strengths when they're feeling confident on this map, and
yeah,
maybe not the confidence, but they're feeling confident in their individual ability, I'd imagine. So
I mean, yes, definitely. The stats don't show it, unfortunately, for them on Dust 2, right? If you look at the numbers, 28.1%.
Wow,
is their T-round win percent. That is very low. I mean, they're winning the majority of their rounds on CT side. So, like I highlighted before we got started here, though, I don't know if the stats tell much of a story. It's kind of a limited sample size of only 3 maps played. They're playing exceptionally well today, which obviously factors into what's going to happen here. So perhaps we'll get that explosive, T side that you were talking about.
Yeah, I mean, I've seen them play this map actually versus Energy in the past. Hold on a second, because we've got a B side play, which they do need to lock down this bomb site, but the entry's manufactured instead. And they're outside looking in, almost a chance to fire off a shot there. And instead, Dia gets shots sent his way in return. So, package returned to sender. Op recovered, save called out. I think it was the last time they played Dust 2 versus NRG in particular. They had this massive like T-side early bit of momentum there where I felt like nothing could go wrong. They were finding inches, but they were also just playing, spawn-based, peek as soon as you can Counter-Strike that can be good. It can fit into their favor, but when they started to get those like rougher spawns, and when things went wrong, and when I would really say most of all they adapted, it was either Energy or Wildcard. There wasn't any like plan B for Timberman, and that could be lack of depth on this map that they do face here. But Shane with a couple nice shots on the tail end of this round, holding on to that AWP there in pit, keep it nice and safe. But NRG at least securing themselves 6 in this half is a good turning point for them.
Snav hitting the PrizePicks check mark, more than 25.5 frags. He's certainly been very impactful for the Timbermen in the clutch situations throughout the series, and, well, helping his teammates go for boosts like that. Dia getting the opening frag, standing on the head of Snav. OC's gone, so that's a big piece to take off the board for the Timbermen. Carson leaning into CT, smoke will come through again. And the Molotov as well, but Carson's way ahead of that. Smoke blown away there. Snav focused in on mid. He's helping support Carson. He ends up going down, and so does Snav. Dia manages to get a response onto Hex, but this is still tough, and George cannot find a target. Dare takes care of that. Nitro, the last one standing, spotted out. Might get the head here. Of one, no. Dare comes to the rescue of his teammate, and Nitro is gone. Timbermen get 5, and it's going to be another close half, one way or another.
Close that distance. Gonna keep it nice and uncomfortable here for NRG, who were looking like they could take control of this one, but they're gonna have to work a little bit harder to do that. Nice takeaway. I think a much more well-adjusted approach to this B-side defense as well. It's been somewhat of a struggle. Even still, though, George coming through with a couple impressive entries. Delayed long take here. George ready with the smoke. Right into the flashbang that comes on through here, I'd imagine shortly after. There's the utility here. Can they get around the corner in time? Nitro says yes. Wow. Nitro with another one. He spins for the third. Triple entry from Nitro. This guy's still got it. Fresh off the back of his MVP performance on LAN. And finds 3 kills like that.
Snav's going to take a shot. It does connect, actually, onto Breeze. Just it's through the wall and a thick one, so not much damage taken from it. Flashbang going to get tossed for himself. Spots the player on ramp, so knows one is there, but it's such a difficult crossbar to go into. It might be helped out by a nice shot from Dia, but he gets traded out immediately, and Snav is dead. Nice little tap from Nitro to wrap up the round. And it will be another 7-5 lead for NRG going to the second half.
Walk into the second half with the lead again. Able to do that same thing on Ancient. And as you said, I mean, the numbers might not play into their favor. Is this the same team on Dust 2 that we've seen in the past, though? Like, as I said, this would kind of be that ultimate test. And even more so proven by the fact that their favored half here for themselves has been a bit of a struggle.
Opening pistol frags going NRG's way. Shane trying to pull it back, and he gets 1-2, not a third. And actually, it's going to be a 3v1 in favor of NRG. Carson won't see anything else but dirt in this round as Timbermen fall and NRG kick things off with a bang here on their CT side, getting an 8th immediately. I think what's going to be interesting, Cole, is once we get to the gun rounds here to see what Timbermen have in store, because, you know, pistol is kind of just a 50-50. We never know which way that's going to go. And this next one probably won't materialize into anything. But that round 3, that's where things will get a little spicy.
I'm right there with you. Yeah, it's going to be really interesting to see how this team holds up long term. When you have to get this consistent T rounds pumped together with the rifles. Because that's now kind of what's required. One might not be too much of a starter here for them. So this will ensure that they're just instantly getting all those kills. So safe and secured 9-5 scoreline here. And they continue to develop on this T side, or is it going to be kind of a what we're looking towards in that third map, which again, you know, both teams very good on Mirage, a pretty common played map here in the NA side of things. NRG, I think, have kind of taken the crown over like teams like Nouns, who have obviously gone through a lot of changes. NRG have gotten so much better on this map, but some improvements from Timbermen here as well. So NRG much more comfortable in the CT side defense now, winning out this long duel early on in a big way. Upgrades to be found as well, so Plan A kind of goes wrong, and again, it forces him into this Plan B that I said isn't necessarily the strong suit here for Snav and the rest of Timbermen.
Yeah. Hex, in a bit of a tough spot, actually. Could go down, he does. Nitro trying to support, but that's the MP9 from mid-range. It is technically the bonus round coming through for NRG. Still have a 4v3 edge. What a swing from Nitro. That's aggressive. George the same. First gets the headshot immediately onto Shane, leaving a lot of bullets to deal with Dia, and now perhaps Carson as well. Carson survives, but he's down to a 1v1 with only 25 HP. OC knows he's lit. It's confirmed damage. OC coming around, but he can't do it. Carson wins the clutch in the 1v1, and NRG fall for the first time in this second half, but that was the bonus round. They should still have enough money to get a decent buy up through, and the Timbermen only survived with 1 player, so it's going to be rough on their side as well. But wow, that was so close.
Was so close there, but I mean, even still, kind of dealing with that early 4v5 deficit. You're on the side of Timbermen. You're building up a little bit of confidence. I said those are not the favorite rounds there of Snav and the rest of Timbermen on this T side, and they managed to make 2 in the 4v5, so already showing some of the availability there, but not letting things get at all out of control there. What a shot from OC early on in the round. George will follow it up with the rifle work there on the mid side of things, and losing some early names and numbers. And the response here is not what you want to see if you're on the side of Timberman.
Yeah, this is... Oh, Hex stuck. He's in a rough spot once more.
Uh-oh.
Veto in his hands. Support from OC with the flashbang helps him stay alive, but only briefly because the Molotov will burn him to a crisp. Dare and Snav, 2v4. They have a path to this A site, probably a bomb plant, which will help their economy. Yeah, definitely a bomb plant. NRG's way out of position to get back onto A, and this begs the question, can Timberman clutch this out? I mean, there's going to be aggression coming through from Long very shortly, and Cat as well. I think they're sending 2 to each side, which makes sense, but Dare and Snav, if they tuck in effectively and burn time off this clock, it's going to be tough for NRG to get back in. There's a couple of smokes available to them. Spam through the smoke coming through. Re-smoke for Cat, so they try to force it through. Dare gets one, not the second. Breeze is good for both of them, and NRG are right back to their winning ways on CT side.
They're not going to stay down for too long there, even in the deficit. Plenty of time to retake there, plenty of time to overcome. Scary position for sure, having to run through that smoke, but without that hesitation, they get away with it. OC with the opener, George with a nice smoke pop, and they'll lock themselves in. Double digits, and what looks like is control regaining from this team that has had their grasp on the NA scene here as of recent. They want to keep it that way. Single gun here held onto from Dare, but again, the early fights here consistently being closed out.
Yo, this is looking amazing, which is perfect, especially when you're on Opera and Dust 2. 17-6. That is the lowest deaths on the server by 3. Obviously, Operas are saving their guns very often, but that's not really the case for OC here. He's just fragging out and proves to be a very difficult customer to finish off. Hext. Gonna see that smoke come in for a potential mid-to-B play. Incendiary thrown as a result. That will fend off 3 players from Timberman, in fact. But, well, it only forces them around the right side instead. The crossfire's here. George playing anti-flash briefly, comes around that corner. 1, 2, not a third, but Hex is right there through the smoke to get Snav, and Shane, not much he can do. Yep, he's done. 11-6 for NRG. This CT side is, like we talked about, statistically, Timberman struggle on T side, and NRG are pretty strong on both sides of the map.
Yeah, and I mean, then you do have to bring into the question here, what's up next? We're going to need to see that same very strong Mirage performance that we've seen coming through all the way throughout this NA Revival series, because around the corner is Dust 2, or rather Mirage, I should say, another Dusty map. But,
we'll get Dust 2 twice. That's why it's called Dust 2, folks.
Yeah, this is just Dust 1.
Yeah.
But yeah, definitely some worries around the corner here. But for now, NRG just closing out the opening duel so consistently. Just seem to be unstoppable in that department. Now holding down the line, Nitro with a wall there as well. That's a full gun round swiped aside. And it's 12 here. They put themselves on map point. They're looking to just coast to the finish line here.
I mean, I'll be honest, there hasn't really been that much depth to Timberman's T side. It's more like, let's throw some flashes and take contact and hope it works out. And it really hasn't at all. Dia is still going to hit his PrizePicks frag estimate, though, at 28.5 kills, or more than 28.5 kills. Well, that's good news. Perhaps the only good news that the Timbermen are going to see as OC gets another opening frag. He's hit the 20 bomb. Nitro fighting at long does fall. Damage done to Dare, but that's an AK on the ground for him to upgrade to. OC, can he collect another one? It feels like it. Yeah.
God.
What a flick. That's dirty. He's still going at it here, fighting up against, I believe that is Snav, who has made his way to Cat, but that's information gained. And OC. I mean, look at that. Beautifully done from George. Comes in from lower, gets one. The trade is there, but it still keeps the advantage firmly in NRG's favor. Oh my God. What? 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 I'm sorry, like...
We can do no wrong.
Okay.
I don't know.
I just, we'll forget that happened. What? Why Why are you doing that? Anyway, 13-6 in favor of NRG. They make it look easy on their CT side. Only one round for the Timberman. That's round number 3. Outside of that, there's absolutely nothing doing. I mean, at the end there, Shane waving the white flag.
Yeah.
I don't know. Weird. But they wanted to get to the next map, I suppose, which is going to be Mirage. We talked about it. You know, the fact that both these teams are quite strong there, Cole. I feel like given what happened there on Dust 2, it's the expected result. We figured that NRG would come through and win this map pretty handily. That is what happens. That's why we were talking about Ancient being such a win condition for the Timbermen and getting it, which they did. So now it's all down to the third one. And if the Timbermen can replicate the performances that they had in the last 2 times they played it, both here in NA Revival Series number 5, a win against Nouns 13-10, and that slaughtering of Boss 13-1.
Yeah, I mean, it's going to be interesting here, right? This is, I think, the toughest team on Mirage by far in this event that you have to play up against. And I think you're seeing kind of a clash of the Titans in this decider for that Mirage title there. And it'll be interesting to see who's going to come out on top in this best of 3, because, I mean, this is going to determine it. NRG finally giving over a map as well after such flawless success all the way through. I mean, not even losing 4 maps in a row versus a team like Sharks, who I think are serious competition, but they fall to Timberman in map 1 and do so in a close fashion that you would kind of give Nitro the ability to close 9 times out of 10. I feel like he's so good in those late game situations. But let's take a look at the PrizePicks kill estimations and see where things have lined up here so far. Hex, well, he has passed 28.5 there, so more for him. George very close, who's been playing very good in this best of 3, but
yeah,
just can't quite get that 0.5 there, can he? And then OC, who just played phenomenally on Dust 2, completely turned it around from his tough first map performance, and that is exactly what we expect out of him.
Yeah, he's a Dust 2 beast and a Mirage beast too. So that's something for Timbermen to perhaps fear going to that map as well. And you look over on the Timbermen side, everyone contributing here. Maybe Carson a little less so, but I feel like that is slowly changing. You know, it's going to be inconsistent at the beginning, but certainly he will find his place on this roster should it stick together. And only a couple of players hitting those PrizePicks check marks there. Look, that was what turned into, like, it started off as a very close first half, turned into a blowout in favor of NRG, and now we go to the final map of these grand finals. Who will lift that trophy? We'll find out after this break.
Over 20 years of complexity. It's hard to believe it's been this long. Buying the team back this year was a full circle moment for us. Of course, nothing would be possible without all the players, past and present, who've represented us from the old logo to the new, and maybe back again. Not to mention the ones behind the scenes who've kept the gears turning all these years. But most importantly, I want to say thank you to the fans. We wouldn't be Complexity without you. Thank you for standing by us. We'll continue to stand by you and the North American scene. You'll always be our home.
All right, we're back, and we have the final map of the PrizePicks Any Revival Series number 5 coming at you. NRG come through and get a very nice Dust 2 victory over the Timbermen, and we go to Mirage, Cole.
Yeah, we do. Not Dust 2. We're going to Mirage as well, so
Yeah.
we're all over the place tonight. That's what happens when you play a lot of Counter-Strike or watch a lot of Counter-Strike. So looking forward to seeing how things shape up for this decider. It should be fun. We should be seeing both these two teams as a clash of a titan on Mirage, which we've been seeing them succeed on all the way throughout these brackets. Timbermen, NRG, both always leaving them to deciders to make things interesting as well. So I want to see how things are going to shape up here because, again, we're seeing two really good Mirage teams face off, and I want to see who's going to come out on top in that sense.
Yeah, definitely. I mean, look, we already talked about the success Timbermen have had here in the NA Revival Series number 5, and we actually haven't seen NRG play the map so far. They beat Undone and Boss over at Fragadelphia 18. Undone, of course, Steel and Skadoodle squad, and Boss, well, we saw them here, and they didn't necessarily have the best rolls, but at Frag, they were playing pretty well. So, I mean, look, there's a lot of positives here for the NRG side. I think mentality-wise, after seeing the way that previous one ended for the Timbermen, I would also lean pretty heavily in favor of NRG. But one player that hasn't really wavered at all is Dare. I feel like his focus and energy has been so good throughout the entire Revival series that could help them regain their focus as a whole very quickly.
It's all that whole milk he's been drinking.
I guess. Is it actually milk that he's
No.
drinking? I don't know.
I mean, maybe it is.
Dude,
I
who
don't know
knows?
if he's a big fan of just straight milk, but I feel like that's something you drink more as a kid.
Yeah.
Get your bones strong. Maybe make you good at Counter-Strike though too. Maybe he's got the secret sauce here.
Who knows?
Nice little bank shot on that smoke. It seems like maybe a faster way to land a smoke there and get activated alongside the rest of your team. And so as you can see, that smoke lands inside of connector actually. So planting in theory for jungle, taking control of jungle, and now they're in a good position to try and win this round. Numbers punched in as well, taking a lot of shots while they're at it, but again, post-plant positioning looking good. Nitro standing in the open and fighting forward in this position. As the crunch comes on through, it's just going to leave Snav at a 1v3, but it quickly turns into a 1v1, knowing where Hext is as well. Headshot not going to come through, though. One bullet does Snav in, and the round's still secured by NRG.
It's crazy how, if you look at Snav's camera as well, throughout any of his clutches that he's pulling off, just cool, calm, collected, no emotion at all. It's ridiculous how you can never count him out of any situation right there. Just 2 out of nothing onto Nitro and OC. Speaking of things out of nothing, the fact that NRG get that bomb plant surrounded by Timbermen on that A site is insane. And then they start dealing out the damage and getting the frags on top of it all and turning a man disadvantaged situation into an advantage in their favor. Unreal stuff. Snav almost pulled it back. But it will be a first round picked up by NRG. Dare you see him continue to get vocal. Shane's just rocking back and forth in his chair.
Yeah.
Oh, man.
I've been doing the little stretches during this time.
Yeah.
What's interesting, I mean, you talked about Snav. I was, again, watching them play that frag in Philly. So this was the last time Timbermen were in Philly for a frag and on LAN as well. So I was watching them play. It was just a full-on shouting match between Fisher College, that is, and then this Timbermen roster was a different variation of this roster. I think they had News, a couple of their stand-ins as well. But Snav was like barely talking during all of this, and just like chilling, like exactly like you mentioned, it's that calm demeanor. So shows up in the clutch, this pure stone cold calmness, and even in a very unlikely round, it's cool to see him just level-headed.
I mean, Snav officially listed as the IGL, but I don't know if that's shifted to Dare because of the way Dare has been so very vocal. But yeah, either way. See if the Timbermen can get it together here. It's just pistols. Nope, not going to happen. 5v3, bomb site taken. Not really an investment at all for the Timbermen. They're saving for the follow-up. And just hoping for some damage, but I mean, this one's a non-starter.
You never know how much Snav is talking because his microphone's
That's
just kind of
true.
right in the way.
Yeah,
So
I was gonna say.
he's got like the NFL play call there, blocking his mouth so that no one can read his lips and get the strats.
The secret strats.
Yeah, that's just smart IGLing right there.
Great.
And then they have the fake of Dare who's talking. He's just mouthing words.
He's not even actually talking.
Yeah,
He's just making it look like he is. Getting super intense.
Oh, there you go.
Finally.
Extended reach there. Oh,
like the
Can you
E
get that?
key. The E key has
There it
been
is.
glitchy for years. Years. It's unbelievable. They've never really.
it was
fixed
really bad in the early beta. I remember that.
Yeah.
It was unbelievably bad in the early beta. You couldn't click anything.
It was frustrating. Like you're just pressing it. You have even the prompt on your screen and it's just not working. It just doesn't do it. It's unbelievable. But now it's better. It has improved to the credit of Valve. It still feels glitchy. But I suppose that might be just the nature of it. I have no idea. One day they'll fix it. Maybe in like 2028, perhaps. We'll be talking about Counter-Strike 3. Oh, yeah. Let's get back to this.
You
Third
just
round
need
of
to
play.
make it teleport
Yeah.
into your arms there, I think.
Yeah. Should have like a summon. Like you extend your arm and just
Just get
little
some
animation.
grabbers.
Yeah.
The Dino Claw.
Yeah.
There's the solution. We have it right now for you. You just got to implement it. Good for some solutions here. Still Carson, always keeping a close eye on him. Saw last time he was playing towards A, it got targeted and abused. It was,
Yeah.
PrizePicks Revival Series 4.
That was against NRG. Yeah.
Yeah, and it was a great gameplay. It was fantastic gameplay. Didn't work when it was attempted by Nouns earlier. That CT side, I mean, it was the CT side that swept. Down 10-2. This was flawless. Will it remain true here?
Yeah. Well, okay.
No, maybe not.
Instant death there for Carson. And I mean, like, the posturing's terrible right now for the Timbermen. They are going to have a tough time getting back into this. Darren Dia do get a couple on the periphery, though, so that makes things a little more viable. And they're going to send 2 right into Con. Shane is also supporting from Jungle. Hex very low at 9 HP. That Incendiary is going to make life difficult for the Firebox player. But Shane manages to respond right after Diaz drops. So a 2v2. Still very possible for the Timbermen, but this is a very nice cross Red Energy have. I feel like it might be impenetrable by the Timbermen. We'll see.
Ooh.
Oh, no, I take that back. I take it back. I lied. Shane and Dare get a couple. 1-2. Anything but impenetrable.
Yeah. Just completely break down right there as soon as you say those words.
I know, right? I cast your curse them.
Yeah. Nah, that's how it goes. Wow, look at that little awkward clear there from Hex initially, but enough vision to lock in the kill. That can be the challenge. I think Breeze crossed there a little too close to the sun there. I feel like playing those close range, like pretty thin angles, you got to give yourself a lot of time to react. So, you got to go high and wide in some of those swings, but it also depends on where I think you're coming. So, nice breakdown there from Timberman. Good utility to get through that round as well, all the way through. I mean, that was the reason OC gets flushed out of sight. So successful on the defense here for Timberman. At least for the retake here. Now, can they bring it together in these mid holds? I mean, you can see their posture for a very explosive regaining of control on the side of the map.
Smoke pop here. Snap. Visibility briefly, but it actually didn't favor him at all. Yeah, he's facing bullets from both directions. And will eventually get dropped here. Dare, along with Dia, waiting towards jungle and window. And Dia actually gets the connection onto Breeze. But the thing is, the site has been lost the Timbermen will likely be going for a retake here. Carson's trying to get the bomb planter, but his spam is off the mark a little to the left. Now NRG are tossing the util forward. The nade does a ton of damage to Carson. Shane with him now. 3 players, in fact, coming from CT. So maybe this works out for them just with the unexpected factor of 3 players in the same angle. And yeah, it's not too bad. They get a couple. Hex with one back with George, but that will make it a 2v1 in favor of the Timbermen. On for another retake. George has to do it all himself, and he won't get another frag. Unbelievable from the Timbermen how good they've been on the retakes in the early going here on Mirage, and not to mention in the previous BO3 when they were facing Nouns.
I don't know how it looks so comfortable in such a tough spot. This is an entry that they find initially. A lot of effort in clearing out early on. A lot of utility sent in towards CT. This is a crucial fight as well. Nitro really wishing he could have that one back. And right in crunch time, Timbermen step up in the retakes. I don't know if that's, again, something they can lean in on long term. I think if you're Timbermen, you want to be able to bring through a developed CT side defense to deny bomb plants, but I said that on Nuke and I was mistaken. They can win every clutch, it seems, if they have to. This pacey play towards the B side. A little late to the party is Carson trying to make a rotation in, but he's stuck inside of Market. Still threads a kill in, so will Shane. There comes through eventually, but the numbers kind of overwhelming here, and Tech9's long range not going to favor him. Snap quick with the headshot as well. So a opportunity, definitely an opening, but Carson just getting in through that side of the map in time, and Shane still being careful with the coverage. Holds together well.
Alrighty, we go on. Timbermen. The resurgence continues here on their CT side. They were perfect up against Nouns, not so against NRG, at least not in those first 2 rounds, but now it started to trend pretty well for them. Another pistol round going to be coming through, or Nico I should say, for NRG. 3 Deagles, the P250, and the Tech9. Look at this posturing towards mid. Aggressive control being taken by the Timbermen. Thing is, it leaves Carson kind of vulnerable on A, and we've seen what happens when he's left in these types of situations in the past, especially against NRG. OC, he's got the Deagle lined up. Carson's waiting for it. Makes a nice, I should say, sprint towards the site itself, and then gets a couple of frags for himself. 5v3, NRG just cannot seem to get through onto this site. And Carson's been playing better. I mean, to his credit, he's been adjusting well.
Yeah, I think when you're learning a new position, it comes down to a little bit of time, a little bit of repetitions, and most importantly, you gotta get creative, right? You gotta go in and look at what other players are doing well, and seeing if you can build upon that, maybe give your own flair to that sort of style. And I think, 2 weeks or so in between these series, maybe even a little bit more time, it gives you a lot of chances to go back and work out what went wrong and how to improve it. So there's no question, like, not only should we see that development, we are seeing that development here in how he plays that A side. And that's a good sign for the side of Timbermen, who are eager to get this player involved, and I think took a big loss in losing Peeping, who was such an active piece of this team.
Yeah, definitely. Well, NRG back to the AKs, and a very slow pace, right, to this map so far. A lot of time being burnt off the clock by NRG. They're doing it again here. They have mid control effectively, at least from window room. That smoke, the advantage of the CTs. But in the end, the Molotov's going to sail through, and NRG are going to funnel themselves in towards mid, and there's a couple of players, in fact 3 of them, setting themselves up for an A take on the other side. This is going to be a pincer attack from mid and ramp coming through from NRG. Snav trying to get a read on it. If the jungle player and stairs player can do the job here, they'll get one prong completely off the table. There's Nitro. erased, and George can't be taken down. How does he get the second one as well? I don't think he's gonna die. Dia, did he connect on a shot? He did. There's 3 players barely limping along for NRG. Dia with the AWP in this spot. Oh, he hits the shot. I thought Breeze had him. 4 HP left. What is happening in this round? They're certainly going to chase him down. Even with the low health, they know that getting the op out of the hands of Dia is so valuable. I just don't know if that damage was confirmed because Breeze was shooting through the wall and the door frame. So maybe they're not aware of how low Dia is, and their money's also a little bit tight. So yeah, they end up pulling off and saying, okay, well, let's just let him keep that op, even though the reward would have been fantastic in getting it out of Timberman's hands. It just forces so much more investment.
Yeah, just not in a position with a couple of players that are super unhealthy. It feels like he could be running right into the trap. Let's see this again. Oh my god.
Yeah.
Just playing, I mean, that's one of those angles that you play in refrag right there. You just practice that connector fight over and over again, so. Looking about as clean as can be there from George. Second headshot, unbelievable. And that's NRG breaking through a 4-round dry spell of tough retakes coming through from Timmerman, showing their grit. Dia kicks it off well. Instant opening. Dodges out in the Molotovs. Mid-hold this time going well for Carson, who covers in connector. Another chance this time for Nitro.
Oh my god.
Not as well versed there on the double swing up against it. Not a lot you can do against that. And OC looking to chew through alongside Breeze, whose position kind of understood and confirmed. How do you break through this round?
I mean, I don't think you do. They're going to find one onto Breeze. OC, well, maybe you just need one player. OC pulls up the Uto and still gets a third. I think it hit the shoulder of Snap, which slowed him down. Yeah. Wow. That almost works out, but it does end up going the way of the Timbermen.
Give him a little knock to the head right there. That's brutal. It threw his aim off a little bit. Taking a can to the head there definitely would throw my aim off. See this?
Oh, we don't get to see it. Dang.
He just threw it right at him. Trying to get that utility out. I think he was intending to throw it towards Sandwich to flush him out, but he just gets swung instead. So bold play from Timmerman to chase down the kill. Punished 3 times, rewarded once is all that they needed though. Just needed to lock in OC as a unit. Back to this very forward-facing mid-hold. I think it's really bold of Timmerman to call like this with some of the CT setups that they're playing with. Because this is a lot of resources spent towards middle, but we have seen the speed in which NRG can call some of these rounds. Sometimes it is just fast plays towards A, fast plays towards B, so putting so many resources in this round towards middle, it's high risk, but high reward as well. Tough timing from George. Elevated angle there. Great trade from OC, though, on the rifle work. Stepping into that auto, you can't expect the amount of presence that you're facing here. Timing's well from Carson. Seeing him in the server maybe opens up the avenue. Yeah, you can see the pace from Breeze kind of picks up a little bit, but picking up the pieces here. A whole other challenge, and Carson throws another kill. Now Breeze left into a clutch. Bomb down towards the top of middle. A whole new challenge approaches there, and Shane will fight and collapse in on that setup through catwalk.
Kind of felt like Nature walked out and couldn't believe what he saw. Like it's just like a deer in headlights. Oh God, there are a lot of people here. He's just dead in that attempted escape from underpass. Anyway, look, time I'm going to be called by NRG. They've only won 1 round over the last 7. This has been quite a performance again from the Timmermen on their CT side. The NRG money is not terrible. A force up would be risky, I would say. Probably just want to save, or I should say go for the half buy. Huh. This is just a Timberman squad that has so much oomph to them today.
Yeah. At a little breather that they took here in between these two series, these two best of threes. I mean, it looks like they just spent it with their nose to the grindstone there, working away. Hammering these details. Because they're firing on all cylinders. Finally, some relief towards middle. Flashes are so well placed and a quick scale towards catwalk, but they still have more to crack through. George finds the entry through connector. That spam, though, is always going to be deadly. And Carson does not give up on it. This B-side play with so much resistance to run into puts the clutch in Hex hands, but Bomb is down far, far away.
Oh, man.
He's got to recover it. Now it's smoked off as well. He just used his smoke towards the market so that Bomb recovery missions are going to be even more challenging. And he's just forced to wait the smoke out there. A little bit of patience could be rewarded here with a big win, trying to separate these two players. Oh, that doesn't help.
No. No, not at all. I mean, still a chance for Hex, but he's got to burn more time off the clock and wait for the smoke to dissipate, because going through it, no flashes, no util, it's too tough.
2 mollies as well. I think they'll just toss that one down there. You see him with utility out now. Oh, wow. On target there, but it's avoided. And they give Bomb. Interestingly enough, they are going to separate themselves. A little reposition in towards the market. I kind of like this idea. But it could be punished. Dia prepared. That's a big shadow advantage here, but he misses the shot. Now Carson can strike, but he realizes quickly that there's a window of opportunity. What great presence of mind from Hex. Running back into that B side could have been his instant demise, but open access towards A and access to a clutch up against Carson. Gonna plant and take control of CT. Carson gonna run around the world here on a wild goose chase to figure out where Hex is. I think he spotted him there. He almost certainly did. Stepping forward, though, he's playing confident. Low HP here for Carson, going to make this clutch challenging. Smoke goes on top of the ball, but Carson sees him!
What?
He sees him, and he lands a shot, but Carson wins the clutch, and he gets to rub it in. And he's making sure
Does he have a kit?
that his presence is known.
I didn't see it. For a moment, I'm like, if he doesn't have a kit, he should probably defeat, but he did have a kit on his person. Little bit of BM added there. It got really close. Hex almost clutching that out. It felt nigh impossible for him to pull it off, but when this happens, he gets the healthy player. You think, okay, this is very favorable indeed, but Carson somehow with the Galil will pull that off. Or might have been the M4. Anyway, either way, 7-3.
It's such a tough angle there from Hex to play off of there, too. I mean, you can see Carson spots him out first. Obviously, Hex knows where his opponent is, but Carson doesn't know where Hex is exactly. Just has to make some assumptions. Assumed right, but forward facing there. Such a close round to the clutch, but instead Carson will rip it away.
Yeah.
And NRG desperately needed that relief there because the clutches have not been going their way here. It's so many retakes, it's so many 1v1s. It's been the name of the game all day. Carson here in map 3 showing comfort, where last showing he got bested consistently on this A side.
This is a pretty hard read from the Timberman. 4 players on the A site ready to greet what is in fact an execute onto A by NRG. George very low, and Snav and Shane are dealing some killing blows. Back and forth they go, and George, even though he continues to get peppered down to 29 HP, still gets 2 scalps collected. Shane and Dia, the last 2 standing, and Shane is going to even out the numbers at a 2v2, but he is left by his lonesome now as Nitro immediately collects Dia. Shane?
Okay. Gotta be careful about that cat jump there, because Shane could have done some damage onto Nitro.
I mean, look, NRG can rotate around now to the B site. It's free and clear. So Shane, realizing that very quickly that no one is around in this vicinity, so he'll have to go back towards that B site, get into market, and take a fight quickly. He needs to win one. He spots the player. Nade is out. OC's low. at 50 HP. Now down to 27. Shane can't do anything. OC clotheslines him. NRG finally back on the board.
And they get to end this half at least in somewhat of a position of strength here. They're going to hop into this last round of play, completely shattering the economy because of how close some of these rounds have been. Small little micro detail, though. You can see George going down up connector. But that sets up Nitro for success. Even when he falls, it feels like it's a win.
Yeah.
For NRG, because then Dia rotates aggressively through that murder hole, and that's where Nitro then gets to pounce. So nice little setup there in the late round to display a little bit of patience, but still have George active. Look at this, man. Aggression through underpass here. Forward again for Timmerman in the fight. Looking to avoid a flash here. The dodge flash setup is not going to dodge bullets, though. As Nitro will find the double up. That's what you're looking for right there if you're NRG.
Another one. Why not? Nitro finding the head of Dia. Snav and Shane, last two standing. I mean, you already talked about it. The economy was absolutely in tatters for the Timbermen. I mean, they had pistols and MP9s coming through. Snav gets one, but that's just a consolation prize. Shane, 1v4. I mean, look. It's unlikely. We've seen some crazy stuff come through. He spots out George, picks up an MP9 off the ground. It's done. NRG get a fifth and make it much closer than perhaps it could have been here against the Timbermen.
Yeah, well handled overall in the last couple of rounds. But if you're NRG, it's about executing in the late rounds. It's about executing in the post plans here. These are all details I think you should be fully aware of here. And that sort of comfort was not there for that first half. And Timbermen were able to punish in a lot of those clutches and a lot of those post plants, which I just really haven't seen. Casting them all the way through their Frag 18 run, casting them in that last, situation. Maybe a little bit of that flaring up versus Nouns in the finals, but it's been one of their strongest abilities here since Nitro's joined this roster. Is how they close out late rounds. That's been one of the biggest things he's brought to this team, and not quite the case there in that first half for them. That leads to a deficit that they'll have to come back from. Now we got the Void for Breeze.
Yeah. We got Void for Breeze, Void for Dia. They've just gone into the Shadow Realm. Oh man, this is really close. I mean, Dust 2 felt like an exception, the second half, I should say, to the rule of how back and forth both these teams have been on both map number 1 and now map number 3. So we're just waiting to get going. I think we have like a bathroom break being called probably at the beginning of this half. It's over now. Everyone's back. As we have the final half of regulation here. Any Revival Series number 3. Let's go.
Let's see it. Final half of play. Like you said, for regulation in particular. Wouldn't be surprised if these teams took a little bit longer to close out. Mid Mully into a top jungle smoke, or top bomb smoke, I should say. George identifying where the point of attack is pretty early. Bomb spotted now. George put on notice, diving out of Palace. The totem pole, A setup, and the headshots to back it up. Timberman taking charge here in this round as Hex looks to rotate in. OC behind him, landing the headshots as Hex will land the bodies. As OC still trying to fight forward, waiting for the flank, but they're taking control of CT. They're not taking the bomb site. They want the whole map here, and they will claim everything. The A to B play with a flashbang to safely cross in. And Nitro, good luck getting through what is aptly called the murder hole. Clearing out this angle. He does win the fight, though. Dia misses out on that. The clutch is on. He spots one. You definitely like the position if you're Carson, though. One player identified. He has to slowly crawl his way through the market side of things, but without a kit, he might have to scale it up a little bit. He has no idea where Carson is. Doesn't expect it to be in apartments already. Probably thinks he's that bomb planter here, but Nitro going to get the jump on at least one. Quick headshot identified there, and just running a little too low on time. Fake onto the bomb, but that decides it here. Carson gonna step through late, going for the killing blow here. Wants the whole round, wants the extra 300, and he will get it right at the tail end. So well handled from Timberman, and a wild round that goes in their favor.
Yeah, that's pretty crazy, honestly. Timberman, I mean, the pistol rounds have been pretty insane throughout the entirety of this series, even throughout the day of our cast, because we've seen so many swings back and forth. And right here, I mean, Nitro getting this frag, there's just so little time left on the bomb for the defusal that it doesn't work out for him. And Carson, right as the bomb is about to explode, gets that extra $300 in his back pocket. So, Timberman, gonna find an 8. Molotov's going to get thrown immediately for connector, and it feels like Timberman want to go fast in towards the B site here. It is a force buy for NRG, so it's going to feature 3 MP9s in the Scout, 5.7 for Breeze, and Breeze is also the one with the kit. That'll be an important piece as this round plays out, assuming there's anyone left on this B site to defuse the bomb. Nitro's going to get one, traded out immediately. Hex gets one back. Can he stay alive is the question. Yes, for now, no. Spam comes through, Carson gets tagged down to 3 HP, but he's still alive long enough to get another frag under his belt, and now, I mean, look, it's still a man advantage. Carson is barely hanging on to life, and NRG have to start asking questions if they even go for this one.
Oh, George got spammed through that smoke as well,
Yeah.
putting a little extra damage down range. Is George going to be diligent on the clear? He's got to cover this E-box position, allow for his player. The hunt is on for Dia, and he will end up landing the kill onto OC with his Galil. Timberman claim a 9. They get past the force buy with a scary situation, but they fight their way through. Carson, looking like the tip of the spear there with some very important kills towards that market side, and Timberman looking like they could claim double digits and not only say, hey, we're gonna get the win on this map and deny your win streak and maps alone, but also looking to do so in a series fashion. Carson, though, with more than 13 kills, getting the PrizePicks check mark. I believe our first, if I'm not mistaken.
Yep.
So
I think so.
And he announces himself in a big way with 16.
All right.
Hexbot Nitro AA1S. And he's got $200.
Yeah, it's going to raid boss, I guess, with the armor as well. They're hoping that's enough here to give them an edge. Timbermen are charging down. No, actually, they're backing off, going right into Nitro's open arms. Nitro can get a 3K here. Here's the first. OC gets 2 on the Carson and Dia. This is falling apart. I didn't see what happened with OC, but yeah, it's only Snap left standing. I hope we get that on replay because we didn't even understand. I mean, we can see it on the radar, right? He's over towards CT, but how is the question? Does he get 2? Maybe just completely caught them off guard. The bomb is lost in the process. This round's going NRG. And I mean, the M4 contributed, of course, with Nitro going underpass, but it was the P250 of OC that really clinched it.
What a good investment. I was going to say, you know, this feels a little bit like NRG know what the situation, that the game's kind of getting out of hand. That Tamermen are taking control here on this decider. They get very aggressive with the purchase. That Nitro and OC duo that pushes through underpass meets nobody on the default to fight up against. And I'd imagine what happened there is OC just catches 2 knife out rotations, rolling on through, maybe get some nice headshots with that P250, but Nitro disrupting as well. And when Timbermen try and shift, they run into the biggest surprise, and that's players where they just came from.
All right, let's
Look
see
at
this replay. What?
Yeah. I think they thought it was an A-side stack with the reaction from NRG. You see the underhand smoke? So they shift away from that site instantly. They call that out instantly. And because they think it's a stack, I think you're not expecting them to be behind you. That's the last place you'd anticipate.
That's a brilliant piece of maneuvering from NRG in a round where they didn't invest that much aside from the M4 and a little bit of armor and util. Wow. Timeout going to be called here. Timberman talking things over. trying to understand where it all went wrong. But walking 2 players back turn into T-spawn, like, I understand it. I get your point, right? The smoke was right-click thrown down. They figure, okay, there's going to be a lot of people here. But still, like, have one player turned around and watching spawn as you're going forward. But I'm assuming the idea was one watching Palace, one watching towards ramp, and no one really checking out what was happening behind them, which allows OC to get 2 literally for free. All right, Timmerman, they're coming back here. 2 AKs, 2 Galils. The Deagle up against, well, pretty much a full buy on the NRG side. Dare does manage to get the trade with OC. Hex flies around the corner to get a response, and then Breeze onto Dare, who can't even make his way outside of Tetris. It is going to be Snav at least getting one back, so it makes it possible for the Timmermen to perhaps get back into this round, and that util damage onto Hex, even better. Shane, around this corner with the Deagle. Hexed, went up the ladder, back down. Shane gets the Galil out. And it looks like we're going to have to wait a little bit longer to find the conclusion of this one. The thing is, though, look where Snav is. He's found the B site. No one is there. So either he calls for Shane to come over, or he just waits here to see if he can catch some players who might not be aware of at all of his position.
This is an interesting predicament that they're in. You have to worry a little bit about the bomb transitioning in, but what a kill. X, man, low on HP, but threads the needle perfectly on that market peak, quickly steps in for the kill. Now, Shane realizes there's only one way through this round. It's through the A side. Doesn't quite account for Breeze. 7 rounds locked in. The massive risk pays off in the last investment, and now they've shattered it. They've done what they've been looking for here, and that's break that T-side economy, starting to build a foundation on this defense. Look at that, man. That's a swing with conviction from Hex. Keeps the round in safe hands. Look at the timeout there, and I think OC this time, the culprit of some technical difficulties. Hopefully he's got the RAM downloaded and ready to go.
Yeah.
We did discover that, you know, I think it was, well, at least we theorized that it was the RAM issues.
We don't know for sure, right?
We're costing, we don't know, but I think it was, because he had a good GPU is what we figured out.
He got a brand new GPU, so that wasn't the issue, so it had to be the RAM. Yeah, I think he bought a fruit cup, that is. He bought some new RAM. We're waiting to find out if that actually will solve it. Hopefully it does for him, because that sucks, you know, to go through the
one-day shipping.
Yeah. I mean, it sucks, though, to go through all of that and play the entire BO3 without really having an ability to play to your maximum potential. And not to mention that he wasn't having any issues, apparently, prior to that series starting. And then as soon as it starts, everything just collapses. And apparently he was trying to overclock the RAM or something along those lines, run it at a speed that it wasn't really rated for, and went a little too high, and it wasn't working for him. So that's what happens.
Flew too close to the sun.
Exactly. You gotta be careful, especially like in a competitive match. You don't want to push your PC to the limit. You'd rather, I know you want to get as many frames as possible, but stability is underrated, I should say. It's not always about, you know, pumping out as many frames as possible. You still want to have as stable an experience as you can. Balance, it's important.
You got to push the limits.
Yeah, but keep it balanced, guys.
You got to push the limits.
No, keep balance in life.
Download
balance.
the RAM. Download the RAM. That's what he should have done instead of overclocking. I don't know why he's trying to get fancy with it.
Yeah.
It's right there in front of you.
Just stick with the simple downloads, right?
Yeah.
That's how you get it done.
And if you need to, you can just uninstall Counter-Strike, save some disk space for your RAM. But then you wouldn't be able to play, so that'd be a whole nother problem.
I mean, technically there is a page file, like we're joking about this, but like you do need to have space. Although it's not used as much anymore, there's still utility for, I think you still have to have a page file in Windows, because it calls to it sometimes. You don't have enough space in your RAM to actually take care of everything. So yeah,
so there's a little folder that's just like the RAM. You got the RAM folder.
You just got, okay. We're not going to get into the technicalities of this with you, Cole. I'm done. It's 7-9. NRG are trying to make a comeback into this one. It is looking absolutely beautiful for them, especially in this one because they're just going up against Glocks and a Deagle. Timbermen still biding their time. I mean, it's been a full minute here. They've been waiting for this to happen pretty much. Breeze gonna get 3. Snap managed to get 1, but Breeze now on for the anti-eco ace, and he gets it! There it is! 8th for NRG.
Man, what a run right there. Great time to stamp your seal right there with some of the A-side anchoring that he's been doing. It's good to see him get some attention, get some love right there as he locks it in with a big-time ace up against the pistols. But knowing that he's capable closely around the corner to do it up against the rifle work here. So more challenges at hand. It's NRG building back into the CT side. Now 1 round to close the distance up against the rifles. Counteracting here. Look at this smoke spam. George trying to track it. They know he's here, but it doesn't matter as he levels out 2 on the aggression. Gets the mollies down, forces a lot of attention his way here, but Breeze ends up falling right into the headshot of Shane. There's still one more though. Nitro still planting his feet, and you wouldn't anticipate him here. This would be a massive surprise, but he steps out a little early, and it cost him everything. As
no
D is
way.
prepared.
No way, Nitro. A little way too early, Cole, for him to pop around that corner. And I mean, look at where OC and George are. George can barely fight into this site. OC at Ticket is just nothing he can really do because they're all tucked around the corners. NRG, it felt like things were shaping up well for them, but now they're just going to have to tuck their tails and back off. Maybe OC doesn't even get away. Snav over from the broken wall. Could spot him out. Yes, he does! OC's gone. Op also removed from their hands, and Snav will happily snatch that up and carry it over to the next round. Timbermen not only hang on to their lead, they extend it to 2.
Yeah, fantastic. Bit of work here done from George in the early stages. I mean, you can see able to do so much damage in this early fight. But again, that little early activation, just so brutal from this Timberman squad there. Gets punished there. We do have some good news here. Snap. PrizePicks check mark. A seal of approval. More than 13 kills for him. But yeah, definitely some rough stuff going on here. Carson as well. He's just running. I mean, look at that. He gets to pick him to the upper. He knows there's open access to take control. What a smart move. Identifying the common setup and taking control of this B bomb site. This is now an easy call made for Timberman. Smoke even towards Market. This is already a save on the other end of the map here. NRG holding onto their weaponry and conceding 11 off of 1 pick from the new man on Timberman.
Yeah, Carson's been playing really well here on Mirage. I mean, T-side, he's allowed to freewheel a little bit more. But in CT side, even, we were talking about it, just made some good adjustments. Was, I think, like you mentioned, being a little more creative in his movement, not being as static towards Balcony and Palace. And it worked out really well in here. Well, I mean, he's up to 17. He gets the opener, and that's all they actually need to win the round. Even though, if you look at NRG's money, it's not terrible. They could have fought a little bit more. Maybe the loss bonus is a bit of a concern, so they want to keep the economy as healthy as possible. But man, they're chasing. George has to be careful. I don't even think he wants to take this fight. They just want to try and save as much as they can. And they're waiting for Timberman to walk into what is the spider's web so they can sink their fangs in and get some frags. And there it is. George with the Molotov taking care of Dare, and Timbermen want no more of it. They're just going to keep their guns, and it's a bit of a stalemate towards the end, but the Timbermen will get an 11th. They're 2 rounds away from their first ever NA Revival Series championship.
Yeah, I mean, I've always been there. I've always been making their way into these events and trying to work their way through. Semifinals is where it's ended many times, and this time able to extend it to the finals here, and they're looking incredible in the 3rd map. Opening pick straight onto OC. George never gives up on the underpass duel, but he's overwhelmed by the numbers. Carson coming through with a trade eventually. Just a little delayed, but better late than never there, especially if it means you get to keep onto your man advantage, extend it into a 4v3. Very valuable map control, but I mean, you can see really the round being put into play here. Nitro having to stack his troops over towards this A side with his deep positioning towards apartments and hoping that that'll be the way that they win.
Yeah, and I think again, well, I mean, you still have Nitro over towards B like you were saying, but NRG might want to opt for a stack towards one of these sites. I thought Nitro would try to rotate towards A, but I guess he just didn't want to give up this map control because of the fact that it might be worthwhile if the site doesn't get hit. Of course, you get to save the guns. If it is, then you have 3 players waiting here. But not happening. Timbermen are walking through Breeze, waiting patiently here on the site. The flashes are going to be absolutely brutal here, but Hex still manages to connect onto Shane. Breeze doesn't even take any damage because Hex is attracting all the attention. Now he will with a headshot from Snap, and then Hex suffers the same fate up against Carson. My God, indeed, as the Timbermen are chopping down NRG, and it's only Nitro left standing.
Just left scratching his head there. I mean, great idea to take that positioning in towards apartments, try and get a couple of extra resources over towards that A side, but Timberman with the due diligence, that's a full execute and a 4v3 towards A. Proper utility and even better trades to get onto that bomb site. There's nothing that you could say about that one if you're Hex trying to fight through that adversity, trying to hold on to that site if you're Breeze. They just simply get overwhelmed, and Nitro can't make a case to try and recover this one. Timbermen locked themselves in 4 opportunities in regulation to close out their first PrizePicks in a revival series. And they say 5th time's the charm here. So we'll see if 4 rounds is enough for NRG to hang in there.
George gonna hit that PrizePicks check mark there. 15.5 kills or more. Wow. This is wild. Timbermen have honestly, I mean, aside from that weird finish to Dust 2, I've really appreciated the Counter-Strike that Timbermen have played throughout this entire series. And I don't mean just this series particularly, I mean the NA Revival series, both yesterday and today. It's been very coordinated. Utility usage has been fantastic. The trades are good. The spacing is excellent. They feel like they've revitalized themselves and renewed their look entirely.
I mean, I can't believe how strong they're looking here compared to the last series in which we saw a lot of flaws roll by roll.
Yeah.
We're not seeing any of that today, man. That's a quick bit of adaptability shown out from a player like Carson. Great calls, I think, from the entirety of the camp. I'll give credit. I mean, like you said, Snav obviously listed. I'll give a lot of credit to Dare in terms of the calling and what he's been able to do, and some of these freeze time pauses. And then obviously Snav keeping that level head in so many of these clutches, but job's not finished yet. Gotta hold back on the smiles for now. Till the deal is secured, and what a way to start it off. It's another head-to-head victory. What a shot from Dia.
Yeah.
Who's looking electric with the AWP.
Honestly, I was just going to say exactly that, Cole. I mean, every time he's needed on Mirage, it feels like Dia's right there to deliver an opening frag. He's got, what was the last 3 that he's had an opening op frag? It's ridiculous. 5v4 now in favor of the Timbermen. 4 frags away from being the champions here of the PrizePicks Revival Series number 5. Yeah, there is. But Hex is going to get the headshot onto Snap. Nitro gets 2. Okay, this one might not be over yet. Shane and Dia, last 2 standing. As Nitro readjusts himself onto this site, trying to take a favorable fight with the Opper and the AK of Shane. Nitro around here. Hex going to get the headshot on the Dia. Nitro finishes the job he started. 3K for him. NRG live on.
They're going to hang in there. Not ready to give up on this one. This time the stack does work out well for them. And even in the 4v5, this monster entry coming through from Dia. They run into simply too many players. There's a 3-man setup. in that situation. I do not like those odds on the B side. What you do like to see, Hex also getting a PrizePicks check mark. We're going to see as this game gets longer and longer, more of those flow on in, but more than 14 kills for Hex there. With a nice, pretty 17. Timberman calling this timeout. This again is usually when I've highlighted Dare has actually just been super vocal in all of these timeouts, so I want to see if that continues. With the head movements, I'd assume Nitro's talking here.
His camera moved.
Without his forehead's talking, or moving, but Nitro also getting a PrizePicks check mark for more than 14.5 kills. So there you have it as well. As I said, more of these are going to start to flow on in with every incoming round.
I wonder if there was some frustration at some point. He hit his desk because his camera was a little lower before, and now it's kind of only showing his nose to his forehead. Either way. Util's going to be sailing in here from NRG in the early goings of the round. It's a 2-1-2 setup, very standard. Timbermen, quite a lean towards underpass and B. Hext is playing cat. I mean, look, the Timbermen just have to find that gap in defense. If they get one opening frag here, they can just charge forward and maybe just sail their way to victory just purely on taking the individual fights. George spots that information on 2 players coming from underpass. There's the smoke for window, and that's mid control pretty effectively taken by Timberman. You do need the smoke thrown for connector, but in fact, interestingly, NRG are going to throw one of their own, so that leaves visibility available for them over the top of it, unless Timbermen decide to smoke it themselves, which they will. There's the deep smoke in, so they're safe for now.
Ooh, explosion blows open the smoke, not in favor of the Timbermen, not in favor of this T side, but there's trades back to HEs that roll out here.
Oh,
with
man.
Another one. It's swung in favor of Timbermen now. There's still more. A crossfire from Connector and Catwalk that they have to get past here. Bree still looking to stabilize the defense. HE could flush him out of position. He's still tanking it, but only so much he can get away with here. Nitro now needs to come home with the clutch. Spam's just a little off kilter, cannot connect enough damage, and he transfers into CT. And Nitro's got no vision on this. He still thinks he's in the back of triple. The molly eventually provides the realization, but time's ticking away. Nitro's rounds, his chances of closing out this one, running out of time, slowly but surely.
Yeah. Nitro, he's got the flashbang, gonna toss it forward, fakes the defusal, turns his back, turns around, managed to get the frag onto Carson, 1v1, up against Dare, time ticking away, I don't think he has time to defuse this bomb, it's over, Timbermen are gonna take it, 13 rounds for them, no time for Nitro, Timbermen are your champions of the NA Revival Series number 5, so well deserved, and I love this screen, with all of the checkered shirts, man, and the mustaches. These are truly the Timbermen. Rob has outdone himself once more, and so have the Timbermen. What a recovery for them, right? After we were counting them up, remember the last Revival Series, Cole? We were talking about these guys like they were just unable to come back and recover, but look what they've done here.
I didn't think we were gonna see them in Series 5. I genuinely thought that was kind of the end of the road, especially when I didn't see them at LAN. I thought, this isn't gonna be a roster that's sticking together long term. They've been putting in so much work. It's so clear what this team has been building over time here. And I'm incredibly surprised here from the performance, which wasn't necessarily bad, but it was more of the same, and it was the same old struggles, and they just hit a wall versus NRG in the semifinals versus what we just saw here, digging deep, bringing in massive comeback efforts. This is a new look Timberman that you can look forward to into 2025. Again, I think this is proof of concept that this is a team that could work and do damage here long term.
I just appreciated the seriousness as well, because oftentimes, we've seen in the past where Timbermen can't keep their cool, can't keep themselves together. But overall, I was happy with both the coordination, the chemistry, and everything. It looked like they had been practicing and bringing things together. Huge congratulations to them. They played their hearts out up against an NRG squad that has looked very good. I feel like NRG still played well. It's just that Mirage seemed like it couldn't be touched out of the hands of Timbermen throughout the entirety of this Revival Series. We're going to see the numbers come in soon. I think we got a lot of check marks that came in, but yeah, this is an incredible performance from the Timbermen. NRG, yeah, they got 1, 2, 3 check marks, I believe. Hex, George, and Nitro collecting those. And I mean, this just goes to show you how close Mirage was looking at those score lines.
Yeah, Energy doing a great job of fighting forward here. It's frustrating for them, for a team that has had so much dominance, especially talking like land dominance. What they did on at Frag 18 was unbelievable. I thought that was going to carry over into this event, and then we saw it carry over into this event without losing a single map, but finding themselves in a couple of tough times here, and the depth that we see out of Timberman on the other end of things is just remarkable here. And Ozia may be the only player that you're slightly concerned about in that decider, but he was getting leveled out on the other end by Dia in consistent fashion. Surprised to see that Dia didn't actually reach the estimated kill total, but he had so much impact in opening rounds. It's unthinkable.
It was weird, right? Because it felt like Dio was everywhere and getting all these frags. But in fact, I mean, I say only 14, but really like those 14 were so impactful. You're so right. Like just getting openers, helping create that space, especially on the T side. Carson finishing with 21. Great performance from him again on Mirage. Dude. We saw it on the CT side too. The adjustments, the adaptations, everything was great.
We just came into this one expecting him not even to play. We thought he was playing connector. We thought he was going back to his roots here, going back to what worked. I thought they had just given up on the idea that this guy could be an A anchor. No, this guy's been putting in work here. Clearly, he's been figuring out how to get more comfortable on this side. And versus NRG just a couple of weeks ago, having to deal with that A side anchor, he was a clear liability to a clear strength in a couple of weeks. Now, obviously, we're still looking at a small sample size for him in this position, but being able to show that quick development is very impressive for me, at least.
Yep. No, I think Carson continues to impress. He always came out, and even when he was IGLing there for Nouns, there were moments where I was like, okay, this is really working. And he felt like he was bringing things together in a meaningful way. It didn't work out towards the end, but he's found a new home with the Timbermen, and I have a feeling, Cole, that this is the roster. I don't see any reason why this roster won't be competing in ECL and looking as effective as they did here. So congratulations again to the Timbermen, guys. That's going to do it for the PrizePicks NA Revival Series in 2024. We got a few more thank yous to say here before we sign off, though. So remember, guys, this NA Revival Series, it is brought to you by, it is sponsored by PrizePicks. Without them, we wouldn't be here right now. And the best North American Counter-Strike players are competing right now, and you can win real money while watching them play. Join PrizePicks to get in on the action. It is super easy to get started. All you have to do is select 2 or more players and choose more or less on their stat projections to build your lineup. Then sit back and watch your lineup stats rack up. For a limited time, click the link on the panel below or use code REVIVAL when making an account and playing a $5 lineup to receive $50 whether you win or lose. It's a guaranteed win for all new PrizePicks users. Thank you again to PrizePicks for partnering with Complexity and Mythic League to host the NA Revival Series. The PrizePicks NA Revival Series is also partnering with Mythic League. Players are always asking for a premier solo queue matchmaking experience without cheaters, and Mythic League has been providing this for over 6 years and is now free to play for FACEIT ranks 1 to 5 in the Silver Division. All players are required to have and use their microphone. The support staff is always available to help out in Discord for live matches, and Smurf accounts, forget about it. They're gone. Banned swiftly. Additionally, there is $5,000 in monthly prizes available for subscribers throughout every single division. Give Mythic League a try today and use code ML50 for 50% off your subscription of 1, 3, or 5. Make that 6 months, actually. It's even better. Guys, thank you so much for tuning in. A huge thanks to Complexity, Jason Lake, Flom, everyone who made this possible. Behind the scenes, Griffin, Ches, we have Rob, we have so many people, Slove as well. You're going to see all the names come up here. There's so many to thank. They've made this an absolutely incredible show. And I mean, what more can you say? This has been a great year for North American Counter-Strike, largely in part thanks to these Revival Cups, or Revival Series, I should say, that have been coming through. So yeah, I hope you guys have enjoyed the show. We're going to take a break until the new year, but we'll be back then. Have yourselves a happy holiday, Merry Christmas, whatever you might celebrate, guys. I hope it's amazing for you. We'll see you next year. Ciao.